Welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty horror pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
A Voice from the Inner World by a Hyatt Verrill. And it was evident that the others were equally afraid of me. They stood regarding me with an odd mixture of wonder and terror on their huge faces. The author of this story, well known to our readers in submitting his prize story, adopts a treatment entirely different from that of practically all the rest of the winners. He has submitted a tale so characteristic and so original that it holds your interest by sheer strength. That there should be a cannibalistic race of females somewhere in our world is, after all, not impossible nor improbable. There are still cannibals at large at the present writing, and probably will be for many generations to come. While the story has its gruesome moments, it also contains good science, and Mr. Verrill certainly knows how to treat his subject and get the most from it. As a different sort of story, we highly recommend it to your attention. On the 18th of October, the New York papers reported the appearance of a remarkable meteor which had been seen in mid-Pacific, and the far more startling announcement that it was feared that the amazing celestial visitor had struck and destroyed a steamship. At 11:15 last evening, read the account in the Herald, the Panama Hawaiian Line steamship Chiriqui reported by radio the appearance of an immense meteor which suddenly appeared above the horizon to the southeast and which increased rapidly in size and brilliance. Within 10 minutes from the time the phenomenon was first sighted, it appeared as a huge greenish sphere of dazzling brilliance high in the sky and heading apparently directly for the Chiriqui. Almost at the same time as reported by the Chiriqui, several other ships, among them the Miners and Merchants Line, Vulcan, and the Japanese liner Fujiyama Maru, also reported the meteorite, although they were more than 1,000 miles apart and equidistant from the position of the Chiriqui. In the midst of a sentence describing the appearance of the rapidly approaching meteor, the Chiriqui's wireless message came to an abrupt end, and all attempts to get into further communication with her operator failed. The other vessels reported that a scintillating flash, like an explosion, was followed by the meteor's disappearance, and it is feared that the immense aerolite may have struck the Chiriqui and utterly destroyed her with all on board. As no SOS has been received, and as the ship's radio broke off with the words, "It is very close, and the sea is as bright as day. Below the immense mass of green fire are 2 smaller spheres of intense red. It is so near we can hear it roaring like a terrific wind. It is headed. It is probable that the vessel, if struck, was instantly destroyed. It has been suggested, however, that it is possible that the meteor or meteors were accompanied by electrical phenomena which may have put the Chiriqui's wireless apparatus out of commission, and that the ship may be safe." Later editions of the press announced that no word had been received from the Chiriqui, that other ships had reported the meteor, and that 2 of these had radioed that the aerolite, instead of exploding, had been seen to continue on its way and gradually disappear beyond the horizon. These reports somewhat allayed the fears that the Chiriqui had been struck by the meteor, and prominent scientists expressed the opinion that the supposed explosion had been merely an optical illusion caused by its passage through some dense or cloudy layer of air. They also quoted numerous cases of immense meteors having been seen by observers over immense distances, and declared their belief that the aerolite had not reached the Earth but had merely passed through the outer atmosphere. When asked regarding the possibility of the meteor having affected the ship's wireless apparatus, experts stated that such might have been the case, although hitherto severe electrical disturbances had never been associated with the passage of meteors. Moreover, they declared that even if the wireless had been injured, it could have been repaired in a few hours, and that they could not explain the continued silence of the Chiriqui. Word also came from Panama that the naval commandant at Balboa had dispatched a destroyer to search for the Chiriqui, or any survivors of the catastrophe, if the ship had been destroyed. A few hours later, dispatches were received from various points in Central and South America reporting the meteor of the previous night. All of these agreed that the fiery mass had swept across the heavens in a wide arc and had vanished in the east beyond the summits of the Andes. It was therefore fairly certain that the Chiriqui had not been struck by the meteor, and in a few days the incident was completely forgotten by the public at large. But when, 10 days later, the warship reported that no sign of the missing ship could be found, and the officials of the Panama-Hawaiian line admitted that the Chiriqui was 4 days overdue, interest was again aroused. Then came the startling news, featured in screaming headlines, that the meteor or its twin had been again reported by various ships in the Pacific, and that the USS McCracken, which had been scouring the seas for traces of the missing Chiriqui, had sent in a detailed report of the meteor's appearance, and that her wireless had gone dead, exactly as had that of the Chiriqui. And when, after every effort, no communication could be established with the war vessel, and when 2 weeks had elapsed without word from her, it was generally conceded that both ships had been destroyed by the amazing celestial visitor. For a time, the double catastrophe filled the papers to the exclusion of nearly everything else, and such everyday features as scandals and murder trials were crowded to the back pages of the dailies to make room for long articles on meteors and missing ships and interviews with scientists. But as no more meteors appeared, and as no more ships vanished, the subject gradually lost interest and was no longer news. About 3 months after the first report of the green meteor appeared, on January 15th to be exact, I was in Peru, visiting my daughter, when I received a communication of such an utterly amazing character that it appeared incredible, and yet was so borne out by facts and details that it had all the earmarks of truth. So astounding was this communication that, despite the fact that it will unquestionably be scoffed at by the public, I feel that it should be given to the world. As soon as I had received the story, I hurried with it to the American minister in Lima and related all that I had heard. He agreed with me that the authorities at Washington should be acquainted with the matter at once, and together we devoted many hours to coding the story which was cabled in the secret cipher of the State Department. The officials, however, were inclined to regard the matter as a hoax, and as far as I am aware, no steps have yet been taken to follow out the suggestions contained in the communication which I received, and thus save humanity from a terrible fate. Personally, I am convinced that the amazing tale which came to me in such an astounding and unexpected manner is absolutely true. Incredible as it may seem, but whether fact or fiction, my readers may decide for themselves. My son-in-law was intensely interested in radio, and devoted all of his spare time to devising and constructing receiving sets, and in his home in the delightful residential suburb of Miraflores were a number of receiving sets of both conventional and original design. Having been closely in touch with the subject for several years, I was deeply interested in Frank's experiments, and especially in a new type of hookup which had given most remarkable results in selectivity and distance. Practically every broadcasting station in America and many in Europe had been logged by the little set, and on several occasions faint signals had been heard which, although recognizable as English, evidently emanated from a most remote station. These, oddly enough, had come in at the same hour each night, and each time had continued for exactly the same length of time. We were discussing this, and trying to again pick up the unintelligible and unidentified signals on that memorable January evening when, without warning, and as clearly as though sent from the station of Buenos Aires, came the most astounding communication which ever greeted human ears, and which, almost verbatim, was as follows. "One, listen. For God's sake, I implore all who may hear my words to listen, and believe what I say, no matter how unbelievable it may seem, for the fate of thousands of human beings, the fate of the human race, may depend upon you, who by chance may hear this message from another world. My name is James Berry. My home is Butte, Montana. My profession, a mining engineer, and I am speaking through the shortwave transmitter of the steamship Chiriqui, on which I was a passenger when the terrible, the incredible events occurred which I am about to relate. On the evening of October 16th, the Chiriqui was steaming across the Pacific in calm weather, when our attention was attracted by what appeared to be an unusually brilliant meteor of a peculiar greenish color. It first appeared above the horizon to the southeast and very rapidly increased in size and brilliancy. At the time, I was particularly struck by the fact that it left no trail of light or fire behind it, as is usual with large meteorites, but so rapidly did it approach that I had little time to wonder at this. Within a few moments from the time that it was first seen, the immense sphere of green incandescence had grown to the size of the moon, and the entire sea for miles about our ship was illuminated by a sickly green light. It appeared to be headed directly towards our ship, and standing as I was on the bridge deck near the wheelhouse, I heard the chief officer cry out, "My God, it will strike us!" By now the mass of fire had altered in appearance, and a short distance below the central green mass could be seen two smaller spheres of blinding red, like huge globes of molten metal. By now, too, the noise made by the meteor was plainly audible, sounding like the roar of surf or the sound of a tornado. Everyone aboard the ship was panic-stricken. Women screamed, men cursed and shouted, and the crew rushed to man the boats, as everyone felt that the Chiriqui was doomed. What happened next I can scarcely describe, so rapidly did the events occur. As the meteor seemed about to hurl itself upon the ship, there was a blinding flash of light, a terrific detonation, and I saw men and women falling to the decks as if struck down by shellfire. The next instant the meteor vanished completely, and intense blackness followed the blinding glare. At the same moment I was aware of a peculiar, pungent, suffocating odor, which, perhaps owing to my long experience with deadly gases in mining work, I at once recognized as some noxious gas. Almost involuntarily, and dully realizing that by some miracle the ship had escaped destruction, I dashed below and reached my cabin, almost overcome by the fumes which now penetrated every portion of the ship. Among my possessions was a new type of gas mask, which had been especially designed for mine work, and my idea was to don this, for I felt sure that the meteor had exploded close to the ship and had released vast quantities of poisonous gases which might hang about for a long time. Although almost overcome by the choking fumes, I managed to find and put on the apparatus. But one of its greatest advantages was the rapidity and ease with which it could be adjusted, it having been designed for emergency use. But before it was fairly in place over my face, the electric light in my room went out, and I was in complete darkness. Also, the ship seemed strangely still, and as I groped my way to the stateroom door, it suddenly dawned upon me that the engines had stopped, that there was no longer the whir of dynamos from the depths of the hull. Not a light glimmered in the passageway, and twice, as I felt my way towards the social hall, I stumbled over the sprawled bodies of men, while in the saloon itself I several times stepped upon the soft and yielding flesh of passengers, who lay where they had been struck down by the poisonous gas. In all probability, I thought I was the sole survivor aboard the ship, unless some of the firemen and engineers survived, and I wondered how I would manage to escape. If the vessel should be sighted by some other ship, or if it should be my gruesome task to search the Chiriqui from stem to stern, drag the bodies of the dead to the deck, and cast them into the sea and remain perhaps for weeks alone upon the ship until rescued by some passing vessel. But as I reached the door and stepped upon the deck, all such thoughts were driven from my brain as I blinked my eyes and stared about in dumbfounded amazement. I had stepped from Stygian darkness into dazzling light. Blinded for the moment, I closed my eyes, and when I again opened them, I reeled to the rail with a cry of terror. Poised above the ship's masts, and so enormous that it appeared to shut out half the sky, was the stupendous meteor, like a gigantic globe of green fire, and seemingly less than 100 feet above me. Still nearer, and hanging but a few yards above the bow and stern of the ship, were the two smaller spheres of glowing red. Cowering against the rail, expecting to be shriveled into a charred cinder at any instant, I gazed transfixed and paralyzed at the titanic masses of flaming light above the ship. Then reason came back to me. My only chance to escape was to leap into the sea, and I half clambered upon the rail prepared to take the plunge. A scream like that of a madman came from my lips. Below me was no sign of the waves, but a limitless void. While, immeasurably distant beneath the ship, I could dimly see the crinkled surface of the sea. The Chiriqui was floating in space. It was impossible, absolutely preposterous, and I felt convinced that I had gone mad, or that the small quantity of gas I had breathed had affected my brain and had induced a nightmarish vision. Perhaps, I thought, the meteors above the ship were also visionary, and I again stared upward. Then I knew that I was insane. The spheres of green and red light were rushing upward, as I could see by the brilliant stars studding the sky, and the ship upon which I stood was following in their wake. Weak, limp as a rag, I slumped to the deck and lay staring at the great globes above me. But the insanely impossible events which had crowded upon my overwrought senses were as nothing to the amazing discovery I now made. As my eyes became accustomed to the glare of the immense green sphere, I saw that instead of being merely a ball of fire, it had definite form. About its middle extended a broad band from which slender rods of light extended. Round or ovoid spots seemed placed in definite order about it, and from the extremities of its axes, lines, or cables, clearly outlined by the glare, extended downward to the red spheres above the ship. By now I was so firmly convinced that I was irrational, that these new and absolutely stunning discoveries did not excite or surprise me in the least, and as if in a particularly vivid dream I lay there gazing upward, and dully half-consciously speculating on what it all meant. Gradually, too, it dawned upon me that the huge sphere with its encircling band of duller light was rotating. The circular markings, which I thought were marvelously like the ports of a ship, were certainly moving from top to bottom of the sphere, and I could distinctly hear a low, vibrant humming. The next second, I jerked upright with a start, and my scalp tingled. Reason had suddenly returned to me. The thing was no meteor, no celestial body, but some marvelous machine, some devilish invention of man, some gigantic form of airship which God only knew why had by some incredible means captured the Chiriqui, had lifted the 20,000-ton ship into the air, and was bearing her off with myself, the only survivor of all the ship's company, witnessing the miraculous happening. It was the most insane thought that had yet entered my brain, but I knew now for a certainty that I was perfectly sane, and, oddly enough, now that I was convinced that the catastrophe which had overtaken the Chiriqui was the devilish work of human beings. I was no longer frightened, and my former nightmarish terror of things unknown gave place to the most intense anger and an inexpressible hatred of the fiends who, without warning or reason, had annihilated hundreds of men and women by means of this new and irresistible engine of destruction. But I was helpless, alone upon the stolen and stricken ship. I could do nothing by what tremendous force the spherical airship was moving through space. By what unknown power it was, lifting the ship and carrying it, slung like the gondola of a zeppelin beneath the sphere, were matters beyond my comprehension. Calmly, now that I felt assured that I was rational and was the victim of my fellow men, fiendish as they might be, I walked aft to where one red sphere hung a few yards above the ship's deck. There seemed no visible connection between it and the vessel, but I noticed that everything movable upon the deck, the iron cable, the wire ropes, the coiled steel lines of the after derrick, all extended upward from the deck, as rigid as bars of metal, while crackling blue sparks like electrical discharges scintillated from the ship's metal work below the red sphere. Evidently, I decided, the red mass was actuated by some form of electrical energy or magnetism, and I gave the area beneath it a wide berth. Retracing my way to the bow of the ship, I found similar conditions there. As I walked towards the waist of the ship again, I mounted the steps to the bridge, hoping from that height to get a better view of the monstrous machine holding the Chiriqui captive. I knew that in the chart house I would find powerful glasses with which to study the machine. Upon the bridge, the bodies of the quartermaster, the first officer, and an apprentice lay sprawled grotesquely, and across the chart house door lay the captain. Reaching down, I lifted him by the shoulders to move him to one side, and to my amazement I discovered that he was not dead. His heart beat, his pulse, though slow and faint, was plain. He was breathing, and his face, still ruddy, was that of a sleeping man rather than of a corpse. A wild thought rushed through my brain, and hastily I rushed to the other bodies. There was no doubt of it. All were alive and merely unconscious. The gas had struck them down, but had not killed them, and it came to me as a surprise, though I should long before have realized it, that the fumes had been purposely discharged by the beings who had captured the vessel. Possibly I mentally decided they had made a mistake and had failed in their intention to destroy the persons upon the ship. Or again, was it not possible that they had intentionally rendered the ship's company unconscious and had not intended to destroy their lives? Forgetting my original purpose in visiting the bridge, I worked feverishly to resuscitate the captain, but all to no purpose. Many gases, I knew, would render a man unconscious without actually injuring him, and I was also aware that when under the influence of some of these, the victims could not be revived until the definite period of the gas's effect had passed. So, feeling certain that in due time the captain and the others would come to of their own accord, I entered the chart room and, securing the skipper's binoculars, I again stepped upon the bridge. As I could not conveniently use the glasses with my gas mask in place, and as I felt sure there was no longer any danger from the fumes, I started to remove the apparatus. But no sooner did a breath of the air enter my mouth than I hastily readjusted the contrivance. For the gas, which had struck down everyone but myself, was as strong as ever. Indeed, the mere whiff of the fumes made my head reel and swim, and I was forced to steady myself by grasping the bridge rail until the dizzy spell passed. Once more myself, I focused the glasses as best I could upon the whirling sphere above the ship, but I could make out little more than by my naked eyes. The band about the center or equator of the globular thing was, I could now see, divided into segments, each of which bore a round, slightly convex, eye-like object, from the centers of which extended slender rods which vibrated with incalculable speed. Indeed, the whole affair reminded me of the glass models of protozoans which I had seen in the American Museum of Natural History. These minute marine organisms, I knew, moved with great rapidity by means of vibrating hair-like appendages or cilia, and I wondered if the enormous spherical machine at which I was gazing might not move through space in a similar manner by means of vibrating rods, moving with such incredible speed that, slender as they were, they produced enormous propulsive power. Also, I could now see that the two extremities of the sphere, or, as I may better express it, the axes, were equipped with projecting bosses or shafts to which the cables supporting the red spheres were attached. And as I peered through the glasses at the thing, the huge green sphere which had been hitherto traveling on an even keel, or, in other words, with the central band vertical, now shifted its position, and one end swung sharply upward, throwing the band about the center at an acute angle. Involuntarily, I grasped the rail of the bridge, expecting to be thrown from my feet by the abrupt uptilting of the ship. But to my utter amazement, the Chiriqui remained on an even plane, and I then saw that as the sphere tilted, The cable at the uppermost axis ran rapidly out, so that the two red spheres, which evidently supported the captive ship, remained in their original relative horizontal position. No sign of life was visible upon the machine above me, and I surmised that whoever might be handling the thing was within the sphere. Wondering how high we had risen above the sea, I stepped to the starboard end of the bridge and glanced down, and an involuntary exclamation escaped my lips. Far beneath the ship, and clearly visible through the captain's glasses, was land. I could distinguish the white line marking surf breaking on a rocky shore, and ahead I could make out the cloud-topped, serried summits of a mighty range of mountains. Not until then did I realize the terrific speed at which the machine and captive vessel were traveling. I had been subconsciously aware that a gale had been blowing, but I had not stopped to realize that this was no ordinary wind, but was the rush of air caused by the rapidity of motion. But as I peered at the mountains through the binoculars and saw the distant surface of the earth whizzing backward far beneath the Cherokee's keel, I knew that we were hurtling onward with the speed of the fastest scout airplane. Even as I gazed, the mountains seemed to rush towards me, until, in a few minutes after I had first seen them, they appeared almost directly under the ship. Then the gigantic machine above me suddenly altered its course. It veered sharply to one side and swept along the range of summits far beneath. For some reason, just why I cannot explain, I dashed to the binnacle and saw that we were traveling to the south, and it flashed across my mind that I had a dim recollection of noticing, when I first realized the nature of the machine which had been mistaken for a meteor, that by the stars we were moving eastward. In that case, my suddenly alert mind told me the land below must be some portion of America, and if so, judging by the altitude of the mountains, that they must be the Andes. All of this rushed through my brain instantly, and in the brief lapse of time in which I sprang to the binnacle and back to my observation point at the bridge rail. Now I saw we were rapidly descending, and focusing my glasses upon the mountains, I made out an immense conical peak, in the top of which was a gigantic black opening. Without doubt it was the crater of some stupendous extinct volcano, and, with a shock, I realized that the machine and the ship were headed directly for the yawning opening in the crater. The next instant we were dropping with lightning speed towards it, and, so terrified and dumbfounded had I become that I could not move from where I stood. Even before I could grasp the fact, the Cherokee was enclosed by towering rocky walls. Inky blackness surrounded me. There was an upward breath-taking rush of air, a roar as of 1,000 hurricanes. The Cherokee rocked and pitched beneath my feet, as if in a heavy sea. I clung desperately to the bridge rail for support, and I felt sure that the ship had been dropped into the abysmal crater, that the next instant the vessel would crash into fragments as it struck bottom, or worse, that it would sink into the molten incandescent lava which might fill the depths of the volcano. For what seemed hours, the awful fall continued, though like as not the terrible suspense lasted for only a few minutes. And then, without warning, so abruptly that I lost my balance and was flung to the bridge, the ship ceased falling. An indescribable blue light succeeded the blackness, and, unable to believe my senses, I found the ship floating motionless, still suspended from the giant mechanism overhead, above a marvelous landscape. On every hand, as far as I could see, stretched jagged rocks, immense cliffs, stupendous crags, and rugged knife-ridged hills of the most dazzling reds, yellows, and purples. Mile-deep canyons cut the forbidding plains, which here and there showed patches of dull green, and in one spot I saw a stream of emerald-hued water pouring in a foaming cataract into a fathomless rift in the rock. But I gave little attention to these sights at the time. My gaze was riveted upon a strange, weird city which capped the cliffs close to the waterfall and almost directly beneath the Cherokee. Slowly we were dropping towards it, and I could see that the buildings which at first sight had appeared of immense height and tower-like form were, in reality, gigantic basaltic columns, capped with superimposed edifices of gleaming yellow. The next second the glasses dropped from my shaking, nerveless hands. Gathered on an open space of greenish plain were hundreds of human beings. But were they human in form and features, as nearly as I could judge at that distance? They were human, but in color they were scarlet, and surmounting the head and extending along the arms to the elbows on every individual was a whitish, membranous frill which at first sight reminded me of an Indian's war bonnet. The beings appeared to be of average height, but as the chiriqui's keel touched solid ground, and keeling to one side, she rested upon one of her bilges, I saw with a shock that the scarlet creatures were of gigantic size, fully 30 feet in height, and that, without exception, all were females. All were stark naked, but despite the frills upon their heads and shoulders, despite their bizarre scarlet skins, despite their gigantic proportions, they were unquestionably human beings. Women without doubt, and of the most perfect proportions, the most graceful forms, and the most regular and even handsome features. Beside the stranded ship they loomed as giants, but against the stupendous proportions of their land and city, they appeared no larger than ordinary mortals. By now they were streaming from their houses, and even in the surprise and excitement of that moment, I noticed that the giant rocky columns were perforated by windows and doors, and had obviously been hollowed out to form dwellings. Meantime, too, the huge machine which had captured the chiriqui had descended and was lying at rest, and no longer emitting its green light, upon a cradle erected near the waterfall, and from openings in its central band, several of the scarlet giant Amazons were emerging. How long, I wondered, would I remain undiscovered? How long would it be before one of the female giants spied me? And then, what would be my fate? Why had they captured the ship? Where was I? What was this strange land reached through a crater? All these thoughts rushed through my brain as I peered cautiously down at the giant women who swarmed about the ship. But I had not long to wait for an answer to my first mental question. With a sudden spring, one of the women leaped to the chiriqui's anchor. With a second bound, she was on the foredeck, and close at her heels came a score of others. Standing upon the deck with her head fringed by its erect, vibrating membrane, level with the boat deck, she gazed about for an instant. Then, catching sight of the form of the sailor sprawled upon the deck, she uttered a shrill, piercing cry, leaped forward, and before my unbelieving, horror-stricken eyes tore the still, living, palpitating body to pieces and ravenously devoured it. Unable to stir through the very repulsiveness of the scene, realizing that my turn might be next, I gazed fascinated. But the giant cannibal female was not to feast in peace. As her companions reached the deck, they rushed upon her and fought viciously for a portion of the reeking flesh. The struggle of these awful giants, as smeared with human blood, scratching and clawing, uttering shrill cries of rage, they rolled and fought on the deck, was indescribably terrible and disgusting. But it came to an abrupt end. With a bound, a giantess of giantesses, a powerfully muscled female appeared, and, like cowed beasts, the others drew aside, licking their chops, the membranes on their heads rising and falling in excitement, like the frills on an iguana lizard, and watching the newly arrived giantess with furtive eyes. Evidently she was the leader or chieftainess, and in curt but strangely shrill and, of course, to me utterly unintelligible words, she gave orders to the others. Instantly the horde of women began swarming over the ship, searching every nook and corner, and, wherever they discovered the inert bodies of the ship's company, dragged them on deck and piled them in heaps. Shaking with abject terror, I crouched back of the bridge and racked my brains for thought of some safe spot in which to hide. But before I could make up my mind, one of the terrifying, monstrous females sprang upon the bridge and rushed towards me. With a maniacal scream, I turned and fled. Then before me, blocking my way, there appeared another of the creatures. And then a most marvelous and surprising thing happened. Instead of falling upon me as I expected her to do, the giantess turned, and with a scream that equaled my own, leaped over the rail and fled to the uttermost extremity of the deck. I forgot my terror in my amazement. Why should this giant cannibal woman fear me? Why should she run from me when, a few moments before, she had been fighting over a meal of an unconscious sailor? And it was evident that the others were equally afraid of me, for at her cry and my appearance, all had rushed as far from me as possible and stood regarding me with an odd mixture of wonder and terror on their huge faces. And then it occurred to me that their fear was, perhaps, due to my gas mask, to the apparatus that transformed me from a human being to a weird-looking monster. At any rate, I was evidently safe from molestation for the time being, and, thanking my lucky stars that I had on the mask, I descended from the bridge, the giantesses retreating as I advanced. I entered the captain's cabin and locked the door. Here I breathed more freely, for even if the women overcame their fear of me and attempted to capture me, the steel doors and walls of the cabin would be impregnable defenses. Moreover, upon the wall above the bunk was a rifle. In a drawer of the dresser was a loaded revolver, and a short search revealed a plentiful supply of cartridges. Yes, if I were attacked, I could give a good account of myself. And I determined, if worst came to the worst, that I would blow out my brains rather than fall a victim to the female cannibal horde. Dully, through the thick walls of the cabin, I could hear the sounds of the women on the deck, but I had no desire to witness what was going on, and, seated upon the captain's chair, I thought over the events which had transpired during the past few hours and tried to find a reasonable solution to the incredible happenings. That I was within the earth seemed certain, though utterly fantastic, but who the giant women were, why they had captured the Terraqui, or by what unknown tremendous power their marvelous airship was operated, were all utterly beyond my comprehension. But I must hurry on and relate the more important matters, for my time is limited, and the important thing is to let the world know how the human race may be saved from the terrible fate which has befallen me, and all those upon the Chiriqui, and upon the destroyer Macracken. For that vessel, too, has fallen a victim to these horrible, cannibalistic giantesses, here within the center of the earth. Hunger and thirst drove me at last from my refuge in the captain's cabin, and, armed with the loaded rifle and revolver, I cautiously peered out and stepped upon the deck. Only one woman was in sight, and instantly, at sight of me, she fled away. Not a body of the hundreds of men and women aboard the ship was visible, and, feeling relieved that I was for a time safe, I stepped to the ship's rail and peered over. Scores of the women were carrying the inert forms of the unconscious men and women towards the nearby city. Stealthily I hurried below in search of food and drink. Fears assailed me that the women had, in all probability, preceded me and carried off everything edible, but I need not have worried about food. I was yet to learn the horrible truth and the gruesome habits of these red giantesses. The saloon, the corridors, the staterooms, everything had been searched, and every person upon the vessel removed. In the pantry I found an abundance of food, and quickly satisfied my hunger and thirst. I pondered on my next move. The skipper's cabin seemed my safest refuge. I placed a supply of provisions within it, and locked myself in the little room again. For several days nothing of great importance occurred. I say days, but there are no days in this terrible place. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, and no darkness. The whole place is illuminated by a brilliant greenish light that issues from a distant mountain range, and which seems to be of the same character as that which emanated from the spherical air machine. Fortunately, I had presence of mind enough to keep my watch going, as well as the captain's chronometer, for otherwise I would have had no knowledge of the passage of time. Once or twice the Scarlet Women visited the ship, but seemed nervous and wary, and made no effort to approach or molest me, merely gazed about, as if searching for something, perhaps for me, and then retiring. Several times, too, I ventured on deck, and peered over the ship's side, but saw none of the giantesses, although with the glasses I could see crowds of the beings about the city in the distance. Also, I noticed among them several individuals who were much smaller than the rest, and who appeared to be men, although I could not be sure. I also discovered, and almost lost my life in the discovery, that the atmosphere of this place is unfit for human beings to breathe, and is thick with sulphurous fumes. Close to the ground, these fumes are so dense that a person would succumb in a few moments, but at the height of the Cherokee's decks, nearly 70 feet above the rocky bed on which she rests, the air is breathable, although it causes one to choke and cough after a few minutes. And I am sure that the houses of these giant beings have been built on the summits of the basalt columns in order to avoid the suffocating fumes of the lower levels. Later, too, I learned that the membrane-like frills upon these creatures are a sort of gills, or, as I might say, natural gas masks, which by some means enable the beings to breathe the sulfur-laden air. But even with these, they avoid the lower areas where the fumes are the worst, and only visit them when necessity arises, which accounts for my being left in peace with none of the horrible women near the ship for days at a time. I discovered the presence of the sulfur gas on the first day when, attempting to eat, I removed my gas mask. Suffocating as I found the fumes, I was compelled to endure them, and gradually I became slightly accustomed to them, so that now I have little trouble in breathing during the short time it takes me to eat my meals. At all other times I must wear the apparatus, and I thank God that this is so, for I know now that it is the gas mask which so far has preserved my life. On the 10th day after my arrival, I noticed a number of the giantesses gathering about the huge spherical airship which still rested on its cradle near the Chiriqui, but which I have forgotten to state ceased to emit its green or red lights after it had landed. Lying there, it resembled nothing so much as a gigantic can buoy or a floating mine, if one can imagine a buoy 200 yards in diameter. On the day I mentioned, all interest seemed to be centered on the thing, and, cautiously peering from the shelter of the deck-house, I watched the proceedings. Presently, several of the women entered the sphere through an opening in its middle band. The aperture closed behind them, and immediately there was a low humming sound as of machinery. As the sounds issued from the sphere, the cables, to which were attached the smaller spheres, which glowed red when carrying the Chiriqui through the air, were drawn in until the two smaller spheres were resting in recesses at the axes of the large sphere, and where they appeared merely as hemispherical projections. Then, slowly at first, but with ever-increasing speed, the slender rods about the large sphere began to move back and forth, or rather in an oscillating manner, until they were vibrating with such rapidity that they appeared merely rays of light. Slowly, majestically, the immense globe rose from its cradle and, gathering headway, leaped upward to an immense height. Then, tilting at an angle, it passed over the city and headed for an immense pinnacle of rock, which, fully 7 miles from where I stood, reminded me of a gigantic chimney or funnel. Although it was barely visible to the naked eye, I could see it distinctly through the glasses, and I watched it with the most intense and concentrated interest. For a few moments it remained, poised 100 feet or so above the pinnacle. Then from the towering, tapering rock a terrific jet of steam roared forth, and, striking the great spherical machine above it, hurled it upward and beyond my vision. Give close heed to these words. Whoever may by God's grace be listening to what I say, for upon them may hinge the fate of the human race. Only by this means, by being shot upward by this titanic jet of steam, can the airship leave this subterranean land and emerge through the crater by which it entered, bearing the Chiriqui. Within this place it can sail at will. Once above the crater opening, it can travel anywhere, although it cannot land. But by some unknown force or magnetic attraction or freak of gravitation, the machine cannot ascend through the crater, although when over it, it will drop like a plummet through the opening. And herein, for the sake of humanity, listen to this, and remember my words, lies a means of destroying the machine, for by surrounding the crater with powerful guns, the sphere can be shelled as it emerges and utterly destroyed. To attempt to do so as it returns to the crater would be suicidal, for once in the outer air, it emanates vast quantities of most poisonous gas, and all living things within a radius of several miles would be struck down unconscious, as were my companions on the Chiriqui. Even if gas masks were worn, it would be most difficult to destroy the machine as it descended, for it travels with incredible speed in its descent, and, moreover, the terrible creatures who manned the thing would see that enemies lurked near and would find some means of destroying them, or, by the mysterious magnet force they control, would draw even the heaviest cannon to the machine, as an ordinary magnet draws needles or iron filings. So if the thing is to be destroyed, it must be done as the machine emerges from the crater. Would to God that I could tell where the crater is. But beyond feeling sure it is at the summit of an Andean peak, I have no means of locating it. But I was telling of what occurred on that 10th day when the spherical airship was projected from my sight by the blast of steam. As the machine vanished, the women who had watched its departure returned to their city, and I swept the landscape with my glasses, wondering at the bleak, terrible scenery and bizarre colors. As I focused the binoculars upon a level plateau, perhaps a mile from where the Chiriqui rested, I gasped in surprise. Clearly defined lay the remnants of what had once been a steamship. Had I given the matter thought, I might have known that the Chiriqui was not the first vessel to have fallen a victim to these awful beings. But the sight of another ship's skeleton came to me as a terrific shock. As nearly as I could judge, the vessel had been dismantled, for only the great steel frame remained, with the mighty boilers and other portions of the ship scattered about, and gruesomely like some mammoth creature lying disemboweled upon the earth. I was consumed with a mad desire to visit that pathetic wreck, but I knew not to what dangers I would be exposed. Once I left the security of my ship. Not a being was in sight, however, and carefully I studied the land, visually measuring the relative distances between myself and the wreck, and between the city and the route I must traverse. Having already observed that the giantesses moved slowly and cumbrously on foot, I at last decided that even if they attempted to intercept me, I could regain the Chiriqui before I was overtaken, so I threw caution to the winds and prepared to undertake my hazardous journey. Slinging the loaded rifle on my back with a revolver at my belt, and still further arming myself with a keen-edged fire-axe, I hunted up the pilot's ladder, lowered it over the lowest side of the ship, which was also the side farthest from the city, and, clambering down the Chiriqui's lofty sides, leaped down upon the ground. To my amazement, I landed in a dense jungle of dry, tough vegetation, which rose to my shoulders from the deck, looking directly downwards. I had thought this dull green growth a short, wiry grass, and of course, in its relative proportion to the gigantic women, it was no higher than ordinary grass. To a normal human being, it was a wonderful example of the theory of relativity. But my mind was not interested in scientific matters at the time, and I merely gave thanks that the miniature jungle, which I saw was composed of giant lichens, would afford me cover through which I might sneak in safety, and with little chance of detection. Without much difficulty, I made my way to the other vessel, and found her even more dissected than I had supposed. Why the denizens of the place had torn her to bits, I did not then know. But certain portions of her machinery and fittings had been left intact, and, as I examined these, I made another and most astounding discovery. Deeply engraved upon a brass plate was the ship's name, USS Cyclops. For a space, I stood staring, scarcely able to believe my eyes. Here then was the solution to that mystery of the sea, the disappearance of the collier. As laden with manganese, she vanished without word or trace when off the Barbados during the World War. No doubt, I thought, many a mystery of the sea had been caused by the damnable work of these beings with their infernal machine. But why? For what reason did they capture ships? Why did they carry off the unconscious persons upon the vessels? And why did they tear the vessels apart It was all a mystery which, in all its horrible, gruesome, ghoulish details, I was soon to solve. There was nothing more to be learned from the remains of the Cyclops. And in safety, I returned to the Chiriqui to find, to my surprise and terror, that a gang of the monstrous females had boarded the ship in my absence and were stripping her of everything. But as they caught sight of me, all threw down whatever they had and fled precipitately, leaving me once more in undisputed possession of the ship. I was relieved at this, for it was obvious that I had no need to fear the creatures. By now, too, I had formulated a theory to account for this strange dread of a being who was a puny, miserable thing compared to them. Unquestionably, my gas mask rendered me a most grotesque and unknown creature in their eyes. My remaining alive and active while all others upon the ship had succumbed to the noxious gas had probably caused them to think that I was a supernatural being. The fact that I could go about and breathe the sulfur-laden air would cause them to regard me with even greater wonder and superstition. And, as I found later, the fact that I was never seen to eat confirmed their belief that I was some mysterious being against whom their gases and their deviltries were of no avail. I had not much time to devote to such matters, however. Soon after regaining the Chiriqui, I heard excited cries from the land, and, looking over the ship's rails, I found an immense crowd had gathered near the empty cradle of the airship, and that all were gazing upward. Following their example, I stared into the greenish void and instantly understood. Descending rapidly towards the plain came the great sphere, and, suspended below it, was the hull of another captive ship. And as I focused my glasses upon this, I rubbed my eyes and gaped. The dull grey color, the lines, the raking funnels, the barbettes and gun muzzles left no room for doubt. Incredible as it seemed, the captive vessel was a warship. What hope then had my fellow men upon earth? What chance was there if these giant creatures could send forth their flaming machine, and by it capture the fastest, most powerful war vessels, all within the space of a few hours? Rapidly, the machine and its burden approached, and presently descended, gently dropping the war vessel close to the Chiriqui. My worst fears were confirmed. The vessel was an American destroyer, the McCracken, and I knew that scores of my countrymen must lie unconscious upon her, and in a few moments would be carried off to some unknown, horrible fate. What that fate was, I had already surmised. That first demonstration of the ferocious cannibalism of the giantesses upon the Chiriqui's deck had been enough to make my blood run cold. But I had not yet guessed even a fraction of the true horror of it. Scarcely had the McCracken been dropped upon the earth, when the women swarmed upon her, and once more I saw the creatures gathering the inert forms of men and carrying them to the city. And rapidly, too, they commenced dismantling and tearing the destroyer into bits. How they had accomplished this with the Cyclops had puzzled me, but now I witnessed the process close at hand. From the vicinity of the waterfall, lines or pipes were led to the vessel's side. Presently there was the roaring sound of steam. Dense clouds of vapor arose from the cataract. The water ceased to flow, and from the extremities of the lines or tubes, 20-foot jets of blinding flame shot out. As easily as though made of wax, the steel sides, the massive beams, the armored barbettes of the warship melted and were cut by these jets, and as the pieces fell apart, the spherical airship took a position above the vessel and, by its magnetic power, lifted tons of the fragments. Then, sailing off, deposited them in some spot beyond the city. It was then, as I saw the ship rapidly dissolving before my eyes, that the inspiration came to me which may make it possible for me to communicate with the outside world, and may, if God will, serve to warn my fellow men of the fate which will overtake them if these terrible creatures are allowed to follow out their plans. As the jets of flame cut through the McCracken's superstructure, and the radio antennae fell in a tangled mass across the deck, I forgot all else and rushed to the wireless room of the Chiriqui. Here was my chance. If the ship's radio transmitter was still in working order, if the auxiliary battery was still charged, I might send out messages which, small as the chances were, might reach the ears of some of the countless thousands of persons who listened each night at their receiving sets. I trembled with fear that I would find the transmitter injured or dismantled. I shook with dread that the battery might be dead. I felt faint with apprehension that the message, if sent, might never penetrate the sulfur-laden atmosphere or might never reach the outer world. And I realized, with a sickening sinking of my heart, that even if heard, my communication might be regarded as a hoax and no attention would be given it, but I would do my best. The radio set had not been molested. Everything was in working order, and I set myself the task of transmitting my story each night at the same hour, repeating it over and over again until the storage batteries are exhausted, for to get up steam and start the dynamos is beyond my powers. Had I knowledge of Morse, I would send my story by that code, but I have not, and so I must cease. For the love of your race and of your dear ones, listen, I beseech you, until I can resume. Here the message broke off abruptly, and Frank and I sat staring at each other, fearing to speak, lest we might interrupt or miss the words which might come, and listening with straining ears at the headsets. For an hour we sat there, and then, once more the voice spoke. The doom that I feared is approaching. I have been here for 3 months, and this will, I know, be my final message. Oh, that I could only be sure that someone has heard my words, that my fate has not been in vain, but has served to warn my fellow beings. But I must hurry on. I have learned everything of importance. I have watched, studied, and have even learned to understand much of the language of these beings. I found that there were men. They are puny beings compared to the women, though 10-foot giants compared to normal men, and they are cowed, abject, mere slaves of the females. Only enough male children are permitted to survive to propagate the race. All others are killed. As they reach manhood, only those males of superintelligence, strength, and virility are permitted to live. The others are destroyed, and, yes, horrible as it sounds, their bodies, like those of the murdered infants and of the aged, sick, or infirm, are devoured. And as fast as the males attain middle age, their lives are forfeited. Long ago these beings subsisted upon the few wild creatures which roamed their land, but long ago all these were exhausted, and human flesh became the only meat. There is no vegetable food, and for a time the sacrificed surplus males and the aged provided food for the race. But gradually the male births decreased, female children preponderated, and with the increased population resulting, the males were too few to nourish the others. Then, through what damnable accident or design I do not know, the creatures went forth in their airship and discovered the teeming millions of human beings on Earth. But the bulk of humanity was, and still is, safe from them, at least until new means of attacking mankind are devised. For the globular airship cannot approach the land. The very power it uses to lift the greatest steamships and carry them off draws the machine to the earth and holds it fast. But above water, which acts as an insulator, apparently the apparatus can operate at will, and they have a twofold purpose in capturing ships. All the available metal in this land was exhausted in constructing 2 of the spherical machines. One of these never returned from its first trip, and only the one remains. To construct more, these giant women plan to use the metal salvage from captured ships until a vast fleet of the infernal things is ready to go forth and wipe the seas clean of ships and human beings. And the bodies of the men and women, struck down by the gas, are to serve as food for these demons in human form. This is the most horrible, blood-curdling thing of all. Rendered unconscious by the gas, the victims remain in a state of suspended animation indefinitely, exactly as do grubs, spiders, and insects when stung by certain species of wasps and placed in their nests to provide food for their young. Stacked in great storage vaults, these breathing, living, but paralyzed human beings are kept, and as needed, are taken out. Already they have a supply on hand sufficient to last them for over a year. Some of the Cyclops company are still preserved. There are over 300 from the Chiriqui, hundreds from other ships, and the entire crew of the McCracken. All these things I learned little by little and mainly through a friend. For marvelous as it may seem, I have a friend, if friend he can be called, a miserable, trembling, terrified male who, doomed to death, sought to escape his fate and sought refuge with me, dreading my presence less than his doom and hoping that such a feared and almost reverenced being as myself might protect him. For 2 months he has been my companion, but he cannot eat anything but meat, and the supply of meat upon the ship is getting low, and, sooner or later, he must succumb. And the women, maddened at his escape from their clutches, though not yet daring to approach too closely to me, are getting bolder. Sometime at some unguarded moment, they will find the poor fellow alone and will fall upon him, and in his terror, in an effort to buy his life, he will, I know, reveal to them that I am but an ordinary mortal, a man who eats and drinks, and who survived the gas by mechanical and not supernatural means. But I will not be taken alive by these fearful female cannibals. When the time comes, as I know it will, I will blow my brains out, and though they may devour my body, they will not rend me alive. No more ships have been brought in here since the McCracken was captured, but this I know is due to the fact that all the energies of these creatures are being devoted to building additional air machines. This work goes on in a vast cavern beyond the city, where tremendous forces, furnaces with heat beyond human conception, and machines of which we know nothing, are controlled by the internal steam, the radiant energy, and the magnetic powers of the Earth's core. And now, again, let me implore any and all who may hear my words to give close attention to what I say. For here again is a means by which humanity may combat and destroy these ghastly gigantic cannibals. The spherical air machines are helpless from above. Their magnetic or electrical forces extend only downwards. The gases they throw out are heavier than air and descend but cannot ascend, and by means of swift planes, huge bombs and machine guns the things can be easily destroyed. And they cannot travel without throwing off the dazzling green light. Only when motionless are they dark, and so they will offer easy marks and can be readily detected. So I beseech you who may hear that the governments are notified and warned, and that a fleet or many fleets of airplanes, properly equipped, patrol the seas, and at first sight of one of the green meteors, rise above it and utterly destroy it without mercy. Wait! I hear a terrified scream. I am back again at the transmitter. It was the fellow who has been with me. Poor devil, he has met his fate. But after all, it was the custom of his people, and moreover, he would have starved to death in a few days. For that matter, I too face starvation. The ship's stock is running low. All the food upon the McCracken was destroyed in cutting up that vessel, and unless another ship is captured, I will have no food after 2 weeks more. What a strange thought! How terrible an idea, that the awful fate of hundreds of my fellows would be my salvation. But I will never live to die from hunger. I can hear the terrible screams of my late companion on the deck outside. God, it is the end! The fellow must have told the enraged females. His body has been torn to shreds. With bloody hands and reeking lips, they are rushing towards the upper deck. Where I sit, they are here. This is my last word. God grant that I have been heard. I am about to ped. Crashing in our ears came the report of a pistol. End of a voice from the inner world by A. Hyatt Verrill.
Black Canaan by Robert E. Howard, a tale of the southern swamps and voodoo, brought from blackest Africa, a spine-freezing, blood-chilling story of a beautiful quadroon girl who wielded bitter magic. Weird Tales, June 1936. Call from Canaan. Trouble on Tularosa Creek, a warning to send cold fear along the spine of any man who was raised in that isolated back country called Canaan that lies between Tularosa and Black River. To send him racing back to that swamp-bordered region, wherever the word might reach him. It was only a whisper from the withered lips of a shuffling black crone who vanished among the throng before I could seize her, but it was enough. No need to seek confirmation, no need to inquire by what mysterious black folk way the word had come to her. No need to inquire what obscure forces worked to unseal those wrinkled lips to a Black River man. It was enough that the warning had been given, and understood. Understood. How could any Black River man fail to understand that warning? It could have but one meaning. Old hate seething again in the jungle deeps of the swamplands. Dark shadows slipping through the cypress, and massacre stalking out of the black mysterious village that broods on the moss-festooned shore of sullen Tularosa. Within an hour, New Orleans was falling further behind me with every turn of the churning wheel. To every man born in Canaan, there is always an invisible tie that draws him back whenever his homeland is imperiled by the murky shadow that has lurked in its jungled recesses for more than half a century. The fastest boats I could get seemed maddeningly slow for that race up the big river and up the smaller, more turbulent stream. I was burning with impatience when I stepped off on the Sharpsville landing, with the last 15 miles of my journey yet to make. It was past midnight, but I hurried to the livery stable, where by tradition half a century old, there is always a Kuttner horse day or night. As a sleepy black boy fastened the cinches, I turned to the owner of the stable, Joe Lafley, yawning and gaping in the light of the lantern he upheld. "There are rumors of trouble on Tularosa." He paled in the lantern light. "I don't know, I've heard talk, but you people in Canaan are a shut-mouthed clan. No one outside knows what goes on in there." The night swallowed his lantern and his stammering voice as I headed west along the pike. The moon set red through the black pines. Owls hooted away off in the woods. And somewhere a hound howled his ancient wistfulness to the night. In the darkness that foreruns dawn, I crossed Blackman Head Creek, a streak of shining black fringed by walls of solid shadows. My horse's hoofs splashed through the shallow water and clinked on the wet stones, startlingly loud in the stillness. Beyond Blackman Head Creek began the countrymen called Canaan, heading in the same swamp miles to the north that gives birth to Tularosa. Blackman Head flows due south to join Black River, a few miles west of Sharpsville, while the Tularosa runs westward to meet the same river at a higher point. The trend of Black River is from northwest to southeast, so these three streams form the great irregular triangle known as Canaan. In Canaan lived the sons and daughters of the white frontiersmen who first settled the country, and the sons and daughters of their slaves. Joe Lafley was right. We were an isolated, shut-mouthed breed, self-sufficient, jealous of our seclusion and independence. Beyond Blackman Head, the woods thickened. The road narrowed, winding through unfenced pinnlands, broken by live oaks and cypresses. There is no sound except the soft clop-clop of hoofs in the thin dust, the creak of the saddle. Then someone laughed throatily in the shadows. I drew up and peered into the trees. The moon had set and dawn was not yet come, but a faint glow quivered among the trees, and by it I made out a dim figure under the moss-hung branches. My hand instinctively sought the butt of one of the dueling pistols I wore, and the action brought another low, musical laugh, mocking yet seductive. I glimpsed a brown face, a pair of scintillant eyes, white teeth displayed in an insolent smile. "Who the devil are you?" I demanded. "Why do you ride so late, Kirby Kuttner?" Taunting laughter bubbled in the voice. The accent was foreign and unfamiliar. A faintly twang was there, but it was rich and sensuous as the rounded body of its owner. In the lustrous pile of dusky hair, a great white blossom glimmered palely in the darkness. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. "You are a long way from any darky cabin, and you are a stranger to me. I came to Canaan since you went away," she answered. "My cabin is on the Tularosa, but now I've lost my way, and my poor brother has hurt his leg and cannot walk." "Where is your brother?" I asked uneasily. Her perfect English was disquieting to me, accustomed as I was to the dialect of the black folk. "Back in the woods there, far back." She indicated the black depths with a swaying motion of her supple body rather than a gesture of her hand, smiling audaciously as she did so. I knew there was no injured brother, and she knew I knew it, and laughed at me. But a strange turmoil of conflicting emotions stirred in me. I had never before paid any attention to a black or brown woman, but this quadroon girl was different from any I had ever seen. Her features were regular as a white woman's, and her speech was not that of a common wench, yet she was barbaric. In the open lure of her smile, in the gleam of her eyes, in the shameless posturing of her voluptuous body. Every gesture, every motion she made set her apart from the ordinary run of women. Her beauty was untamed and lawless, meant to madden rather than to soothe, to make a man blind and dizzy, to rouse in him all the unreined passions that are his heritage from his ape ancestors. I hardly remember dismounting and tying my horse. My blood pounded suffocatingly through the veins in my temples as I scowled down at her, suspicious, yet fascinated. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" With a provocative laugh, she seized my hand and drew me deeper into the shadows. Fascinated by the lights gleaming in her dark eyes, I was hardly aware of her action. "Who does not know Kirby Buckner?" she laughed. "All the people of Canaan speak of you, white or black. Come, my poor brother longs to look upon you." And she laughed with malicious triumph. It was this brazen effrontery that brought me to my senses. Its cynical mockery broke the almost hypnotic spell in which I had fallen. I stopped short, throwing her hand aside, snarling, "What devil's game are you up to, wench?" Instantly, the smiling siren was changed to a blood-mad jungle cat. Her eyes flamed murderously. Her red lips writhed in a snarl as she leaped back, crying out shrilly. A rush of bare feet answered her call. The first faint light of dawn struck through the branches, revealing my assailants, 3 gaunt, black giants. I saw the gleaming whites of their eyes, their bare, glistening teeth, the sheen of naked steel in their hands. My first bullet crashed through the head of the tallest man, knocking him dead in full stride. My second pistol snapped. The cap had somehow slipped from the nipple. I dashed it into a black face, and as the man fell, half stunned, I whipped out my Bowie knife and closed with the other. I parried his stab, and my counterstroke ripped across his belly muscles. He screamed like a swamp panther and made a wild grab for my knife wrist, but I struck him in the mouth with my clenched left fist, and felt his lips split and his teeth crumble under the impact as he reeled backward, his knife waving wildly. Before he could regain his balance, I was after him, thrusting, and got home under his ribs. He groaned and slipped to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. I wheeled about, looking for the other. He was just rising, blood streaming down his face and neck. As I started for him, he sounded a panicky yell and plunged into the underbrush. The crashing of his blind flight came back to me, muffled with distance. The girl was gone. Twim, the stranger on Tularosa, the curious glow that at first showed me the quadroon girl, had vanished. In my confusion, I have forgotten it, but I did not waste time on vain conjecture as to its source, as I groped my way back to the road. Mystery had come to the Penellans, and a ghostly light that hovered among the trees was only part of it. My horse snorted and pulled against his tether, frightened by the smell of blood that hung in the heavy damp air. Hoofs clattered down the road, forms bulked in the growing light. Voices challenged. Who's that? Step out and name yourself before we shoot. Hold on, Esau, I called. It's me, Kirby Buckner. Kirby Buckner, by thunder, ejaculated Esau Kamagride, lowering his pistol. The tall, rangy forms of the other riders loomed behind him. We heard a shot, said Mumbride. We was riding patrol on the roads around Grimesville like we've been riding every night for a week now, ever since they killed Ridge Jackson. Who killed Ridge Jackson? The swamp black people, that's all we know. Ridge come out of the woods early one morning and knocked at Cap'n Sorley's door. Cap'n says he was the color of ashes. He hollered for the cap'n for God's sake to let him in. He had something awful to tell him. Well, the cap'n started down to open the door, but before he'd got down the stairs he heard an awful row among the dogs outside, and a man screamed, he reckoned, was Ridge. And when he got to the door, there wasn't nothing but a dead dog laying in the yard with his head knocked in, and the others all going crazy. They found Ridge later out in the pines a few hundred yards from the house. From the way the ground and the bushes was tore up, he'd been dragged that far by 4 or 5 men. Maybe they got tired of hauling him along. Anyway, they beat his head into a pulp and left him laying there. I'll be damned, I muttered. Well, there is a couple of black people lying back there in the brush. I want to see if you know them. I don't. A moment later, we were standing in the tiny glade, now white in the growing dawn. A black shape sprawled on the matted pine needles, his head in a pool of blood and brains. There were wide smears of blood on the ground and bushes on the other side of the little clearing, but the wounded black was gone. McBride turned the carcass with his foot. One of them black people that came in with Saul Stark, he muttered. Who the devil's that? I demanded. Strange black man that moved in since you went down the river last time. Come from South Carolina, he says. Lives in that old cabin in the neck. You know the shack where Colonel Reynolds' black people used to live. Suppose you ride on to Grimesville with me, Esau, I said, and tell me about this business as we ride. The rest of you might scout around and see if you can find a wounded black man in the brush. They agreed without question. The Buckners have always been tacitly considered leaders in Canaan, and it came natural for me to offer suggestions. Nobody gives orders to white men in Canaan. I reckoned you'd be showing up soon, opined Ma Bride as we rode along the whitening road. You usually manage to keep up with what's happening in Canaan. What is happening? I inquired. I don't know anything. An old black woman dropped me the word in New Orleans that there was trouble. Naturally, I came home as fast as I could. 3 strange black people waylaid me. I was curiously disinclined to mention the woman. And now you tell me somebody killed Ridge Jackson. What's it all about? The swamp black people killed Ridge to shut his mouth, announced Ma Bride. That's the only way to figure it. They must have been close behind him when he knocked on Captain Sorley's door. Ridge worked for Captain Sorley most of his life. He thought a lot of the old man. Some kind of deviltry's being brewed up in the swamps, and Ridge wanted to warn the captain. That's the way I figure it. Warn him about what? We don't know, confessed Ma Bride. That's why we're all on edge. It must be an uprising. That word was enough to strike chill fear into the heart of any Canaan dweller. The blacks had risen in 1845, and the red terror of that revolt was not forgotten, nor the 3 lesser rebellions before it, when the slaves rose and spread fire and slaughter from Tularosa to the shores of Black River. The fear of a black uprising lurked forever in the depths of that forgotten back country. The very children absorbed it in their cradles. What makes you think it might be an uprising? I asked. The black people have all quit the fields, for one thing. They've all got business in Goshen. I ain't seen a black man nigh Grimesville for a week. The town black people have pulled out. In Canaan, we still draw a distinction born in antebellum days. Town black people are descendants of the house servants of the old days, and most of them live in or near Grimesville. There are not many compared to the mass of swamp black people who dwell on tiny farms along the creeks and the edge of the swamps, or in the black village of Goshen on the Tularosa. They are descendants of the field hands of other days, and untouched by the mellow civilization which refined the natures of the house servants, they remain as primitive as their African ancestors. "Where have the town black people gone?" I asked. "Nobody knows. They lit out a week ago, probably hiding down on Black River. If we win, they'll come back. If we don't, they'll take refuge in Sharpsville." I found his matter-of-factness a bit ghastly, as if the actuality of the uprising were an assured fact. "Well, what have you done?" I demanded. "Ain't much we could do," he confessed. "The black people ain't made no open move outside of killin' Ridge Jackson, and we couldn't prove who done that or why they done it. They ain't done nothing but clear out. But that's mighty suspicious. We can't keep from thinking Saul Stark's behind it." "Who is this fellow?" I asked. "I told you all I know already. He got permission to settle in that old deserted cabin on the neck. A great big black devil that talks better English than I like to hear a black man talk. But he was respectful enough. He had 3 or 4 big South Carolina bucks with him, and a brown wench which we don't know whether she's his daughter, sister, wife, or what. He ain't been into Grimesville but that one time, and a few weeks after he came to Canaan, the black people begun acting curious. Some of the boys wanted to ride over to Goshen and have a showdown, but that's taken a desperate chance." I knew he was thinking of a ghastly tale told sagas by our grandfathers of how a punitive expedition from Grimesville was once ambushed and butchered among the dense thickets that masked Goshen, then a rendezvous for runaway slaves, while another red-handed band devastated Grimesville, left defenseless by that reckless invasion. "Why, take all the men to get Saul Stark," said my bride, "and we don't dare leave the town unprotected. But we'll soon have to. Hello, what's this?" We had emerged from the trees and were just entering the village of Grimesville, the community center of the white population of Canaan. It was not pretentious. Log cabins, neat and whitewashed, were plentiful enough. Small cottages clustered about big old-fashioned houses which sheltered the rude aristocracy of that backwoods democracy. All the planter families lived in town. The country was occupied by their tenants, and by the small, independent farmers, white and black. A small log cabin stood near the point where the road wound out of the deep forest. Voices emanated from it in accents of menace, and a tall, lanky figure, rifle in hand, stood at the door. "Howdy, Esau!" this man hailed us. "By golly, if it ain't Kirby Buckner. Glad to see you, Kirby. What's up, Dick?" asked my bride. "Got a black man in the shack trying to make him talk?" Bill Reynolds seen him sneaking past the edge of town about daylight and nabbed him. "Who is it?" I asked. "Tope Sorley. John Willoughby's gone after a black snake." With a smothered oath, I swung off my horse and strode in, followed by my bride. Half a dozen men in boots and gun belts clustered about a pathetic figure cowering on an old broken bunk. Tope Sorley. His forebears had adopted the name of the family that owned them in slave days. Was a pitiable sight just then. His skin was ashy, his teeth chattered spasmodically, and his eyes seemed to be trying to roll back into his head. "Here is Kirby," ejaculated one of the men as I pushed my way through the group. "I'll bet he'll make this coon talk. Here comes John with the black snake," shouted someone, and a tremor ran through Tope Sorley's shivering body. I pushed aside the butt of the ugly whip thrust eagerly into my hand. "Tope," I said, "you've worked one of my father's farms for years. Has any Buckner ever treated you any way but square?" "No, sir," came faintly. Then what are you afraid of? Why don't you speak up? Something's going on in the swamps, you know, and I want you to tell us. Why the town black people have all run away, why Ridge Jackson was killed, why the swamp black people are acting so mysteriously. And what kind of devilment that cussed Saul Stark's cooking up over on Tularosa, shouted one of the men. Tope seemed to shrink into himself at the mention of Stark. I don't dast, he shuddered. He put me into swamp. Who? I demanded. Stark? Is Stark a conjure man? Tope sank his head in his hands and did not answer. I laid my hand on his shoulder. Tope, I said. You know, if you'll talk, we'll protect you. If you don't talk, I don't think Stark can treat you much rougher than these men are likely to. Now spill it. What's it all about? He lifted desperate eyes. You all got to let me stay here, he shuddered, and guard me and gimme money to get away on when the trouble's over. We'll do all that, I agreed instantly. You can stay right here in this cabin until you are ready to leave for New Orleans or wherever you want to go. He capitulated, collapsed, and words tumbled from his livid lips. Saul Stark's a conjure man. He come here because it's way off in back country. He aimed to kill all the white folks in Canaan. A growl rose from the group, such a growl as rises unbidden from the throat of the wolf pack that scents peril. He aimed to make himself king of Canaan. He sent me to spy this morning to see if Mr. Kirby got through. He sent men to waylay him on the road, 'cause he knowed Mr. Kirby was coming back to Canaan. Black people making voodoo on Tularosa for weeks now. Ridge Jackson was going to tell Captain Sorley. So Stark's black people follow him and kill him. That makes Stark mad. He ain't want to kill Ridge. He want to put him into swamp with Tunk Bixby and the others. What are you talking about? I demanded. Far out in the woods rose a strange, shrill cry, like the cry of a bird. But no such bird ever called before in Canaan. Tope cried out as if in answer and shriveled into himself. He sank down on the bunk in a veritable palsy of fear. That was a signal, I snapped. Some of you go out there. Half a dozen men hastened to follow my suggestion, and I returned to the task of making Tope renew his revelations. It was useless. Some hideous fear had sealed his lips. He lay shuddering like a stricken animal, and did not even seem to hear our questions. No one suggested the use of the black snake. Anyone could see the black was paralyzed with terror. Presently, the searchers returned, empty-handed. They had seen no one, and the thick carpet of pine needles showed no footprints. The men looked at me expectantly. As Colonel Buckner's son, leadership was expected of me. What about it, Kirby? Asked McBride. Breckenridge and the others have just rode in. They couldn't find that black man you cut up. There was another black man I hit with a pistol, I said. Maybe he came back and helped him. Still, I could not bring myself to mention the brown girl. Leave Tope alone. Maybe he'll get over his scare after a while. Better keep a guard in the cabin all the time. The swamp black people may try to get him as they got Ridge Jackson. Better scour the roads around the town, Esau. There may be some of them hiding in the woods. I will. I reckon you'll want to be getting up to the house now and seeing your folks. Yes, and I want to swap these toys for a couple of .44s. Then I'm going to ride out and tell the country people to come into Grimesville. If it's to be an uprising, we don't know when it will commence. You are not going alone, protested Mombride. I'll be all right, I answered impatiently. All this may not amount to anything, but it's best to be on the safe side. That's why I am going after the country folks. No, I don't want anybody to go with me. Just in case the black people do get crazy enough to attack the town, you'll need every man you've got. But if I can get hold of some of the swamp black people and talk to them, I don't think there'll be any attack. You won't get a glimpse of them, Mobert had predicted. 3 shadows over Canaan. It was not yet noon when I rode out of the village westward along the old road. Thick woods swallowed me quickly. Dense walls of pines marched with me on either hand, giving way occasionally to fields enclosed with straggling rail fences, with the log cabins of the tenants or owners close by, with the usual litters of tow-headed children and lank hound dogs. Some of the cabins were empty. The occupants, if white, had already gone into Grimesville. If black, they had gone into the swamps, or fled to the hidden refuge of the town black people, according to their affiliations. In any event, the vacancy of their hovels was sinister in its suggestion. A tense silence brooded over the Pinellans, broken only by the occasional wailing call of a plowman. My progress was not swift, for from time to time I turned off the main road to give warning to some lonely cabin huddled on the bank of one of the many thicket-fringed creeks. Most of these farms were south of the road. The white settlements did not extend far to the north, for in that direction lay Tularosa Creek, with its jungle-grown marshes that stretched inlets southward like groping fingers. The actual warning was brief. There was no need to argue or explain. I called from the saddle, "Get into town. Trouble's brewing on Tularosa." Faces paled, and people dropped whatever they were doing. The men to grab guns and jerk mules from the plow to hitch to the wagons, the women to bundle necessary belongings together, and shrill the children in from their play. As I rode, I heard the cow horns blowing up and down the creeks, summoning men from distant fields, blowing as they had not blown for a generation, a warning and a defiance which I knew carried to such ears as might be listening in the edges of the swamplands. The country emptied itself behind me, flowing in thin but steady streams toward Grimesville. The sun was swinging low among the topmost branches of the pines when I reached the Richardson cabin, the westernmost white cabin in Canaan. Beyond it lay the neck, the angle formed by the junction of Tularosa with Black River, a jungle-like expanse occupied only by scattered black huts. Mrs. Richardson called to me anxiously from the cabin stoop. "Well, Mr. Kirby, I am glad to see you back in Canaan." "We've been hearing the horns all evening, Mr. Kirby. What's it mean?" It ain't. You and Joe better get the children and light out for Grimesville," I answered. "Nothing's happened yet, and may not. But it's best to be on the safe side. All the people are going." "We'll go right now," she gasped, paling as she snatched off her apron. "Lord, Mr. Kirby, you reckon they'll cut us off before we can get to town?" I shook my head. "They'll strike at night, if at all. We're just playing safe. Probably nothing will come of it. I bet you were wrong there," she predicted, scurrying about in desperate activity. "I've been hearing a drum beating off towards Saul Stark's cabin, off and on. For a week now they beat drums back in the big Upperzing. My pappy's told me about it many's the time. The black man skinned his brother alive. The horns was blowing all up and down the creeks, and the drums was beating louder than the horns could blow. You'll be riding back with us, won't you, Mr. Kirby?" "No, I am going to scout down along the trail a piece." "Don't go too far. You are liable to run into old Saul Stark and his devil's lord. Where is that man, Joe? Joe!" As I rode down the trail, her shrill voice followed me, thin-edged with fear. Beyond the Richardson, farm pines gave way to live oaks. The underbrush grew ranker. A scent of rotting vegetation impregnated the fitful breeze. Occasionally I sighted a black man hut, half hidden under the trees, but always it stood silent and deserted. Empty black man cabins meant but one thing. The blacks were collecting at Goshen, some miles to the east on the Tularosa, and that gathering, too, could have but one meaning. My goal was Saul Stark's hut. My intention had been formed when I heard Tope Sorley's incoherent tale. There could be no doubt that Saul Stark was the dominant figure in this web of mystery. With Saul Stark I meant to deal. That I might be risking my life was a chance any man must take who assumes the responsibility of leadership. The sun slanted through the lower branches of the cypresses when I reached it. A log cabin sat against a background of gloomy tropical jungle. A few steps beyond it began the uninhabitable swamp in which Tularusa emptied its murky current into Black River. A reek of decay hung in the air. Gray moss bearded the trees, and poisonous vines twisted in rank tangles. I called, "Stark, Saul, Stark, come out here." There was no answer. A primitive silence hovered over the tiny clearing. I dismounted, tied my horse, and approached the crude, heavy door. Perhaps this cabin held a clue to the mystery of Saul Stark. At least it doubtless contained the implements and paraphernalia of his noisome craft. The faint breeze dropped suddenly. The stillness became so intense it was like a physical impact. I paused, startled. It was as if some inner instinct had shouted urgent warning. As I stood there, every fiber of me quivered in response to that subconscious warning. Some obscure, deep-hidden instinct sensed peril, as a man senses the presence of the rattlesnake in the darkness, or the swamp panther crouching in the bushes. I drew a pistol, sweeping the trees and bushes, but saw no shadow or movement to betray the ambush I feared. But my instinct was unerring. What I sensed was not lurking in the woods about me. It was inside the cabin, waiting. Trying to shake off the feeling, and irked by a vague half-memory that kept twitching at the back of my brain, I again advanced. And again I stopped short, with one foot on the tiny stoop, and a hand half advanced to pull open the door. A chill shivering swept over me. A sensation like that which shakes a man to whom a flicker of lightning has revealed the black abyss into which another blind step would have hurled him. For the first time in my life, I knew the meaning of fear. I knew that black horror lurked in that sullen cabin under the moss-bearded cypresses, a horror against which every primitive instinct that was my heritage cried out in panic. And that insistent half-memory woke suddenly. It was the memory of a story of how voodoo men leave their huts guarded in their absence by a powerful juju spirit to deal madness and death to the intruder. White men ascribe such deaths to superstitious fright and hypnotic suggestion. But in that instant I understood my sense of lurking peril. I comprehended the horror that breathed like an invisible mist from that accursed hut. I sensed the reality of the juju, of which the grotesque wooden images which voodoo men place in their huts are only a symbol. Saul Stark was gone, but he had left the presence to guard his hut. I backed away, sweat beading the backs of my hands. Not for a bag of gold would I have peered into the shuttered windows or touched that unbolted door. My pistol hung in my hand, useless I knew against the thing in that cabin. What it was I could not know, but I knew it was some brutish, soulless entity drawn from the black swamps by the spells of voodoo. Man and the natural animals are not the only sentient beings that haunt this planet. There are invisible things, like spirits of the deep swamps, and the slimes of the riverbeds. The black people know of them. My horse was trembling like a leaf, and he shouldered close to me as if seeking security and bodily contact. I mounted and reined away, fighting a panicky urge to strike in the spurs and bolt madly down the trail. I breathed an involuntary sigh of relief as the somber clearing fell away behind me and was lost from sight. I did not, as soon as I was out of sight of the cabin, revile myself for a silly fool. My experience was too vivid in my mind. It was not cowardice that prompted my retreat from that empty hut. It was the natural instinct of self-preservation, such as keeps a squirrel from entering the lair of a rattlesnake. My horse snorted and shied violently. A gun was in my hand before I saw what had startled me. Again a rich musical laugh taunted me. She was leaning against a bent tree trunk, her hands clasped behind her sleek head, insolently posing her sensuous figure. The barbaric fascination of her was not dispelled by daylight. If anything, the glow of the low-hanging sun enhanced it. "Why did you not go into the Juju cabin, Kirby Buckner?" she mocked, lowering her arms and moving insolently out from the tree. She was clad as I had never seen a swamp woman or any other woman dressed. Snakeskin sandals were on her feet, sewn with tiny seashells that were never gathered on this continent. A short silken skirt of flaming crimson molded her full hips and was upheld by a broad bead-worked girdle. Barbaric anklets and armlets clashed as she moved, heavy ornaments of crudely hammered gold that were as African as her loftily piled coiffure. Nothing else she wore, and on her bosom between her arching breasts, I glimpsed the faint lines of tattooing on her brown skin. She posed derisively before me, not in allure, but in mockery. Triumphant malice blazed in her dark eyes, her red lips curled with cruel mirth. Looking at her then, I found it easy to believe all the tales I had heard of torture and mutilations inflicted by the women of savage races on wounded enemies. She was alien even in this primitive setting. She needed a grimmer, more bestial background, a background of steaming jungle, reeking black swamps, flaring fires and cannibal feasts, and the bloody altars of abysmal tribal gods. Kirby Buckner. She seemed to caress the syllables with her red tongue, yet the very intonation was an obscene insult. Why did you not enter Saul Stark's cabin? It was not locked. Did you fear what you might see there? Did you fear you might come out with your hair white like an old man's, and the drooling lips of an imbecile? What's in that hut? I demanded. She laughed in my face, and snapped her fingers with a peculiar gesture. One of the ones which come oozing like black mist out of the night when Saul Stark beats the juju drum and shrieks the black incantation to the gods that crawl on their bellies in the swamp. What is he doing here? The black folk were quiet until he came. Her red lips curled disdainfully. Those black dogs. They are his slaves. If they disobey, he kills them or puts them in the swamp. For long we have looked for a place to begin our rule. We have chosen Canaan. You whites must go. And since we know that white people can never be driven away from their land, we must kill you all. It was my turn to laugh grimly. They tried that back in 45. They did not have Saul Stark to lead them then, she answered calmly. Well, suppose they won. Do you think that would be the end of it? Other white men would come into Canaan and kill them all. They would have to cross water, she answered. We can defend the rivers and creeks. Saul Stark will have many servants in the swamps to do his bidding. He will be king of Black Canaan. No one can cross the waters to come against him. He will rule his tribe as his fathers ruled their tribes in the ancient land. Mad as a loon, I muttered. Then curiosity impelled me to ask, who is this fool? What are you to him? He is the son of a Congo witch-finder, and he is the greatest voodoo priest out of the ancient land, she answered, laughing at me again. You shall learn who I am tonight in the swamp, in the house of Damballa. Yes, I grunted. What's to prevent me from taking you into Grimesville with me? You know the answers to questions I'd like to ask. Her laughter was like the slash of a velvet whip. You drag me to the village of the whites. Not all death and hell could keep me from the dance of the skull. Tonight, in the house of Damballa. You are my captive already. She laughed derisively as I started and glared into the shadows about me. No one is hiding there. I am alone, and you are the strongest man in Canaan. Even Saul Stark fears you, for he sent me with 3 men to kill you before you could reach the village. Yet you are my captive. I have but to beckon so, she crooked a contemptuous finger, and you will follow to the fires of Damballa and the knives of the torturers. I laughed at her, but my mirth rang hollow. I could not deny the incredible magnetism of this brown enchantress. It fascinated and impelled, drawing me toward her, beating at my willpower. I could not fail to recognize it any more than I could fail to recognize the peril in the juju hut. My agitation was apparent to her, for her eyes flashed with unholy triumph. "Black men are fools, all but Saul Stark," she laughed. "White men are fools too. I am the daughter of a white man who lived in the hut of a black king and mated with his daughters. I know the strength of white men and their weakness. I failed last night when I met you in the woods, but now I cannot fail." Savage exultation thrummed in her voice. "By the blood in your veins I have snared you. The knife of the man you killed scratched your hand. 7 drops of blood that fell on the pine needles have given me your soul. I took that blood and Saul Stark gave me the man who ran away. Saul Stark hates cowards with his hot, quivering heart. And 7 drops of your blood. Kirby Buckner. Deep in the swamps I have made such magic as none but a bride of Damballa can make. Already you feel its urge. Oh, you are strong. The man you fought with the knife died less than an hour later. But you cannot fight me. Your blood makes you my slave. I have put a conjurement upon you." By heaven, it was not mere madness she was mouthing. Hypnotism, magic, call it what you will. I felt its onslaught on my brain and will, a blind, senseless impulse that seemed to be rushing me against my will to the brink of some nameless abyss. "I have made a charm you cannot resist," she cried. "When I call you, you will come. Into the deep swamps you will follow me. You will see the dance of the skull, and you will see the doom of a poor fool who sought to betray Saul Stark, who dreamed he could resist the call of Damballa when it came. Into the swamp he goes tonight with Tunk, Bixby, and the other 4 fools who opposed Saul Stark. You shall see that. You shall know and understand your own doom. And then you too shall go into the swamp, into darkness and silence, deep as the darkness of nighted Africa. But before the darkness engulfs you, there will be sharp knives and little fires. Oh, you will scream for death, even for the death that is beyond death." With a choking cry, I whipped out a pistol and leveled it full at her breast. It was cocked, and my finger was on the trigger. At that range I could not miss, but she looked full into the black muzzle and laughed, 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 in wild peals that froze the blood in my veins. And I sat there like an image pointing a pistol I could not fire. A frightful paralysis gripped me. I knew with numbing certainty that my life depended on the pull of that trigger. But I could not crook my finger not, though every muscle in my body quivered with the effort, and sweat broke out on my face in clammy beads. She ceased laughing then, and stood looking at me in a manner indescribably sinister. "You cannot shoot me, Kirby Buckner," she said quietly. "I have enslaved your soul. You cannot understand my power, but it has ensnared you. It is the lure of the bride of Damballa, the blood I have mixed with the mystic waters of Africa, drawing the blood in your veins. Tonight you will come to me. In the house of Damballa, you lie." My voice was an unnatural croak bursting from dry lips. "You've hypnotized me. You she-devil, so I can't pull this trigger. But you can't drag me across the swamps to you. It is you who lie," she returned calmly. "You know you lie. Ride back toward Grimesville or wherever you will, Kirby Buckner. But when the sun sets and the black shadows crawl out of the swamps, you will see me beckoning you, and you will follow me. Long I have planned your doom, Kirby Buckner, since first I heard the white men of Canaan talking of you. It was I who sent the word down the river that brought you back to Canaan. Not even Saul Stark knows of my plans for you. At dawn, Grimesville shall go up in flames, and the heads of the white men will be tossed in the blood-running streets. But tonight is the night of Damballa. and a white sacrifice shall be given to the black gods. Hidden among the trees you shall watch the dance of the skull, and then I shall call you forth to die. And now, go, fool, run as far and as fast as you will. At sunset, wherever you are, you will turn your footsteps toward the house of Damballa, and with the spring of a panther she was gone into the thick brush, and as she vanished, the strange paralysis dropped from me. With a gasped oath, I fired blindly after her, but only a mocking laugh floated back to me. Then in a panic I wrenched my horse about and spurred him down the trail. Reason and logic had momentarily vanished from my brain, leaving me in the grasp of blind primitive fear. I had confronted sorcery beyond my power to resist. I had felt my will mastered by the mesmerism in a brown woman's eyes, and now one driving urge overwhelmed me. A wild desire to cover as much distance as I could before that low-hanging sun dipped below the horizon and the black shadows came crawling from the swamps. And yet I knew I could not outrun the grisly specter that menaced me. I was like a man fleeing in a nightmare, trying to escape from a monstrous phantom which kept pace with me despite my desperate speed. I had not reached the Richardson cabin when above the drumming of my flight I heard the clop of hoofs ahead of me, and an instant later, sweeping around a kink in the trail, I almost rode down a tall, lanky man on an equally gaunt horse. He yelped and dodged back as I jerked my horse to its haunches, my pistol presented at his breast. "Look out, Kirby." "It's me, Jim Braxton. My God, you look like you'd seen a ghost." "What's chasing you? Where are you going?" I demanded, lowering my gun. "Looking for you. Folks got worried as it got late and you didn't come in with the refugees." "I lowed I light out and look for you," Ms. Richardson said. "You rode into the neck. Where in tarnation you been?" "To Saul Stark's cabin." "You taking a big chance? What you find there?" The sight of another white man had somewhat steadied my nerves. I opened my mouth to narrate my adventure, and was shocked to hear myself saying instead, "Nothing. He wasn't there." "Thought I heard a gun crack a while ago," he remarked, glancing sharply at me sidewise. "I shot at a copperhead," I answered, and shuddered. This reticence regarding the brown woman was compulsory. I could no more speak of her than I could pull the trigger of the pistol aimed at her. And I cannot describe the horror that beset me when I realized this. The conjure spells the black men feared were not lies. I realized sickly. Demons in human form did exist who were able to enslave men's will and thoughts. Braxton was eyeing me strangely. "We're lucky the woods ain't full of black copperheads," he said. "Tope Sorley's pulled out." "What do you mean?" By an effort, I pulled myself together. "Just that. Tom Breckenridge was in the cabin with him. Tope hadn't said a word since you talked to him. Just laid on that bunk and shivered. Then a kind of holler begun way out in the woods, and Tom went to the door with his rifle gun, but couldn't see nothing. Well, while he was standing there, he got a lick on the head from behind, and as he fell, he seen that crazy black man Tope jump over him and light out for the woods. Tom, he taken a shot at him, but missed. Now, what you make of that? The call of Damballa, I muttered, a chill perspiration beating my body. God, the poor devil. Huh, what's that? For God's sake, let's not stand here mouthing. The sun will soon be down. In a frenzy of impatience, I kicked my mount down the trail. Braxton followed me, obviously puzzled. With a terrific effort, I got a grip on myself. How madly fantastic it was that Kirby Buckner should be shaking in the grip of unreasoning terror. It was so alien to my whole nature that it was no wonder Jim Braxton was unable to comprehend what ailed me. Tope didn't go of his own free will, I said. That call was a summons he couldn't resist. Hypnotism. Black magic. Voodoo, whatever you want to call it. Saul. Stark has some damnable power that enslaves men's willpower. The blacks are gathered somewhere in the swamp for some kind of a devilish voodoo ceremony, which I have reason to believe will culminate in the murder of Tope Sorley. We've got to get to Grimesville if we can. I expect an attack at dawn." Braxton was pale in the dimming light. He did not ask me where I got my knowledge. "We'll lick 'em when they come, but it'll be a slaughter." I did not reply. My eyes were fixed with savage intensity on the sinking sun, and as it slid out of sight behind the trees, I was shaken with an icy tremor. In vain I told myself that no occult power could draw me against my will. If she had been able to compel me, why had she not forced me to accompany her from the glade of the Juju hut? A grisly whisper seemed to tell me that she was but playing with me as a cat allows a mouse almost to escape, only to be pounced upon again. "Kirby, what's the matter with you?" I scarcely heard Braxton's anxious voice. "You were sweatin' and shakin' like you had the aggers. What you stoppin' for?" I had not consciously pulled on the rein, but my horse halted and stood trembling and snorting before the mouth of a narrow trail, which meandered away at right angles from the road we were following, a trail that led north. "Listen," I hissed tensely. "What is it?" Braxton drew a pistol. The brief twilight of the Pinellans was deepening into dusk. "Don't you hear it?" I muttered. Drums beating in Goshen." "I don't hear nothin'," he mumbled uneasily. "If they was beatin' drums in Goshen, you couldn't hear 'em this far away. Look there." My sharp, sudden cry made him start. I was pointing down the dim trail at the figure which stood there in the dusk less than 100 yards away. There in the dusk I saw her, even made out the gleam of her strange eyes, the mocking smile on her red lips. "Saul Stark's brown wench," I raved, tearing at my scabbard. "My God, man, are you stone blind? Don't you see her?" "I don't see nobody," he whispered, livid. "What are you talking about, Kirby?" With eyes glaring, I fired down the trail, and fired again, and yet again. This time no paralysis gripped my arm, but the smiling face still mocked me from the shadows. A slender, rounded arm lifted. A finger beckoned imperiously. And then she was gone, and I was spurring my horse down the narrow trail, blind, deaf, and dumb, with a sensation as of being caught in a black tide that was carrying me with it as it rushed on to a destination beyond my comprehension. Dimly, I heard Braxton's urgent yells, and then he drew up beside me with a clatter of hoofs and grabbed my reins, setting my horse back on its haunches. I remember striking at him with my gun barrel without realizing what I was doing. All the black rivers of Africa were surging and foaming within my consciousness, roaring into a torrent that was sweeping me down to engulf me in an ocean of doom. "Kirby, are you crazy? This trail leads to Goshen." I shook my head dazedly. The foam of the rushing waters swirled in my brain and my voice sounded far away. "Go back, ride for Grimesville. I am going to Goshen." "Kirby, you are mad." "Mad or sane, I am going to Goshen this night," I answered dully. I was fully conscious. I knew what I was saying and what I was doing. I realized the incredible folly of my action, and I realized my inability to help myself. Some shred of sanity impelled me to try to conceal the grisly truth from my companion, to offer a rational reason for my madness. Saul Stark is in Goshen. He's the one who's responsible for all this trouble. I'm going to kill him. That will stop the uprising before it starts. He was trembling like a man with the ague. Then I am going with you. You must go on to Grimesville and warn the people. I insisted, holding to sanity, but feeling a strong urge begin to seize me. An irresistible urge to be in motion, to be riding in the direction toward which I was so horribly drawn. "They'll be on their guard," he said stubbornly. "They won't need my warning. I am going with you. I don't know what's got in you, but I ain't going to let you die alone among these black woods." I did not argue. I could not. The blind rivers were sweeping me on, and down the trail, dim in the dusk, I glimpsed a supple figure, caught the gleam of uncanny eyes, the crook of a lifted finger. Then I was in motion, galloping down the trail, and I heard the drum of Braxton's horse's hoofs behind me. 4. The dwellers in the swamp night fell, and the moon shone through the trees, blood-red behind the black branches. The horses were growing hard to manage. They got more sense than us, Kirby, muttered Braxton. Panther, maybe, I replied absently, my eyes searching the gloom of the trail ahead. Nah, 'tain't. Closer we get to Goshen, the worse they get. And every time we swing nigh to a creek, they shy and snort. The trail had not yet crossed any of the narrow, muddy creeks that crisscrossed that end of Canaan, but several times it had swung so close to one of them that we glimpsed the black streak that was water glinting dully in the shadows of the thick growth. And each time I remembered. The horses showed signs of fear, but I had hardly noticed, wrestling as I was with the grisly compulsion that was driving me. Remember, I was not like a man in a hypnotic trance. I was fully awake, fully conscious. Even the days in which I had seemed to hear the roar of black rivers had passed, leaving my mind clear, my thoughts lucid. And that was the sweating hell of it. To realize my folly clearly and poignantly, but to be unable to conquer it. Vividly I realized that I was riding to torture and death, and leading a faithful friend to the same end. But on I went. My efforts to break the spell that gripped me almost unseated my reason, but on I went. I cannot explain my compulsion, any more than I can explain why a sliver of steel is drawn to a magnet. It was a black power beyond the ring of white man's knowledge. A basic, elemental thing of which formal hypnotism is but scanty crumbs spilled at random. A power beyond my control was drawing me to Goshen, and beyond, more I cannot explain, any more than the rabbit could explain why the eyes of the swaying serpent draw him into its gaping jaws. We were not far from Goshen when Braxton's horse unseated its rider, and my own began snorting and plunging. "They won't go no closer," gasped Braxton, fighting at the reins. I swung off, threw the reins over the saddle horn. "Go back, for God's sake, Jim. I am going on afoot." I heard him whimper an oath. Then his horse was galloping after mine, and he was following me on foot. The thought that he must share my doom sickened me, but I could not dissuade him. And ahead of me a supple form was dancing in the shadows, luring me on. I wasted no more bullets on that mocking shape. Braxton could not see it, and I knew it was part of my enchantment. No real woman of flesh and blood, but a hell-born will-o'-the-wisp, mocking me and leading me through the night to a hideous death. Ascending, the people of the Orient, who are wiser than we, call such a thing. Braxton peered nervously at the black forest walls about us, and I knew his flesh was crawling with the fear of sawed-off shotguns, blasting us suddenly from the shadows. But it was no ambush of lead or steel I feared, as we emerged into the moonlit clearing that housed the cabins of Goshen. The double line of log cabins faced each other across the dusty street. One line backed against the bank of Tularosa Creek. The back stoops almost overhung the black waters. Nothing moved in the moonlight. No lights showed. No smoke oozed up from the stick and mud chimneys. It might have been a dead town, deserted and forgotten. "It's a trap," hissed Braxton, his eyes blazing slits. He bent forward like a skulking panther, a gun in each hand. "They're layin' for us in them huts." Then he cursed, but followed me as I strode down the street. I did not hail the silent huts. I knew Goshen was deserted. I felt its emptiness. Yet there was a contradictory sensation as of spying eyes fixed upon us. I did not try to reconcile these opposite convictions. "They're gone," muttered Braxton nervously. "I can't smell 'em." "I can always smell black people, if there are a lot of 'em, or if they're right close." "You reckon they've already gone to raid Grimesville?" "No," I muttered. "They're in the house of Damballa." He shot a quick glance at me. "That's a neck of land in the Tularusa, about 3 miles west of here. My grandpop used to talk about it. The black people held their heathen palivers there back in slave times." "You ain't, Kirby. You. Listen." I wiped the icy sweat from my face. "Listen." Through the black woodlands, the faint throb of a drum whispered on the wind that glided up the shadowy reaches of the Tularusa. Braxton shivered. "It's them, all right. But for God's sake, Kirby, look out!" With an oath, he sprang toward the houses on the bank of the creek. I was after him just in time to glimpse a dark, clumsy object scrambling or tumbling down the sloping bank into the water. Braxton threw up his long pistol, then lowered it with a baffled curse. A faint splash marked the disappearance of the creature. The shiny black surface crinkled with spreading ripples. "What was it?" I demanded. "A black man on his all fours," swore Braxton. His face was strangely pallid in the moonlight. He was crouched between them cabins there watching us. It must have been an alligator. What a mystery is the human mind. I was arguing for sanity and logic. I, the blind victim of a compulsion beyond sanity and logic. A black man would have to come up for air. He swum under the water and come up in the shadow of the bresh where we couldn't see him, maintained Braxton. Now, he'll go warn Saul Stark. Never mind. The pulse was thrumming in my temples again, the roar of foaming waters rising irresistibly in my brain. I am going straight through the swamp. For the last time. Go back. No. Sane or mad, I am going with you. The pulse of the drum was fitful, growing more distinct as we advanced. We struggled through jungle-thick growth. Tangled vines tripped us. Our boots sank in scummy mire. We were entering the fringe of the swamp, which grew deeper and denser until it culminated in the uninhabitable morass where the Tularusa flowed into Black River, miles farther to the west. The moon had not yet set, but the shadows were black under the interlacing branches with their mossy beards. We plunged into the first creek we must cross, one of the many muddy streams flowing into the Tularusa. The water was only thigh-deep, the moss-clogged bottom fairly firm. My foot felt the edge of a sheer drop, and I warned Braxton, "Look out for a deep hole. Keep right behind me." His answer was unintelligible. He was breathing heavily, crowding close behind me, just as I reached the sloping bank and pulled myself up by the slimy, projecting roots. The water was violently agitated behind me. Braxton cried out incoherently and hurled himself up the bank, almost upsetting me. I wheeled, gun in hand, but saw only the black water seething and whirling after his thrashing rushed through it. "What the devil, Jim? Something grabbed me," he panted. "Something out of the deep hole I tore loose and busted up the bank. I tell you, Kirby, something's following us, something that swims under the water. Maybe it was that black man you saw. These swamp people swim like fish. Maybe he swam up under the water to try to drown you." He shook his head, staring at the black water, gun in hand. It smelled like a black man, and the little I saw of it looked like a black man, but it didn't feel like any kind of a human. "Well, it was an alligator then," I muttered absently as I turned away. As always when I halted, even for a moment, the roar of peremptory and imperious rivers shook the foundations of my reason. He splashed after me without comment. Scummy puddles rose about our ankles, and we stumbled over moss-grown cypress knees. Ahead of us there loomed another wider creek, and Braxton caught my arm. "Don't do it, Kirby," he gasped. "If we go into that water, it'll get us sure." "What?" "I don't know. Whatever it was that flopped down that bank back there in Goshen. The same thing that grabbed me in that creek back yonder. Kirby, let's go back." Go back?" I laughed in bitter agony. "I wish to God I could. I've got to go on. Either Saul Stark or I must die before dawn." He licked dry lips and whispered, "Go on then. I am with you. Come, heaven or hell." He thrust his pistol back into its scabbard and drew a long, keen knife from his boot. "Go ahead." I climbed down the sloping bank and splashed into the water that rose to my hips. The cypress branches bent a gloomy, moss-trailing arch over the creek. The water was black as midnight. Braxton was a blur. Toiling behind me, I gained the first shelf of the opposite bank and paused, in water knee-deep, to turn and look back at him. Everything happened at once. Then I saw Braxton halt short, staring at something on the bank behind me. He cried out, whipped out a gun, and fired. Just as I turned, in the flash of the gun, I glimpsed a supple form reeling backward, a brown face fiendishly contorted. Then, in the momentary blindness that followed the flash, I heard Jim Braxton scream. Sight and brain cleared in time to show me a sudden swirl of the murky water, a round black object breaking the surface behind Jim, and then Braxton gave a strangled cry and went under with a frantic thrashing and splashing. With an incoherent yell, I sprang into the creek, stumbled, and went to my knees, almost submerging myself. As I struggled up, I saw Braxton's head, now streaming blood, break the surface for an instant, and I lunged toward it. It went under, and another head appeared in its place, a shadowy black head. I stabbed at it ferociously, and my knife cut only the blank water as the thing dipped out of sight. I staggered from the wasted force of the blow, and when I righted myself, the water lay unbroken about me. I called Jim's name, but there was no answer. Then panic laid a cold hand on me, and I splashed to the bank, sweating and trembling. With the water no higher than my knees, I halted and waited for I knew not what. But presently, down the creek a short distance, I made out a vague object lying in the shallow water near the shore. I waded to it, through the clinging mud and crawling vines. It was Jim Braxton, and he was dead. It was not the wound in his head which had killed him. Probably he had struck a submerged rock when he was dragged under, but the marks of strangling fingers showed black on his throat. At the sight, a nameless horror oozed out of that black swamp water and coiled itself clammily about my soul, for no human fingers ever left such marks as those. I had seen a head rise in the water, a head that looked like that of a black, though the features had been indistinct in the darkness. But no man, white or black, ever possessed the fingers that had crushed the life out of Jim Braxton. The distant drum grunted as if in mockery. I dragged the body up on the bank and left it. I could not linger longer, for the madness was foaming in my brain again, driving me with white-hot spurs. But as I climbed the bank, I found blood on the bushes, and was shaken by the implication. I remembered the figure I had seen staggering in the flash of Braxton's gun. She had been there, waiting for me on the bank. Then not a spectral illusion, but the woman herself, in flesh and blood. Braxton had fired at her and wounded her, but the wound could not have been mortal, for no corpse lay among the bushes, and the grim hypnosis that dragged me onward was unweakened. Dizzily, I wondered if she could be killed by mortal weapons. The moon had set. The starlight scarcely penetrated the interwoven branches. No more creeks barred my way, only shallow streams through which I splashed with sweating haste. Yet I did not expect to be attacked. Twice the dweller in the depths had passed me by to attack my companion. In icy despair, I knew I was being saved for a grimmer fate. Each stream I crossed might be hiding the monster that killed Jim Braxton. Those creeks were all connected in a network of winding waterways. It could follow me easily, but my horror of it was less than the horror of the jungle-born magnetism that lurked in a witch-woman's eyes. And as I stumbled through the tangled vegetation, I heard the drum rumbling ahead of me louder and louder in demoniacal mockery. Then a human voice mingled with its mutter, in a long, drawn cry of horror and agony that set every fiber of me quivering with sympathy. Sweat coursed down my clammy flesh. Soon my own voice might be lifted like that, under unnameable torture. But on I went, my feet moving like automatons, apart from my body, motivated by a will not my own. The drum grew loud, and a fire glowed among the black trees. Presently, crouching among the bushes, I stared across the stretch of black water that separated me from a nightmare scene. My halting there was as compulsory as the rest of my actions had been. Vaguely I knew the stage for horror had been set, but the time for my entry upon it was not yet. When the time had come, I would receive my summons. A low, wooded island split the black creek, connected with the shore opposite me by a narrow neck of land. At its lower end, the creek split into a network of channels threading their way among hummocks and rotting logs and moss-grown, vine-tangled clumps of trees. Directly across from my refuge, the shore of the island was deeply indented by an arm of open, deep black water. Bearded trees walled a small clearing and partly hid a hut. Between the hut and the shore burned a fire that sent up weird twisting snake tongues of green flames. Scores of black people squatted under the shadows of the overhanging branches. When the green fire lit their faces, it lent them the appearance of drowned corpses. In the midst of the glade stood a giant black, an awesome statue in black marble. He was clad in ragged trousers, but on his head was a band of beaten gold set with a huge red jewel, and on his feet were barbaric sandals. His features reflected titanic vitality no less than his huge body, but he was all black, flaring nostrils, thick lips, ebony skin. I knew I looked upon Saul Stark, the Conjure Man. He was regarding something that lay in the sand before him, something dark and bulky that moaned feebly. Presently, lifting his head, he rolled out a sonorous invocation across the black waters. From the blacks huddled under the trees there came a shuddering response, like a wind wailing through midnight branches. Both invocation and response were framed in an unknown tongue. A guttural, primitive language, a gang, he called out, this time a curious, high-pitched wail. A shuddering sigh swept the black people. All eyes were fixed on the dusky water, and presently an object rose slowly from the depths. A sudden trembling shook me, that looked like the head of a black one after another. It was followed by similar objects, until 5 heads reared above the black, cypress-shadowed water. They might have been 5 black people submerged, except for their heads. But I knew this was not so. There was something diabolical here. Their silence, motionlessness, their whole aspect was unnatural. From the trees came the hysterical sobbing of women, and someone whimpered a man's name. Then Saul Stark lifted his hands, and the 5 heads silently sank out of sight. Like a ghostly whisper, I seemed to hear the voice of the African witch. He puts them in the swamp. Stark's deep voice rolled out across the narrow water, and now the dance of the skull to make the conjure sure. What had the witch said? Hidden among the trees you shall watch the dance of the skull. The drum struck up again, growling and rumbling. The blacks swayed on their haunches, lifting a wordless chant. Saul Stark paced measuredly about the figure on the sand, his arms weaving cryptic patterns. Then he wheeled and faced toward the other end of the glade. By some sleight of hand he now grasped a grinning human skull, and this he cast upon the wet sand beyond the body. Bride of Damballa, he thundered, The sacrifice awaits." There was an expectant pause. The chanting sank. All eyes were glued on the farther end of the glade. Stark stood waiting, and I saw him scowl as if puzzled. Then, as he opened his mouth to repeat the call, a barbaric figure moved out of the shadows. At the sight of her, a chill shuddering shook me. For a moment she stood motionless, the firelight glinting on her gold ornaments, her head hanging on her breast. A tense silence reigned, and I saw Saul Stark staring at her sharply. She seemed to be detached somehow, standing aloof and withdrawn, head bent strangely. Then, as if rousing herself, she began to sway with a jerky rhythm, and presently whirled into the mazes of a dance that was ancient when the ocean drowned the Black Kings of Atlantis. I cannot describe it. It was bestiality and diabolism set to motion, framed in a writhing, spinning whirl of posturing and gesturing that would have appalled a dancer of the pharaohs. And that cursed skull danced with her, rattling and clashing on the sand. It bounded and spun like a live thing in time with her leaps and prancings. And that cursed skull danced with her, rattling and clashing on the sand, but there was something amiss. I sensed it. Her arms hung limp, her drooping head swayed, her legs bent and faltered, making her lurch drunkenly and out of time. A murmur rose from the people, and bewilderment etched Saul Stark's black countenance. For the domination of a conjure man is a thing hinged on a hair trigger. Any trifling dislocation of formula or ritual may disrupt the whole web of his enchantment. As for me, I felt the perspiration freeze on my flesh as I watched the grisly dance. The unseen shackles that bound me to that gyrating she-devil were strangling, crushing me. I knew she was approaching a climax when she would summon me from my hiding place to wade through the black waters to the house of Damballa, to my doom. Now she whirled to a floating stop, and when she halted poised on her toes, she faced toward the spot where I lay hidden. And I knew that she could see me as plainly as if I stood in the open, knew too somehow that only she knew of my presence. I felt myself toppling on the edge of the abyss. She raised her head, and I saw the flame of her eyes, even at that distance. Her face was lit with awful triumph. Slowly she raised her hand, and I felt my limbs begin to jerk in response to that terrible magnetism. She opened her mouth, but from that open mouth sounded only a choking gurgle, and suddenly her lips were dyed crimson. And suddenly, without warning, her knees gave way, and she pitched headlong into the sands. And as she fell, so I too fell, sinking into the mire. Something burst in my brain with a shower of flame, and then I was crouching among the trees, weak and trembling, but with such a sense of freedom and lightness of limb as I never dreamed a man could experience. The black spell that gripped me was broken. The foul incubus lifted from my soul. It was as if light had burst upon a night blacker than African midnight. At the fall of the girl, a wild cry arose from the blacks, and they sprang up, trembling on the verge of panic. I saw their rolling white eyeballs, their bared teeth glistening in the firelight. Saul Stark had worked their primitive natures up to a pitch of madness, meaning to turn this frenzy at the proper time into a fury of battle. It could as easily turn into an hysteria of terror. Stark shouted sharply at them, but just then the girl in a last convulsion rolled over on the wet sand, and the firelight shone on a round hole between her breasts, which still oozed crimson. Jim Braxton's bullet had found its mark, Fran. The first I had felt that she was not wholly human. Some black jungle spirit sired her, lending her the abysmal subhuman vitality that made her what she was. She had said that neither death nor hell could keep her from the dance of the skull. And, shot through the heart and dying, she had come through the swamp from the creek, where she had received her death wound, to the house of Damballa. And the dance of the skull had been her death dance, dazed as a condemned man just granted a reprieve. At first, I hardly grasped the meaning of the scene that now unfolded before me. The blacks were in a frenzy. In the sudden and to them inexplicable death of the sorceress, they saw a fearsome portent. They had no way of knowing that she was dying when she entered the glade to them. Their prophetess and priestess had been struck down under their very eyes by an invisible death. This was magic blacker than Saul Stark's wizardry, and obviously hostile to them. Like fear-maddened cattle, they stampeded, howling, screaming, tearing at one another. They blundered through the trees, heading for the neck of land and the shore beyond. Saul Stark stood transfixed, heedless of them as he stared down at the brown girl, dead at last. And suddenly I came to myself, and with my awakened manhood came cold fury and the lust to kill. I drew a gun, and aiming in the uncertain firelight, pulled the trigger. Only a click answered me. The powder in the cap and ball pistols was wet. Saul Stark lifted his head and licked his lips. The sounds of flight faded in the distance, and he stood alone in the glade. His eyes rolled whitely toward the black woods around him. He bent, grasped the man-like object that lay on the sand, and dragged it into the hut. The instant he vanished, I started toward the island, wading through the narrow channels at the lower end. I had almost reached the shore when a mass of driftwood gave way with me and I slid into a deep hole. Instantly the water swirled about me, and a head rose beside me. A dim face was close to mine, the face of a black, the face of Tunk Bixby. But now it was inhuman, as expressionless and soulless as that of a catfish. The face of a being no longer human and no longer mindful of its human origin. Slimy, misshapen fingers gripped my throat, and I drove my knife into that sagging mouth. The features vanished in a wave of blood. Mutely, the thing sank out of sight, and I hauled myself up the bank under the thick bushes. Stark had run from his hut, a pistol in his hand. He was staring wildly about, alarmed by the noise he had heard, but I knew he could not see me. His ashy skin glistened with perspiration. He who had ruled by fear was now ruled by fear. He feared the unknown hand that had slain his mistress, feared the black people who had fled from him, feared the abysmal swamp which had sheltered him, and the monstrosities he had created. He lifted a weird call that quavered with panic. He called again as only 4 heads broke the water, but he called in vain. But the 4 heads began to move toward the shore, and the man who stood there, he shot them one after another. They made no effort to avoid the bullets. They came straight on, sinking. One by one, he had fired 6 shots before the last head vanished. The shots drowned the sounds of my approach. I was close behind him when he turned at last. I know he knew me. Recognition flooded his face, and fear went with it. At the knowledge that he had a human being to deal with a scream, he hurled his empty pistol at me and rushed after it with a lifted knife. I ducked, parried his lunge, and countered with a thrust that bit deep into his ribs. He caught my wrist and I gripped his. And there we strained, breast to breast. His eyes were like a mad dog's in the starlight, his muscles like steel cords. I ground my heel down on his bare foot, crushing the instep. He howled and lost balance, and I tore my knife hand-free and stabbed him in the belly. Blood spurted and he dragged me down with him. I jerked loose and rose just as he pulled himself up on his elbow and hurled his knife. It sang past my ear, and I stamped on his breast. His ribs caved in under my heel. In a red, killing haze, I knelt, jerked back his head, and cut his throat from ear to ear. There was a pouch of dry powder in his belt. Before I moved further, I reloaded my pistols. Then I went into the hut with a torch. And there I understood the doom the Brown Witch had meant for me. Taupe Sorley lay moaning on a bunk. The transmutation that was to make him a mindless, soulless, semi-human dweller in the water was not complete, but his mind was gone. Some of the physical changes had been made by what godless sorcery out of Africa's black abyss, I have no wish to know. His body was rounded and elongated, his legs dwarf. His feet were flattened and broadened, his fingers horribly long and webbed. His neck was inches longer than it should be. His features were not altered, but the expression was no more human than that of a great fish. And there, but for the loyalty of Jim Braxton, lay Kirby Buckner. I placed my pistol muzzle against Tope's head in grim mercy and pulled the trigger. And so the nightmare closed, and I would not drag out the grisly narration. The white people of Canaan never found anything on the island except the bodies of Saul, Stark, and the brown woman. They think to this day that a swamp black killed Jim Braxton after he had killed the brown woman, and that I broke up the threatened uprising by killing Saul Stark. I let them think it. They will never know the shapes the black water of Tularosa hides. That is a secret I share with the cowed and terror-haunted black people of Goshen, and of it neither they nor I have ever spoken. End of Black Canaan by Robert E. Howard.
The Citadel of Darkness, a complete novelette of a strange zodiac by Henry Kuttner, first published Strange Stories, August 1939. Black arts and necromancy flourish in ancient forests when a prince pits himself against astrological gods. Hearken, O king, while I tell of high dooms and valorous men in the dim mists of long past eons, aye, long and long ago, ere Nineveh and Tyre were born and ruled and crumbled to the dust. In the lusty youth of the world, imperial Gobi, cradle of mankind, was a land of beauty and of wonder and of black evil beyond imagination. And of imperial Gobi, mistress of the Asian seas, nothing now remains but a broken shard, a shattered stone that once crowned an obelisk. Nothing is left but a thin, high wailing in the wind, a crying that mourns for lost glories. Hearken again, O king, while I tell you of my vision and my dream, the tale of Sekhmet, the damned one. The sign of the mirror for 6 hours. The archer had lain dying in the great oak's shadow. The attackers had not troubled to strip him of his battered armor, poor stuff compared to their own forged mail glittering with brilliant gems. They had ridden off with their loot, leaving the wounded archer among the corpses of his companions. He had lost much blood, and now, staring into the afternoon dimness of the forest, he knew death was coming swiftly. Parched lips gaped as the man gasped for breath. Once more he tried to crawl to where a goatskin canteen lay upon the glossy, motionless flank of a fallen warhorse. And again he failed. Sighing, he relaxed his fevered cheek against the cool earth. Faintly a sound came to the archer's ears, the drumming of hoofs. Were the raiders returning? One hand gripped the bow that lay beside him. Weakly he strove to fit an arrow to the string. 2 horses cantered into view, a great grey charger and a dun mare. On the latter rode a tall, huge, muscled black man, his gargoylish face worried and anxious. The grey's rider seemed small beside the Nubian, but his strong frame was unwearied by hours in the saddle. Under yellow tousled hair was a hard young face, bronzed and eagle-eyed. He saw the shambles beneath the oak, reined in his steed. "By Shaitan," he snapped. "What devil's work is this?" The dying man's fingers let the bow fall. "Prince Rainer, water," he gasped. Rainer leaped to the ground, snatched a goatskin and held it to the archer's lips. "What's happened?" he asked presently. "Yeah, here is Delphia. They took her." "Ooh!" "A band of warriors took us by surprise. We were ambushed, we fought, but they were many." I saw them ride south with Delphia." The archer, of a sudden, looked oddly astonished. His hand reached out and gripped the bow that lay beside him. "Death comes," he whispered, and a shudder racked him. His jaw fell. He lay dead. Rayner stood up, a hard, cold anger in his eyes. He glanced up at the Nubian who had not dismounted. "We also ride south," he said shortly. "It was a pity we fell behind." "Eblik." "I don't think so," Ebik observed. "It was an act of providence that your horse should go lame yesterday. Had we been trapped with the others, we'd have died also." Rayner fingered his sword hilt. "Perhaps not. At any rate, we'll have our chance to cross blades with these marauding dogs. So I think, obey." Rayner snapped and vaulted to the saddle. He set spurs to the horse's flanks, galloped past the heap of bodies beneath the oak. "Here is a trail, and it leads south." Grunting his disapproval, the Nubian followed. "You may have been Prince of Sardopolis," he muttered, "but Sardopolis has fallen." That was true. They were many days' journey from the kingdom where Rayner had been born, and which was no longer a home for him. 3 people had fled from doomed Sardopolis: Rayner, his servant Eblik, and the girl Delphia, and in their flight they had been joined by a few other refugees. And now the last of the latter had been slain, here in unknown country near the Sea of Shadows that lay like a shining sapphire in Imperial Gobi. When Rayner's horse had gone lame the day before, he and Eblik had fallen behind for an hour that stretched into a far longer period, and now the archers were slain and Delphia herself a captive. The 2 rode swiftly, yet when night fell, they were still within the great forest that had loomed above them for days. Rayner paused in a little clearing. "We'll wait here till moonrise," he said. "It's black as the pit now." Dismounting, the prince stretched weary muscles. Eblik followed his example. There was a brook nearby, and he found water for the horses. That done, he squatted on his haunches, a grim black figure in the darkness. "The stars are out," he said at last in a muffled tone. Rayner, his back against a tree trunk, glanced up. "So they are, but it's not moonrise yet." The Nubian went on as though he had not heard. "These are strange stars. I've never seen them look thus before." "Eh?" The young prince stared. Against the jet curtain of night the stars glittered frostily, infinitely far away. "They look the same as always, Eblik." But did they? A little chill crept down Rayner's spine. Something cold and indefinably horrible seemed to reach down from the vast abyss of the sky, a breath of the unknown that brooded over this primeval wilderness. The same stars, yes, but why in this strange land were the stars dreadful? "You are a fool, Eblik," Rayner said shortly. "See to the horses." The Nubian shivered and stood up. "I wish we had never come into this black land," he murmured in an oddly subdued voice. "It is cold here, too cold for midsummer." A low whisper came out of the dark. "Aye, it is cold. The gaze of the basilisk chills you." "Who's that?" Rayner snarled. He whirled, his sword bare in his hand. Eblik crouched, great hands flexing. Quatue laughter sounded. A shadow stepped from behind an oak trunk. A giant figure moved forward, indistinct in the gloom. "A friend, or at least no enemy." "Put up your blade, man. I have no quarrel with you." "No," Rayner growled. "Then why slink like a wolf in the dark?" "I heard the noise of battle. I heard strange footsteps in the forest of Merak. These called me forth. A glimmer of wan, silvery light crept through the trees. The moon was rising. Its glow touched a great billow of white hair, shaggy, tufted eyebrows, a beard that rippled down upon the newcomer's breast. Little of the man's face could be seen. An aquiline beak of a nose jutted out, and somber dark eyes dwelt on Rayner. A coarse grey robe and sandals covered the frame of a giant. "Who are you?" "Gyar, they call me." "What talk is this of a basilisk?" Ebik asked softly. "Few can read the stars," Gyar said. "Yet those who can know the dwellers in the zodiac. Last night the sign of the archer was eclipsed by the fish of Ea, and this night the basilisk is in the ascendancy." The deep voice grew deeper still. Organ powerful, it rolled through the dark aisles of the forest. "7 signs hath the zodiac. The sign of the archer and the sign of the fish of Ea, the sign of the serpent and that of the mirror, the basilisk and the black flower and the sign of Tammuz, which may not be drawn. 7 signs, and the basilisk rules tonight." Meeting the brooding stare of those dark eyes, Rayner felt a nameless sense of unease. "My business is not with the stars," half angrily he said. "I seek men, not mirrors and serpents." The tufted eyebrows lifted. "Yet the stars may aid you, stranger, as they have aided me," Gyar rumbled. "As they have told me, for example, of a captive maid in Mauric's castle." Rayner tensed. "Eh? Baron Malric rules these marshes. His men captured your wench, and she is his prisoner now." "How do we know this?" Rayner snapped. "Does that matter? I have certain powers which may aid you if you wish." "This is sorcery, Prince," Ebik muttered. "Best run your blade through his hairy gullet." Rayner hesitated, as though almost minded to obey. Gyar shrugged. "Mauric's castle is a strong one. His followers are many. You alone cannot save the girl. Let me aid you." Raynor's laugh was hotly scornful. "You aid me, old man? How?" "Old? I am older than you think. Yet these oaks too are ancient, and they are strong with age. Let me tell you a secret. Mauric fears the stars. He was born under the sign of the fish of Ea, which serves the sign of the black flower. I too was born under the sign of the fish of Ea, but to me has been given power to rule, not to serve. The Baron knows my power, and in my name you may free the girl." Eblik broke in. "What would you gain by this?" For a moment Gyar was silent. The cold wind ruffled his white beard and tugged at his grey robe. "What would I gain? Perhaps vengeance. Perhaps Baron Mauric is my enemy. What does that matter to you if I give you my aid? That should be enough." "True," Rayner said, "though this smacks of sorcery to me. However," he shrugged, "Shaitan knows we need help. If Mauric be as strong as you say, good." Gyar's somber eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He fumbled in his robe, brought out a small, glittering object. "This amulet will be your weapon." Rayner took the thing and scrutinized it with interest. The amulet was perhaps as large as his palm, a disc of silvery metal on which figures were graven clockwise. 6 signs. The amulet bore an arrow and a fish, a serpent and a circle, a flower and a tiny dragon-like creature with a long tail and a row of spines on its back. In the amulet's center was a jewel, cloudy black, with a gleaming star point in its tenebrous heart. "The sign of Tammuz," whispered Gyar, "which may not be drawn. Yet by the star in the black opal ye may know him, Tammuz, Lord of the Zodiac." Rayner turned the object in his hand. On the amulet's back was a mirror. "Dis," Gyar said warningly, "do not look too long in the steel. Through the sign of the mirror, the power of the basilisk is made manifest, and you may need that power. Show Mauric the talisman. Order him in my name to free the girl. If he obeys, well, if he refuses," the deep voice sank to an ominous whisper, "if he refuses, turn the amulet. Let him gaze into the sign of the mirror." Gyar's hand lifted. He pointed south. "There is your road. The moon is up. Ride south." Rayner grunted, turned to his horse. Silently he vaulted to the saddle and turned the steed's head into the trail. Eblick was not far behind. Once Rayner turned to look over his shoulder. Gaillard was still standing in the clearing, his shaggy head lifted, motionless as an image. The warlock stared up at the stars. Tuan, the sign of the basilisk. So Eblick and Prince Rayner came to the outlaw's castle, a great grey pile of stone towering above the gloomy forest. They came out of the woods and stood silent for a time, looking across a broad grassy meadow, beyond which the castle brooded like a crouching beast. Red flame of lamps and flambeaux glittered from the mullioned windows. In the gateway light glistened on armor. "Follow," Rayner snapped and spurred forward. Across the sward they fled, and before the nodding guardsman had sprung to alertness, two muscular figures were almost upon him. Bearded lips opened in a shout that died unuttered. Gleaming steel thrust through a bare throat, slipped free, stained crimson. Choking on his own blood, the guard clawed at the gate and fell slowly, face down, to lie motionless in the moonlight. "One guard," Rayner murmured. "Baron Maurig fears few enemies, it seems. Well, that will make our task the easier. Come." They went through the flagged courtyard and entered the castle itself. A bare sentry room of stone, with a great oak door in the far wall, a room stacked with weapons, sword and mace and iron warhook. Rayner hesitated and then slipped quietly to the door. It was not barred. He pushed it gently open and peered through the crack. Eblick saw his master's figure go tense. Rayner looked upon the castle's great hall. High-ceilinged, it stretched up to oak rafters blackened with smoke that crisscrossed like a spider's web far above. The room itself was vast. Rich furs and rugs covered the floor, a long T-shaped table stretched almost from wall to wall. Around it, laughing and shouting in vinous mirth as they fed, were the men of Maurig, his outlaw band. Bearded men, wolf-fierce, gnawing on mutton bones and swilling from great mugs of heady-spiced liquor. At the head of the board, on an ornate throne, sat the Baron himself, and he was truly a strange man to lord it over these lawless savages. For Maurig was slim and dark and smiling, with a gaily youthful face, and long hair that fell loosely about his slim shoulders. He wore a simple brown tunic, with loose baggy sleeves, and his hands were busy twirling a gilded filigreed chalice. He looked up as two burly outlaws entered, half dragging the slim form of a girl. It was Delphia. She still wore her dinted armor, and her ebony hair, unbound, fell in ringlets about her pale face. There was beauty in that face, wild and lawless beauty, and fire and strength in the jet eyes. She straightened and glared at Maurig. "Well," she snapped. "What new insult is this?" "Insult?" the Baron questioned, his voice calm and soft. "I intend none. Will you eat with us?" He motioned to a chair that stood vacant beside him. "I'd soon eat with wild dogs," Delphia declared. And at her words a low, ominous growl rose from the outlaws. One man, a burly fellow with a cast in one eye and a white scar disfiguring his cheek, leaped up and hurried to the girl's side. There he turned to face Maurig. "Have I given you leave to rise, Gunther?" the Baron asked gently. "War answered," the other growled an oath. "By Shaitan," he snarled. "You've kept me waiting long enough, Maurig. This wench is my own. I captured her, and I'll have her. If she eats with us, she sits beside me." "So?" Maurig's voice did not change. Ironic laughter gleamed in the dark eyes. "Perhaps you grow tired of my rule, Gunther. Perhaps you wish to sit in my throne, eh?" The outlaws watched, waiting. A hush hung over the long table. Involuntarily Rayner's hand crept to his sword hilt. He sensed death in the air. Perhaps Gunther sensed it too. The white scar on his cheek grew livid. He roared an inarticulate oath and whipped out a great blade. Bellowing, he sprang at Maurig. The sword screamed through the air. The Baron scarcely seemed to move, so swift was his rising. Yet suddenly he stood facing Gunther, and his slim hand dipped into his loose sleeve and came out with a light glittering on bright metal. Swift as a snake striking was Mauric's cast, and a lean knife shot through the air and found its mark unerringly. Through eye and thin shell of bone and into soft living brain it sped. Gunther screamed hoarsely once, and his sword missed its target, digging instead into the wood of the table. The outlaw's body bent back like a drawn bow. Gunther clawed at his face, his nails ripping away skin and flesh in a death agony. And he fell, his mail ringing and clashing, to lie silent at Mauric's feet. The Baron seated himself, sighing. Once more his fingers toyed with the gilded chalice. Seemingly he ignored the shout of approbation that thundered up from the outlaws. But after a moment he glanced up at Delphia. He gestured, and the two guards dragged her forward. Watching at the door, Rainer decided that it was time to act. Madness, perhaps, walking into a den of armed enemies. But the prince had changed his opinion. He had developed a queer, inexplicable confidence in Gyar's talisman. He found the disc in his belt, cupped it in his palm, and, with a word to Eblick, kicked open the door and stepped into the hall. 10 steps he took before he was discovered. 10 steps with the Nubian at his heels, great battle-axe ready. Then the wolves saw him and sprang up, shouting. Simultaneously Mauric called an order. His voice penetrated knife-keen through the tumult, and silence fell. The Baron sat motionless, a little frown between his eyes, watching the two interlopers. "Well," he demanded, "who are you?" And he cast a swift glance at Delphia, whose slight start had been betraying. "My name matters little," Rainer said. "I bring you a message from a certain Gyared Gyar." A repressed whisper shuddered through the outlaws. There was fear in it, and bitter hatred. "What is this message?" Mauric demanded. "That you free this girl?" The Baron's youthful face was bland. "Is that all?" he asked. Rainer was conscious of a feeling of disappointment. He had expected some other reaction. What? He did not know. But Mauric's calm passivity baffled him. The Baron waited. When no answer came, he made a quick gesture. And up from the board leaped armed men shouting, blades bared. They poured down upon Rainer, and on Eblick, crouching behind him, gargoyle face twisted in battle lust. So this was what came of Warlock's promises. Rainer grinned bitterly, whipped out his sword, and remembered the talisman. What had Gyar said? If he refuses, turn the amulet. Let him gaze into the sign of the mirror. The foremost man was almost upon him as Rainer flung up his hand, the talisman cupped within it. From the mirror darted a ray of light, needle-thin, blindingly brilliant. It struck full in the outlaw's face. It probed deep, deep. Instantly, a mask of stark, frightful horror replaced the look of savagery. The man halted, stood frozen and motionless as a statue, his eyes like those of a tortured animal. Like a soundless whisper in Rainer's brain came the memory of Gyar's words. The gaze of the basilisk chills you. And now from the mirror in the talisman, pale bright rays were streaming, cold as white fires, unearthly as the arrows of the fabled moon goddess. And like arrows, too, they flamed swiftly through the air, seeking and finding their marks. And one by one, Mauric's men stiffened and stood frozen. The last was the Baron himself, and then the fires of the talisman died and were gone. "Delphia!" Rainer cried. The girl was already running toward him, down the length of the hall. "This is sorcery, Prince," Eblick said. "And it is evil." "It aids us at least," Rainer flung at him, and then turned to meet the girl. And halted, staring. A sudden icy chill had dropped down upon the great hall. The lamps dimmed swiftly and faded into utter darkness. Through the midnight black, Rayner heard Delphia scream. He sprang forward cursing. His foot struck a prostrate body. He bent and searching fingers found a man's bearded chin. "Delphia!" he shouted. "Rayner!" she called, and her voice seemed to fade and dwindle as though from infinite distances. "Rayner, help me!" The prince's sword screamed through the dark. He stumbled forward blindly, seeking to penetrate the jet blackness, and quite suddenly one hand gripped hard, leathery flesh. He heard an angry voice. "Thou meddling fool! You dare to lift steel against the Lord of the Zodiac!" The voice of Gyar. "Gyar the warlock, come now to Mulrich's castle by some evil sorcery. Lift steel?" Rayner questioned furiously. "I'll give you a taste of it, skulking wizard." He thrust strongly, just as Gyar pulled free. A pain-filled screech rang out, but Rayner had lost the wizard in the darkness, and he pushed forward hurriedly before the oldster could escape. "Thou fool!" Gyar's voice whispered, cold with bitter menace. "Blind, rash fool." Rayner, groping in the dark, paused suddenly. A strange, greenish glow was beginning to pervade the hall. But its eerie light gave no illumination. Rather, it served only to reveal the source from which it sprang. A gross and hideous bulk, scaled and shining, loomed above the man. It was shaped like a dragon, and Rayner suddenly remembered the symbol that he had seen on the talisman. The sign of the basilisk. Only instinct saved the prince then. He knew with a dreadful certainty that to meet the dreadful gaze of the horror would mean death. And before he had time to catch but a flashing glimpse of the basilisk, Rayner whirled, both hands lifted to his eyes. Through them, darting into the secret fortress of his mind, an icy chill had leaped suddenly. A cold beyond cold, a horror beyond life. 4 strides he took, blinded, his head throbbing with agony. Something soft and heavy caught his foot, and Rayner stumbled and crashed down upon the stones. The world went out in a blanket of merciful oblivion. 3 the sign of the black flower, Rayner awoke suddenly. Sunlight was slanting down through the high oaks, and a gruff voice was cursing steadily in several outlandish dialects of Gobi. The prince realized that he was being carried on someone's back, and recognized the deep voice as Eblik's. He wriggled free, dropped to the ground, and the Nubian turned swiftly, his ugly face twisted with delight. "Shaitan!" he growled. "Let gods be praised. So you are alive, eh?" "Just about," Rayner said wryly. "What's happened?" "How should I know? When the lights went out back in Mulrich's castle, I blundered out of the hall in the dark, and when I got back, Delphia was gone, and you were lying on your face with a bump as large as World Mountain on your head. So I picked you up and headed east." "Why east?" Rayner asked. "You have my thanks, but it might have been better to have remained in the castle, Delphia." "She's to the east," Eblik grunted. "At least, our best chance is to go in that direction. I picked up one of Mulrich's men and brought him with us. He woke up an hour ago, and I choked some information from the dog. Gyar has a citadel in Mirak Forest, in that direction." He nodded toward the rising sun. "You were cursing the warlock in your sleep, so I guessed a little of what had happened. What now?" "We go to Gyar's citadel," Rayner decided. "You did well, Ibalik." Swiftly he explained what had happened. "Where are our horses?" "Shaitan knows. They took fright and ran off. It isn't far, however, so—" "Well, I am beginning to understand now. Eblik Gyar used me as a cat's paw, though just how I still cannot understand," Rayner pondered. No doubt Gyar had abducted the girl, but why had not the warlock stolen her by means of his magic, without seeking Rayner's aid? Could it be that the wizard had been unable to enter Mulrich's castle until someone had opened a gateway for him? The prince had heard of such beings, creatures that could not enter a house unless they were lifted across the threshold, alien things that could never cross running water. Perhaps the amulet itself had given Gyar power to materialize in the castle. Minded of the talisman, Rayner fumbled in his belt and found the disc there. He examined it with renewed curiosity. In the black jewel, the star point glowed with pale brilliance. "Well, we go east, then," Rayner decided. "Come." Without further words, he set off at a steady, effortless lope that ate up the miles. The giant Nubian paced him easily, swinging his great axe as though in anticipation. The oak forest stretched far and far beyond their horizon. Overhead, the sun grew hotter, pouring down its rays that would still be blasting upon Gobi when the empire would be not even a memory in the minds of men. But at last, hours later, the trees thinned and the two men found themselves at the top of a long slope that stretched down to the dark waters of a lake. In the lake's center was an islet, and on the islet, Gyar's citadel, a citadel of darkness. Blacker than the nighted Gulf of Abaddon was the great block of shining stone that towered up to the sky, a single gigantic, polished oblong of jet, with neither tower nor window to break its grim monotony. No bridge spanned the lake. The waters were steel gray, frigid as polar seas they seemed. On the islet, about the citadel, the ground was carpeted with darkness. The nature of this shadowy stain was a riddle. It was not stone, for now and again a long ripple would shudder across it as the wind sighed past. The citadel lay in the shelter of a valley, and over all seemed to hang a slumbrous, eerie quiet. No sound stirred, save for the wind's occasional murmuring. And even that was oddly hushed. Thus might sleep the fabled Elysian fields, where the dead who have tasted Lethe wander to and fro, with a half-incurious yearning for lost delights, amid the eternal hush of the Shadowland. With a little shiver, Rayner shook off the spell. He strode forward, the Nubian at his side. Eblik said nothing, but his keen barbaric senses guessed that sorcery dwelt in this valley. The black's eyes were distended. His nostrils twitched, as though seeking to scent something that dwelt beyond the threshold of his realization. As the two went down the slope, a dim, unreal perfume seemed to rise and drift about them. An odor sensed rather than actually scented. And a drowsy languor made Rayner's eyes heavy. Truly dark magic guarded Gyar's citadel. They reached the lake's shore. They circled swiftly and discovered there was no means of crossing to the islet. "Short of building a raft," Rayner observed, "which would take too long, I see nothing to it but a swim." "Aye," Eblik assented, readily enough, but his somber eyes dwelt on the motionless grey waters. "Yet it would be well to have our blades ready, Prince." A dagger hung at Rayner's side. He unsheathed this and gripped it between his teeth. Without a word, he dived into the lake, came up yards away, swimming strongly, and the water was cold. Cold. Frigid beyond anything Rayner had ever known. The dreadful chill of it lanced deep into his bones, making them grind together with the sheer pain of the unearthly cold. Looking down, he found that the water was opaque. A uniform dull grayness made it seem as though he was floating on clouds. What mystery might lurk in these hidden depths he could not guess, but at least nothing rose to halt his progress. The lake was not wide, yet Rayner was curiously exhausted when at last he waded through shallows and on to dry land. Eblik was not far behind now. Not far away, Gyar's citadel rose blackly cryptic before them, and at their feet were the black flowers. The ground could not be seen, so thickly they grew. A living carpet of velvety darkness they covered the islet, weirdly beautiful, with stems and leaves and soft petals, all of the same glossy black. Ever and anon a soft wind whispered past, and waves rippled across the jet sea. Save for the wind, it was utterly silent. The two men moved forward, the flowers brushed against their ankles, and a soft cloud of disturbed pollen hung like smoke in their wake. And ever the insidious perfume crept into their nostrils, stronger now, vaguely repellent and redolent of unknown and forbidden things, His gaze riveted on the citadel, Rayner did not at first realize that he was making little progress. Then he glanced down quickly, or tried to. But his muscles seemed to respond with unwillingness, and it was with a genuine effort that he succeeded in looking down. The black flowers seemed to be swaying toward him. Around his feet, the smoky darkness hung. The dim haze fingered up, questing. Rayner tried to spring forward. His feet kicked up a great cloud of pollen, and it shrouded him like a pall. He was unconscious of the fact that he had halted and was swaying to and fro. Slowly over his vision, a dim curtain dropped. He seemed to fall very slowly. The black flowers leaned toward him hungrily. A velvet blossom brushed his cheek. Another seemed to cup his mouth as though in dreadful simulacrum of a kiss. Rayner breathed the dark perfume of the flower's heart. Of a sudden veils were lifted, and he saw unimaginable things. A blaze of sound and light and color swirled into being. Trumpets shrilled in his ears, and he heard the thunder of high walls crumbling to ruin. Confused visions of the past came to Rayner, and he lived again dimly as in a dream things he remembered and things he had forgotten. And always the strange, deadly perfume was strong in his nostrils, but he felt no urge to move. The soporific spell of the Lethean flowers held him bound in fetters of dark magic. It was pleasant to lie here, to rest and to remember. Then a rough hand gripped Rayner's arm. He was lifted and immediately fell again heavily. From an immense distance came a harsh, despairing cry, the voice of Ebelik. The sound pierced through the mists that shrouded Prince Rayner's brain. The Nubian was in danger, had cried to his master for help. Realization of this gave the prince strength as he battled down the terrible urge to remain motionless, to sleep. And at last, Rayner won. The effort left him sweating and exhausted, but abruptly the visions faded and were gone. He looked upon Gar's citadel and the haunted islet in the lake. With a sobbing curse, he staggered upright. At his feet lay the unconscious Nubian, and Rayner lifted the black to his shoulders. Then, holding his breath, he plunged forward across the dark sea. Even at that moment of mad turmoil, feeling an odd sense of sadness at the thought of the jet velvety beauty he crushed underfoot. A wind rippled the blooms. They seemed to sigh as in farewell. The sign of the black flower was conquered. 4. The sign of the serpent. Now Gyar's citadel loomed above them. Grimly enigmatic, it towered there featureless, with no gate or window breaking the dull monotony of its gloomy structure. Sick and dizzy, Rayner plunged on, and quite suddenly he realized that he had been wrong. A portal gaped in the high wall just before him. Had it previously escaped his searching gaze, perhaps? It was more probable that a hidden door had slid silently aside to admit the interlopers. It was not a comforting thought, for it meant that eyes were invisibly watching Rayner, eyes of the warlock Gyar. Nevertheless, the prince sprang over the threshold. Instantly the portal shut behind him. With little hope, Rayner turned and attempted to reopen the door, but he failed. Even if he had succeeded, what then? His path lay into the heart of the citadel, and a dimly lighted passageway stretched, slanting down before him. Smiling grimly, Rayner moved on, carrying the unconscious Ebelik, who now, however, began to stir and twitch feebly. In a moment, the giant Nubian had regained his senses. With one cat-like movement he leaped free, the huge war-axe gripped in his hand. Then, seeing no enemy, he relaxed, grinning somewhat feebly at Rayner. "We're in the Citadel?" he asked. "Shaitan, there is magic in those damned flowers." "Sorcery of the pit." "Keep your voice down," Rayner said. "Gyar may have ways of hearing us, and watching us too, but we can't turn back now. And anyway, I want to try my sword on Gyar's ugly neck." "I am curious to see if necromancy will armor him against this," said Ebelik, with a flash of white teeth, and the axe cleft the air in a deadly blow. The Nubian handled the heavy weapon as though it were light as a javelin. Warily the two continued along the corridor. The dim light came from no discernible source. It seemed to gleam faintly from the air all about them. The walls and roof and floor were of the same dark stone. The passage dipped, widened. The two men came out on a little ledge overhanging an abyss. At their feet was a gulf, dropping straight down to a milky, luminous shining far beneath. Nor was it water that lay at the pit's bottom, though it was certainly liquid. It glowed with a wan, eerie light that reflected palely upon the black room. Arching above here, the corridor broadened into a circular cavern. A bridge spanned the abyss. It arched from the ledge's lip, straight and unbroken as Bifrost Bridge, that Norsemen say, reaches to Valhalla's gate. It stretched to a black wall of rock and ended beneath an arched opening in the stone. Our path lies there, Rayner said grimly. Pray to your Nubian gods, Eblik. The prince stepped forward upon the perilous bridge. It was narrow, terribly so. Giddy vertigo clutched at the man's brain, impelling him to look down. He fought against the dangerous impulse, kept his eyes steadily upon his goal. He felt Eblik's hand grip his shoulder, heard the Nubian gasps. "It draws me! Guide me, prince! I dare not keep my eyes open. Hold fast!" Rayner said between clenched teeth. Yet he looked down. He could not help it. Torzia clutched him far below. In the milky, slime-dark bodies moved slowly, writhing and squirming in the dimness. What they were, Rayner could not tell, but the creatures had a sickeningly human aspect, despite their ambiguous outlines. A blind, deformed face stared up. A shocking muzzle gaped, but no sound came. The things squirmed and flopped their way through the pale liquid, and Rayner knew that his hasty glance down had been an error. He felt stronger than ever the weird compulsion that seemed to tug at him, drawing him, overbalancing him so that he swayed perilously on the giddy bridge. With a grinding effort, he looked again at the bridge's end. Through some secret reservoir of mind, he drew strength and will. He stepped forward slowly, carefully, but he could not banish the thought of the horrors that dwelt below. Yet at last the two men reached their goal. Sweating and gasping, they stepped to solid footing, and before them the portal in the rock opened enigmatically. "God," Eblik groaned, "must we cross that hell bridge on our return? If we do return." But Rayner had crossed the threshold and was standing silent before the snake. He was in a small cave, high-roofed, dimly lit, and containing nothing but a crude throne of rock directly facing him. On the throne sat a thing that bore a vague resemblance to a man staring at it. Rayner was reminded of the creatures he had just seen in the abyss. Black and hideous and deformed it towered there, a pulpy, shapeless thing of darkness, less human than a crudely chiseled idol. The head was worst of all. It was flattened, snake-like, with bulging, dull eyes that stared blindly. The lower part of the face was elongated into a muzzle, and the creature was entirely covered with scales. It sat there motionless, and bound about its brow like a dreadful crown was a snake. Its flattened head was lifted, as in the uraeus crown of the pharaohs, and its wise, ancient gaze dwelt coldly upon Rayner. He had never seen anything as lovely and as horrible as this serpent. The scintillant colors in its body flickered, changed, fading as smoke fades from red to violet, emerald green, shining topaz, sun yellow, all in an intricate design that also shifted and moved strangely. The blinding beauty of the snake struck through Rayner like a sword. Its eyes held him. Very horrible were those eyes, alien beyond all imagining. Their gaze was at first tender, almost caressing, like that of a well-loved maiden. Strange magic reached out to grip the man. The eyes of the snake probed into his soul. He felt nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing but the flood of alien sorcery pouring into his mind from the incredibly ancient eyes of the serpent. He was unconscious of the fact that Eblik had halted behind him, motionless, paralyzed, and those passionless bright eyes were not evil, no. They were older than evil. Beyond it, above it, as a god is above human motives and ideals, they spoke of a wisdom beyond earthly understanding. They erased all else from Rayner's consciousness, the cords that bound him to this earth. The human ties slipped away slowly. He had not lost his memories of warm hearths, of laughing, fire-lit faces, of sword-play, and of the mad, high excitement of war. He remembered these things with a distant, diamond-sharp clarity, but they had lost their significance. They were unimportant. They would pass and be enveloped in the shadow of the ultimate night, and in the end they would not matter. He remembered Eblik, the Nubian. The pale, proud face of Delphia rose up before him, but he felt no warmth of human kinship or understanding. All these things were slipping away from him in a clear, cold wisdom that came from beyond the stars. He envisioned man as a bit of animate clay, moving for a little while upon a ball of mud and stone and water that drifted through the void, through the darkness that would finally engulf it. So the snake, that ancient one, gave to Rayner its vision, and the serpent uncoiled from the brow of the seated thing, and it slid down and glided across the stones to the prince, and it coiled about his body with a chill and merciless grip. The wise, flattened head lifted, till it was on a level with the man's face. The eyes of the serpent reached into Rayner's brain, into the secret fortress of his soul, and the prince stepped back one pace. Then another. Slowly, like an automaton, he moved back toward the abyss that gaped behind him. He passed Eblik without seeing the black. For nothing existed but the dark, alien gaze of the serpent, brooding and old, old beyond earth's life. The pit yawned behind him. Some stirring of human consciousness gave Rayner pause. He stopped, his sluggish thoughts feebly trying to rise free from the frigid ocean that held them motionless. Dimly he heard a cry from Eblik, muffled, faint, scarcely more than a despairing groan, and that cry again saved him. Rayner could not have saved himself, but he knew that the Nubian called to his master for aid, and the thought of that was a faint, hot flame that rose and waxed brighter and slowly burned away the chill darkness that darkened his mind. Slowly, slowly indeed did the prince battle his way back to life. He swayed there upon the edge of the great gulf, while the serpent watched, and Eblik, after that one moan, was silent. And at last Rayner one tide of life surged through his blood. He uttered a hoarse shout, gripped the cold, muscular body of the serpent, dragged it from his body. He flung the snake from him into the abyss. A far sighing drifted up, unearthly distant. With that the spell lifted. Rayner came back to consciousness. No longer bound by the dark fetters of primeval magic, he swayed and leaped away from the edge of the pit. He gave an inarticulate cry, somehow triumphant, exulting, for the sign of the serpent was vanquished. 5. The sign of the fish of Ea, a movement caught Rayner's attention. The hideous image on the throne was moving slightly. Its misshapen black hand lifted. The muzzle gaped and shuddered. From the deformed mouth came a voice, deep as though it burst from the tongue of a corpse. Harsh, half inarticulate, and muffled, it croaked, "Mercy, in your mercy, slay me." The dull eyes looked upon Rayner. Shrinking a little in revulsion, the prince, almost by instinct, whipped out his sword. The monster slowly lifted its frightful head. "Slay me! Slay me!" "By all the gods," Rayner whispered through white lips, "what manner of being are you?" "Once human, like you." The harsh voice groaned. "Once I ruled this citadel. Once I was a greater sorcerer than Gyar." A black paw beat the throne's side in agony. "Gyar served me. I taught him the dark law, and he turned to evil and overthrew me and prisoned me here. He set the serpent to guard me, From my lips even now he learns wisdom. I serve him in ways I may not tell you. My soul rose between the stars to bring him knowledge. Rayner forced himself to speak. Know you aught of a girl, a captive of Gaz? Aye. Aye, the warlock has need of a maiden once in a decade, thus he renews his youth. Gyar is old. Death should have taken him centuries ago, but by the young blood of a maiden, and by her young soul he drinks fresh vigor. He gains strength to work new evil. Follow this road, and you will find the girl. Rayner made an impulsive gesture. But the horrible voice froze him in mid-stride. Hold! You have conquered the snake, yet I am still captive, still in agony you cannot imagine. Give me release, I pray you, slay me! Rayner dared not look upon the hideous figure. You seek death. I should have died centuries ago. Free me now, and I shall aid you when you need aid most. Slay me. Rayner's lips tightened in resolution. He stepped forward, lifted his sword as the blade swept down. The monster croaked. Remember, the sign of Tammuz is Lord of the Zodiac. It is the master sign. Steele put a period to the words. The horror's head leaped from its shoulders. A foul-smelling ichor spurted a foot into the air. The creature toppled to lie motionless on the stones. Blood, shaitan, Rayner muttered shakily. I think we've walked into hell itself. Those be true words, said a low voice. Once again you have saved us, master. But for what? Some worse doom, I think. Eblick was rubbing his head, shivering. The prince gave a bark of laughter that held no mirth. Well, our road is open before us. And a brave man goes to meet his doom, instead of waiting for it to creep up on him. Hold fast to your axe, Eblick. Rayner skirted the throne and entered a passage that gaped in the wall behind it. Once more the way led downward. It was a monotonous journey between dull walls of black stone. What had the monster on the throne meant the sign of Tammuz is Lord of the Zodiac, the master sign that could not be drawn, the sign of which the jet jewel in Gyar's amulet was the symbol. The passage turned and twisted, but always descended. They were far beneath ground level now, Rayner thought. His leg muscles were beginning to ache when at last the way was barred by a door of iron. It was, however, unfastened and moved aside at Rayner's cautious push. He looked into a great circular room. One green light illuminated it dimly. The floor was of mosaic, figured in a bizarre design that centered in the signs of the zodiac. A golden archer and a blue fish, a scarlet serpent and a black flower, the basilisk all in shining green, and the disk of the mirror in dull steel grey. In the exact center of the room was an immense jewel of jet set into the mosaic. A blindingly bright star point glittered deep in the gem's heart. It was frigidly cold. Looking up, Rayner realized why the room was roofless. Its shaft probed up through the heart of the huge stone structure, a hollow tube that ended far above in a purple-black sky shot with innumerable stars. The day had ended, and moonless night brooded over the warlock's citadel. The stars looked down upon the signs of the zodiac. The walls were hung with curtains of white samite. They parted now, and a slim figure entered. It was Delphia. She moved slowly, her gaze staring blindly before her, the coils of midnight hair clustering about the pale, keen face. 3 paces she took, and halted. Delphia, Rayner called, and stepped forward. The girl did not move. She lifted her head, gazed up at the stars. There was a queer avidity in her face, a tenseness as though she waited eagerly for something. It was utterly silent and cold. Cold, Rayner gripped Delphia's arm, shook her roughly. "Wake up," he said urgently. "Are you under a spell? She has enchantment on her." Eblick grunted, peering into the girl's eyes. "Let me carry her, Prince. Once we're out of this evil place, she may awaken." Rayner hesitated. Before he could speak, a new voice came, softly, mocking. "Nay, let me carry the wench. I shall be gentle." With an oath, Rayner whipped around, his sword bared. Eblic's war axe was suddenly in his hand, quivering like a falcon, straining to be released. There, filling the passage by which they had entered, were a dozen men, fierce-eyed, grinning with hate and triumph, the outlaws of Mirac Forest. At their head stood Baron Malric. His youthful face wore a gay, reckless smile, despite the fact that he was in the heart of the wizard's stronghold. "Hold!" he whispered. "Do not move, for if you do, I shall slay you." And one slim hand slipped toward the loose velvet sleeve and the sharp knife Malric wore strapped to his forearm. "How the devil did you get here?" Rayner snarled. "I followed the path you opened for me. I swam the lake and crossed the field of the black flowers. I tracked you here through the Citadel. It was not an easily won victory. No! Of all my men, these few are all that remain. Some sleep amid the black flowers, others died elsewhere. But it does not matter. Gyar was too reckless when he hired you to steal the girl from my castle. Warlock he may be, but I rule Mirac. Hired me." Rayner said slowly. "You mistake. Gyar is my enemy, as he is yours." Malric laughed softly. "Well, it does not matter whether you lie or tell truth. For you and this black shall both die here, and after I have found and slain Gyar, I shall go back to my castle with the Wen, after you have slain Gyar." The words whispered out, the samite curtains parted, and a man stepped through. It was the warlock. The dim green light touched the great billow of white beard, the shaggy eyebrows of the giant. The dark, somber eyes held no emotion. "You seek me, Malric. I am here. Slay me if you can." The Baron, after a single start, stood motionless. His gaze locked in a silent, deadly duel with the cold stare of the wizard. Abruptly, without warning, Malric moved. Too fast for eye to follow, his hand dipped, came up flashing, brought death. Steel flickered through the air. The keen knife drove at Gyar's throat and fell blunted, ringing on the stones. "Mortal fool," the warlock whispered. "You seek to battle the stars and their courses. Malric, I am Lord of the Zodiac. I have power over the signs that rule men's lives." The Baron moistened his lips. His smile was crooked. "Is this so? I know something of the Zodiac, Gyar, and I know you do not rule all the signs. You yourself once spoke to me of being born under the sign of the fish of Ea. As was I, how can you rule your ruler, or any other sign? Nor are you Lord of the Stars. There is a certain sign, Malric glanced at the great black jewel in the mosaic's center. There is Tammuz. He is Lord of the Master Sign. Who can call on Tammuz? Gyar said coldly. Once in 1,000 years is a man born under his sign, and only such a man may work the ultimate magic. I said to you, I was born under the sign of the fish of Ea, but who are you that I should tell you full truth, as I do now? The warlock frowned at Rayner. As for you and your servant, you shall die with the others. Had you been wise, you would not have sought me here. This girl is mine. I need her life to give me renewed youth. Do you think I fear a wizard? Rayner snapped and sprang, his sword sheared down, screaming through cleft air. And rebounded. Clashing, the weapon dropped from Rayner's nerveless hand, which was paralyzed as though by a strong electric shock. Snarling an oath, the prince tensed to leap, ready to close with the warlock with bare hands. Gar's peremptory gesture halted him. Rash fools, the wizard whispered, a chill and dreadful menace in the sibilant words. You shall die as no man has died for 1,000 years. His arms lifted in a strange, archaic gesture. a gesture that reached up toward the stars far above, a gesture that summoned. Bleak and ominous came the warlock's voice. Your doom comes. For now I call on the sign of the fish of Ea. 6. The sign of Tammuz. The green light thickened and grew fainter. An eerie, cloudy emerald glow dropped down upon the roofless room. The figure of Gia was a dark shadow towering in the dimness. And the deep voice thundered out, Ea, Lord of Eridu and Apsi, dweller in the house of the watery deep, Shah Apsi. By the power of thy sign I call on the Lord of that which is below, watcher of Aralu, home of the restless dead. Ea, troubler of the great waters, consort of Damkina, Damgal Nuna, rise now from the eternal abyss. The green darkness thickened. Rayner, straining his eyes, could see nothing. He made an effort to move, but found he could not. A weird paralysis held him helpless. He heard a sound, faint and far away, the sound of waters, the tinkling of brooks, the rushing of mighty cataracts, the thunder of tides crashing on basalt cliffs. The noises of the great deep heralded the coming of Ea, Lord of the waters under the earth. Nothing existed but the glowing emerald fogs. A deeper light began to grow above. The mists poured up toward it. Thicker they grew, and thicker they swirled into an inverted whirlpool rushing up toward the bright green, shining in the air, flooding into it, vanishing. Vanishing as though plunging into an abyss that had no bottom. A figure swam slowly into view, stiff and rigid. One of Baron Malric's wolves. Rayner had a glimpse of a strained, agonized face, and then the man was caught up into the torrent and vanished into the emerald glow. A thin, high scream drifted faintly from afar. There were others after that. One by one, the outlaws were caught up by the tide of alien magic, drawn into the weird whirlpool, swirled into nothingness. All were gone at last, save for Malric now. The Baron came into view. His youthful face was expressionless, but in the wide eyes was a horror beyond life. The bright hair tossed as though the man floated through water. No sound came from Malric. He drifted up and vanished. The tide gripped Rayner. He felt himself lifted, weightless, felt himself circling, rising. The shining abyss loomed above him. Desperately he fought to escape from the necromantic spell, quite. Suddenly the green mists were blotted out. Rayner seemed to hang in a black, starless immensity. He was alone in the void of eternal night. In the distance, a white, chill light began to grow. It approached, meteor-like, and Rayner saw a round, oddly familiar object speeding toward him. Soon it hung in the void not far away, and the prince remembered the deformed monster that had sat on the throne above the abyss, the captive of the snake that he had slain. Here was the same misshapen, hideous head, with its glazed eyes and elongated muzzle, all covered with glittering scales. The thing spoke. My promise, Prince Rayner. You gave me release, and I promised aid when you should need it most. I bring that aid now, the amulet, said the monstrous disembodied head. Abruptly, Rayner remembered the talisman Gyar had given him in Mirak Forest, the disc that bore the signs of the zodiac on its surface. He did not seem to move, yet the amulet was in his hand and lifted high. It had changed. The signs were erased, all but the black jewel in its center. Within the gem the star point pulsed and waned with supernal brilliance. Tammuz is lord of the zodiac, the hideous muzzle croaked. His magic is above magic. He is master of truth. Through him you may cast away the fetters of glamour and sorcery. Once in 1,000 years is a man born under this sign, and only such a man may call on Tammuz. I am that man. I was born under the master sign. Gyar lies. He boasts of that which he is not, and now, to keep my promise and to aid you, I summon the Lord of the Zodiac. I summon Tammuz Dawn. Forthwith the black jewel blazed with an icy incredible light, starkly pitiless and blindingly bright, and the fantastic visions snapped out and vanished. The talisman was snatched from Rayner's hand. He felt firm stone beneath his feet. A cold wind blew on his sweating face. Once more he was in Gyar's citadel. He stood in the roofless room of the Zodiac, but no longer was it filled with the green mists. Delphia and Eblick stood motionless. Near them towered the warlock. Of Malric and his wolves there was no trace. Gyar's beard fluttered in the frigid blast. His deep eyes were hate-filled. And, with a queer, strange certainty, Rayner knew that by the sign and the power of the real Tammuz, all magic had been stripped from the wizard. No longer master of dark sorcery, Gyar was human, vulnerable. Raynor's shout was madly exultant as he sprang. The armor of invulnerability had been torn from Gyar, but inhuman strength still surged in the giant frame. Huge muscles rode under the coarse robe. Gyar swept out his arm in a bone-crushing blow. The shock of it made Rayner reel. Shaking his head blindly, he reeled in and closed with the warlock. The two men crashed down on the stones. Gyar fell uppermost. His fingers stabbed down at Rayner's eyes. The prince rolled his head aside, and the warlock bellowed with pain as his hand smashed against rock. Abruptly Gyar thrust himself away, and his mighty body dropped upon Rayner with an impact that drove the breath from the smaller man's lungs. Weakly the prince drove a blow at the wizard's face. Blood spurted, staining the white beard, roaring. Gyar's hands fastened on Rayner's throat. They tightened remorselessly. The prince rolled aside. He caught Gyar's body between his legs, locking his feet together. Breath spewed from the warlock's lips in a foul gust. Gyar bared his teeth in a murderous grin, and his fingers tightened. A hot, throbbing agony was in Rayner's skull. He could not breathe. Knife-like pain thrust into his spine. A little more pressure, and his backbone would crack. Sheer blind madness swept down on the prince then. Like a flood of red waters it poured through him, sweeping away all else but an insane lust to kill, and swiftly. Raynor's thigh muscles bulged, holding Gyar's body in a vice between them. The grinding strain of that frightful effort made sweat burst out on the prince's face, yet he knew that this was the crucial time. It was kill or be slain. Bones cracked and gave sickeningly. There was a sudden softness in the wizard's body. Gyar gave a frightful howling shriek that seemed to burst up from the depths of his lungs. Blood spewed from the gaping mouth, frost over the white beard, fell on Rayner. The mighty hands released their grip on the prince's throat. Gyar sprang up in one last convulsive effort. Dying? He thrust up his arms to the cold stars and screamed like a beast, and he fell, as a tree falls, smashing down on the stones. He lay inert. From him blood crept darkly across the mosaic, touching and then covering the sign of the fish of Ea, the sign under which Gyar had been born and had ruled. The warlock was dead. Consciousness left Rayner then. Merciful darkness blanketed him. Nor did he recover until he felt water poured between his lips, felt a cool, soft hand on his brow. He opened his eyes. Above him sunlight slanted between the branches of an oak. The green, warm daylight of Mirak forest was all about him. And Delphia knelt at his side, her eyes no longer blinded with sorcery, her face clouded with anxiety. "Rayner," she said gratefully, "you are alive. Thank the gods." "Alive?" growled Eblick, coming from behind an oak. "I'd not have carried him here if he hadn't been." "How do you feel, Prince?" "Well enough," Rayner said. "My legs ache like fire, but I am unharmed, I think." "You carried me out of the Citadel, Eblick." "That he did." Delphia nodded. "And swam the lake with you. The black flowers were dead." Rayner blasted as though by lightning. If you can walk, we'd best be moving, Eblick said impatiently. Raynor stood up, wincing slightly. True, we'll find horses and leave this accursed forest behind us. Together he and Delphia set out along the winding path that led through Mirac. Eblick hesitated a moment before he followed. He looked up at the blue, cloudless sky. May the gods grant we get out of this wilderness before nightfall, he grunted. Out of this black forest, and in another land, a land where the stars are less evil. Gripping his war axe, he hurried after Delphia and Raynor. And presently,
the three of them were swallowed by the cool, dim aisles of the vast forest. End of The Citadel of Darkness by Henry Kuttner.
The Haunter of the Ring by Robert E. Howard. Weird Tales, June 1934. A strange story of dark powers and occult evil by the author of Black Colossus. As I entered John Carawan's study, I was too much engrossed in my own thoughts to notice. At first, the haggard appearance of his visitor, a big, handsome young fellow well known to me. "Hello, Carawan," I greeted. "Hello, Gordon. Haven't seen you for quite a while. How's Evelyn?" And before he could answer, still on the crest of the enthusiasm which had brought me there, I exclaimed, "Look here, you fellows. I've got something that will make you stare. I got it from that robber Ahmed Makoub, and I paid high for it, but it's worth it. Look." From under my coat I drew the jewel-hilted Afghan dagger which had fascinated me as a collector of rare weapons. Carawan, familiar with my passion, showed only polite interest, but the effect on Gordon was shocking. With a strangled cry, he sprang up and backward, knocking the chair clattering to the floor. Fists clenched and countenance livid, he faced me, crying, "Keep back! Get away from me, or—" I was frozen in my tracks. "What in the—" I began bewilderedly, when Gordon, with another amazing change of attitude, dropped into a chair and sank his head in his hands. I saw his heavy shoulders quiver. I stared helplessly from him to Carawan, who seemed equally dumbfounded. "Is he drunk?" I asked. Carawan shook his head, and filling a brandy glass, offered it to the man. Gordon looked up with haggard eyes, seized the drink, and gulped it down, like a man half-famished. Then he straightened up and looked at us shamefacedly. "I am sorry I went off my handle, O'Donnell," he said. "It was the unexpected shock of you drawing that knife." "Well," I retorted with some disgust, "I suppose you thought I was going to stab you with it." "Yes, I did." Then, at the utterly blank expression on my face, he added, "Oh, I didn't actually think that. At least, I didn't reach that conclusion by any process of reasoning. It was just the blind, primitive instinct of a hunted man against whom anyone's hand may be turned." His strange words and the despairing way he said them sent a queer shiver of nameless apprehension down my spine. "What are you talking about?" I demanded uneasily. "Hunted? For what? You never committed a crime in your life." "Not in this life, perhaps," he muttered. "What do you mean? What if retribution for a black crime committed in a previous life were hounding me?" he muttered. "That's nonsense," I snorted. "Oh, is it?" he exclaimed, stunned. "Did you ever hear of my great-grandfather, Sir Richard Gordon of Argyll?" "Sure. But what's that got to do with—" "You've seen his portrait. Doesn't it resemble me?" "Well, yes," I admitted. "Except that your expression is frank and wholesome, whereas his is crafty and cruel." "He murdered his wife," answered Gordon. "Suppose the theory of reincarnation were true. Why shouldn't a man suffer in one life for a crime committed in another?" "You mean you think you are the reincarnation of your great-grandfather?" "Of all the fantastic, well, since he killed his wife, I suppose you'll be expecting Evelyn to murder you." This last was delivered in searing sarcasm, as I thought of the sweet, gentle girl Gordon had married. His answer stunned me. My wife, he said slowly, has tried to kill me 3 times in the past week. There was no reply to that. I glanced helplessly at John Kirawan. He sat in his customary position, chin resting on his strong, slim hands. His white face was immobile, but his dark eyes gleamed with interest. In the silence, I heard a clock ticking, like a death watch. "Tell us the full story, Gordon," suggested Kirawan, and his calm, even voice was like a knife that cut us strangling, relieving the unreal tension. "You know we've been married less than a year," Gordon began, plunging into the tale as though he were bursting for utterance. His words stumbled and tripped over one another. "All couples have spats, of course, but we've never had any real quarrels. Evelyn is the best-natured girl in the world. The first thing out of the ordinary occurred about a week ago. We had driven up in the mountains, left the car, and were wandering around picking wild flowers. At last we came to a steep slope, some 30 feet in height, and Evelyn called my attention to the flowers, which grew thickly at the foot. I was looking over the edge and wondering if I could climb down without tearing my clothes to ribbons, when I felt a violent shove from behind that toppled me over. If it had been a sheer cliff, I'd have broken my neck. As it was, I went tumbling down, rolling and sliding, and brought up at the bottom, scratched and bruised, with my garments in rags. I looked up and saw Evelyn staring down, apparently frightened half out of her wits. "Oh, Jim," she cried, "are you hurt? How came you to fall?" It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her that there was such a thing as carrying a joke too far, but these words checked me. I decided that she must have stumbled against me unintentionally, and actually didn't know it was she who precipitated me down the slope, so I laughed it off and went home. She made a great fuss over me, insisted on swapping my scratches with iodine, and lectured me for my carelessness. I hadn't the heart to tell her it was her fault. But 4 days later, the next thing happened. I was walking along our driveway when I saw her coming up it in the automobile. I stepped out on the grass to let her by, as there isn't any curb along the driveway. She was smiling as she approached me, and slowed down the car as if to speak to me. Then, just before she reached me, a most horrible change came over her expression. Without warning, the car leaped at me like a living thing as she drove her foot down on the accelerator. Only a frantic leap backward saved me from being ground under the wheels. The car shot across the lawn and crashed into a tree. I ran to it and found Evelyn dazed and hysterical, but unhurt. She babbled of losing control of the machine. I carried her into the house and sent for Dr. Donnelly. He found nothing seriously wrong with her and attributed her dazed condition to fright and shock. Within half an hour she regained her normal senses, but she's refused to touch the wheel since. Strange to say, she seemed less frightened on her own account than on mine. She seemed vaguely to know that she'd nearly run me down, and grew hysterical again when she spoke of it. Yet she seemed to take it for granted that I knew the machine had got out of her control, but I distinctly saw her wrench the wheel around, and I know she deliberately tried to hit me. Why? God alone knows. Still, I refused to let my mind follow the channel it was getting into. Evelyn had never given any evidence of any psychological weakness or nerves. She's always been a level-headed girl, wholesome and natural. But I began to think she was subject to crazy impulses. Most of us have felt the impulse to leap from tall buildings, and sometimes a person feels a blind, childish, and utterly reasonless urge to harm someone. We pick up a pistol, and the thought suddenly enters our mind how easy it would be to send our friend who sits smiling and unaware into eternity with a touch of the trigger. Of course, we don't do it, but the impulse is there. So I thought perhaps some lack of mental discipline made Evelyn susceptible to these unguided impulses and unable to control them. Nonsense, I broke in. I've known her since she was a baby. If she has any such trait, she's developed it since she married you. It was an unfortunate remark. Gordon caught it up with the despairing gleam in his eyes. That's just it. Since she married me. It's a curse. A black, ghastly curse, crawling like a serpent out of the past. I tell you, I was Richard Gordon and she was Lady Elizabeth, his murdered wife. His voice sank to a blood-freezing whisper. I shuddered. It is an awful thing to look upon the ruin of a keen, clean brain, and such I was certain that I surveyed in James Gordon. Why or how or by what grisly chance it had come about I could not say, but I was certain the man was mad. You spoke of 3 attempts. It was John Kairouan's voice again, calm and stable amid the gathering webs of horror and unreality. Look here. Gordon lifted his arm, drew back the sleeve, and displayed a bandage, the cryptic significance of which was intolerable. I came into the bathroom this morning looking for my razor, he said. I found Evelyn just on the point of using my best shaving implement for some feminine purpose, to cut out a pattern or something. Like many women, she can't seem to realize the difference between a razor and a butcher knife, or a pair of shears. I was a bit irritated and I said, Evelyn, how many times have I told you not to use my razors for such things? Bring it here, I'll give you my pocket knife. I am sorry, Jim, she said. I didn't know it would hurt the razor. Here it is. She was advancing, holding the open razor toward me. I reached for it. Then something warned me. It was the same look in her eyes, just as I had seen it the day she nearly ran over me. That was all that saved my life, for I instinctively threw up my hand just as she slashed at my throat with all her power. A blade gashed my arm, as you see, before I caught her wrist. For an instant she fought me like a wild thing. Her slender body was taut as steel beneath my hands. Then she went limp, and the look in her eyes was replaced by a strange, dazed expression. The razor slipped out of her fingers. I let go of her, and she stood swaying as if about to faint. I went to the lavatory. My wound was bleeding in a beastly fashion, and the next thing I heard her cry out, and she was hovering over me. Jim! She cried, how did you cut yourself so terribly? Gordon shook his head and sighed heavily. I guess I was a bit out of my head. My self-control snapped. Don't keep up this pretense, Evelyn, I said. God knows what's got into you, but you know as well as I that you've tried to kill me 3 times in the past week. She recoiled as if I'd struck her, catching at her breast and staring at me as if at a ghost. She didn't say a word, and just what I said I don't remember. But when I finished, I left her standing there, white and still as a marble statue. I got my arm bandaged at a drugstore, and then came over here, not knowing what else to do. Kairouan. O'Donnell, it's damnable. Either my wife is subject to fits of insanity. He choked on the word. No, I can't believe it. Ordinarily, her eyes are too clear and level, too utterly sane. But every time she has an opportunity to harm me, she seems to become a temporary maniac. He beat his fists together in his impotence and agony. But it isn't insanity. I used to work in a psychopathic ward, and I've seen every form of mental unbalance. My wife is not insane. Then what? I began, but he turned haggard eyes on me. Only one alternative remains, he answered. It is the old curse, from the days when I walked the earth with a heart as black as hell's darkest pits, and did evil in the sight of man and of God. She knows. In fleeting snatches of memory people have seen before, have glimpsed forbidden things, in momentary liftings of the veil which bars life from life. She was Elizabeth Douglas, the ill-fated bride of Richard Gordon, whom he murdered in jealous frenzy, and the vengeance is hers. I shall die by her hands, as it was meant to be, and she. He bowed his head in his hands. Just a moment, it was Kairouan again. You have mentioned a strange look in your wife's eyes. What sort of a look was it? Of maniacal frenzy? Gordon shook his head. It was an utter blankness. All the life and intelligence simply vanished, leaving her eyes dark wells of emptiness. Carawan nodded and asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "Have you any enemies?" "Not that I know of." "You forget Joseph Rolock," I said. "I can't imagine that elegant sophisticate going to the trouble of doing you actual harm. But I have an idea that if he could discomfort you without any physical effort on his part, he'd do it with a right good will." Carawan turned on me an eye that had suddenly become piercing. "And who is this Joseph Rolock?" "A young exquisite who came into Evelyn's life and nearly rushed her off her feet for a while. But in the end she came back to her first love, Gordon here. Rolock took it pretty hard for all his suaveness. There is a streak of violence and passion in the man that might have cropped out but for his infernal indolence and blasé indifference." "Oh, there is nothing to be said against Rolock," interrupted Gordon impatiently. "He must know that Evelyn never really loved him. He merely fascinated her temporarily with his romantic Latin air." "Not exactly Latin, Jim," I protested. "Rolock does look foreign, but it isn't Latin, it's almost Oriental." "Well, what has Rolock to do with this matter?" Gordon snarled with the irascibility of frayed nerves. "He's been as friendly as a man could be since Evelyn and I were married. In fact, only a week ago, he sent her a ring which he said was a peace offering and a belated wedding gift. Said that, after all, her jilting him was a greater misfortune for her than it was for him, the conceited jackass." A ring. Carawan had suddenly come to life. It was as if something hard and steely had been sounded in him. "What sort of a ring?" "Oh, a fantastic thing, copper, made like a scaly snake coiled 3 times, with its tail in its mouth and yellow jewels for eyes. I gather he picked it up somewhere in Hungary. He has traveled a great deal in Hungary." Gordon looked surprised at this questioning, but answered, "Why, apparently the man's traveled everywhere. I put him down as the pampered son of a millionaire. He never did any work, so far as I know. He's a great student," I put in. "I've been up to his apartment several times, and I never saw such a collection of books." Gordon leaped to his feet with an oath. "Are we all crazy?" he cried. "I came up here hoping to get some help, and you fellows fall to talking of Joseph Rolock. I'll go to Dr. Donnelly." "Wait," Carawan stretched out a detaining hand. "If you don't mind, we'll go over to your house. I'd like to talk to your wife." Gordon dumbly acquiesced. Harried and haunted by grisly forebodings, he knew not which way to turn, and welcomed anything that promised aid. We drove over in his car, and scarcely a word was spoken on the way. Gordon was sunk in moody ruminations, and Carawan had withdrawn himself into some strange aloof domain of thought beyond my ken. He sat like a statue, his dark, vital eyes staring into space, not blankly, but as one who looks with understanding into some far realm. Though I counted the man as my best friend, I knew but little of his past. He had come into my life as abruptly and unannounced as Joseph Rolock had come into the life of Evelyn Ash. I had met him at the Wanderers' Club, which is composed of the drift of the world, travellers, eccentrics, and all manner of men whose paths lie outside the beaten tracks of life. I had been attracted to him and intrigued by his strange powers and deep knowledge. I vaguely knew that he was the black sheep younger son of a titled Irish family, and that he had walked many strange ways. Gordon's mention of Hungary struck a chord in my memory. One phase of his life Carawan had once let drop, fragmentarily. I only knew that he had once suffered a bitter grief and a savage wrong, and that it had been in Hungary. But the nature of the episode I did not know. At Gordon's house, Evelyn met us calmly, showing inner agitation only by the over-restraint of her manner. I saw the beseeching look she stole at her husband. She was a slender, soft-spoken girl, whose dark eyes were always vibrant and alight with emotion. That child tried to murder her adored husband. The idea was monstrous. Again, I was convinced that James Gordon himself was deranged. Following Carawan's lead, we made a pretense of small talk, as if we had casually dropped in, but I felt that Evelyn was not deceived. Our conversation rang false and hollow, and presently Kairouan said, "Mrs. Gordon, that is a remarkable ring you are wearing. Do you mind if I look at it? I'll have to give you my hand." She laughed. "I've been trying to get it off today, and it won't come off." She held out her slim white hand for Kairouan's inspection, and his face was immobile as he looked at the metal snake that coiled about her slim finger. He did not touch it. I myself was aware of an unaccountable repulsion. There was something almost obscene about that dull, copperish reptile wound about the girl's white finger. "It's evil-looking, isn't it?" She involuntarily shivered. "At first I liked it, but now I can hardly bear to look at it. If I can get it off, I intend to return it to Joseph, Mr. Rolock." Kairouan was about to make some reply when the doorbell rang. Gordon jumped as if shot, and Evelyn rose quickly. "I'll answer it, Jim. I know who it is." She returned an instant later with two more mutual friends, those inseparable cronies. Dr. Donnelly, whose burly body, jovial manner, and booming voice were combined with as keen a brain as any in the profession, and Bill Bain, elderly, lean, wiry, acidly witty. Both were old friends of the Ashe family. Dr. Donnelly had ushered Evelyn into the world, and Bain was always Uncle Bill to her. "Howdy, Jim! Howdy, Mr. Kairouan!" roared Donnelly. "Hey, O'Donnell, have you got any firearms with you? Last time you nearly blew my head off showing me an old flintlock pistol that wasn't supposed to be loaded." Dr. Donnelly. We all turned. Evelyn was standing beside a wide table, holding it as if for support. Her face was white. Our badinage ceased instantly. A sudden tension was in the air. "Dr. Donnelly," she repeated, holding her voice steady by an effort, "I sent for you and Uncle Bill for the same reason for which I know Jim has brought Mr. Kairouan and Michael. There is a matter Jim and I can no longer deal with alone. There is something between us, something black and ghastly and terrible." "What are you talking about, girl?" All the levity was gone from Donnelly's great voice. "My husband," she choked, then went blindly on. "My husband has accused me of trying to murder him." The silence that fell was broken by Bain's sudden and energetic rise. His eyes blazed and his fists quivered. "You young pup!" he shouted at Gordon. "I'll knock the living daylights. Sit down, Bill." Donnelly's huge hand crushed his smaller companion back into his chair. "No use going off half-cocked. Go ahead, honey. We need help. We cannot carry this thing alone." A shadow crossed her comely face. This morning, Jim's arm was badly cut. He said I did it. I don't know. I was handing him the razor. Then I must have fainted. At least, everything faded away. When I came to myself, he was washing his arm in the lavatory, and he accused me of trying to kill him. "Why, the young fool," bought the belligerent Bain. "Hasn't he sense enough to know that if you did cut him, it was an accident?" "Shut up, won't you?" snorted Donnelly. "Honey, did you say you fainted?" "That isn't like you. I've been having fainting spells," she answered. "The first time was when we were in the mountains and Jim fell down a cliff. We were standing on the edge, then everything went black, and when my sight cleared, he was rolling down the slope." She shuddered at the recollection. "Then when I lost control of the car and it crashed into the tree. You remember? Jim called you over." Dr. Donnelly nodded his head ponderously. "I don't remember you ever having fainting spells before, but Jim says I pushed him over the cliff," she cried hysterically. "He says I tried to run him down in the car. He says I purposely slashed him with the razor." Dr. Donnelly turned perplexedly toward the wretched Gordon. "How about it, son?" "God help me," Gordon burst out in agony. "It's true." "Why, you lying hound!" It was Bain who gave tongue, leaping again to his feet. "If you want a divorce, why don't you get it in a decent way instead of resorting to these despicable tactics?" "Damn you!" roared Gordon, lunging up and losing control of himself completely. "If you say that, I'll tear your jugular out!" Evelyn screamed. Donnelly grabbed Bain ponderously and banged him back into his chair with no overly gentle touch, and Kairouan laid a hand lightly on Gordon's shoulder. The man seemed to crumple into himself. He sank back into his chair and held out his hands gropingly toward his wife. "Evelyn," he said, his voice thick with laboring emotion, "you know I love you. I feel like a dog. But God help me, it's true. If we go on this way, I'll be a dead man. And you." "Don't say it," she screamed. "I know you wouldn't lie to me, Jim." "If you say I tried to kill you, I know I did. But I swear, Jim, I didn't do it consciously. Oh, I must be going mad. That's why my dreams have been so wild and terrifying lately." "Of what have you dreamed, Mrs. Gordon?" asked Kairouan gently. She pressed her hands to her temples and stared dully at him, as if only half comprehending. "A black thing," she muttered. "A horrible, faceless black thing that mows and mumbles and paws over me with apish hands. I dream of it every night, and in the daytime I try to kill the only man I ever loved. I am going mad. Maybe I am already crazy and don't know it. Calm yourself, honey." To Dr. Donnelly, with all his science, it was only another case of feminine hysteria. His matter-of-fact voice seemed to soothe her, and she sighed and drew a weary hand through her damp locks. "We'll talk this all over, and everything's going to be okay," he said, drawing a thick cigar from his vest pocket. "Give me a match, honey." She began mechanically to feel about the table, and just as mechanically Gordon said, "There are matches in the drawer, Evelyn." She opened the drawer and began groping in it, when suddenly, as if struck by recollection and intuition, Gordon sprang up, white-faced, and shouted, "No, no, don't open that drawer, don't." Even as he voiced that urgent cry, she stiffened, as if at the feel of something in the drawer. Her change of expression held us all frozen. Even Kairouan, the vital intelligence, vanished from her eyes like a blown-out flame, and into them came the look Gordon had described as blank. The term was descriptive. Her beautiful eyes were dark wells of emptiness, as if the soul had been withdrawn from behind them. Her hand came out of the drawer holding a pistol, and she fired point blank. Gordon reeled with a groan and went down, blood starting from his head. For a flashing instant she looked down stupidly at the smoking gun in her hand, like one suddenly waking from a nightmare. Then her wild scream of agony smote our ears. "Oh God, I've killed him! Jim! Jim!" She reached him before any of us, throwing herself on her knees and cradling his bloody head in her arms, while she sobbed in an unbearable passion of horror and anguish. The emptiness was gone from her eyes. They were alive and dilated with grief and terror. I was making toward my prostrate friend with Donnelly and Bain, but Kairouan caught my arm. His face was no longer immobile. His eyes glittered with a controlled savagery. "Leave him to them," he snarled. "We are hunters, not healers. Lead me to the house of Joseph Rolock." I did not question him. We drove there in Gordon's car. I had the wheel, and something about the grim face of my companion caused me to hurl the machine recklessly through the traffic. I had the sensation of being part of a tragic drama which was hurtling with headlong speed toward a terrible climax. I wrenched the car to a grinding halt at the curb before the building where Rolock lived, in a bizarre apartment high above the city. The very elevator that shot us skyward seemed imbued with something of Kairouan's driving urge for haste. I pointed out Rolock's door, and he cast it open without knocking and shouldered his way in. I was close at his heels. Rolock, in a dressing gown of Chinese silk worked with dragons, was lounging on a divan, puffing quickly at a cigarette. He sat up, overturning a wine glass which stood with a half-filled bottle at his elbow. Poon Kairouan could speak. I burst out with our news. "James Gordon has been shot." He sprang to his feet. "Shot? When? When did she kill him?" "She?" I glared in bewilderment. "How did you know?" With a steely hand, Kairouan thrust me aside, and as the men faced each other, I saw recognition flare up in Rolock's face. They made a strong contrast, Kyrowin, tall, pale with some white-hot passion. Rollock, slim, darkly handsome with the Saracenic arch of his slim brows above his black eyes. I realized that whatever else occurred, it lay between those two men. They were not strangers. I could sense like a tangible thing the hate that lay between them. "John Kyrowin," softly whispered Rollock. "You remember me, Joseph Rollock." Only an iron control kept Kyrowin's voice steady. The other merely stared at him without speaking. "Years ago," said Kyrowin more deliberately, "when we delved in the dark mysteries together in Budapest, I saw whither you were drifting. I drew back. I would not descend to the foul depths of forbidden occultism and diabolism to which you sank, and because I would not, you despised me, and you robbed me of the only woman I ever loved. You turned her against me by means of your vile arts, and then you degraded and debauched her, sank her into your own foul slime. I had killed you with my hands then, Joseph Rollock, vampire by nature as well as by name that you are. But your arts protected you from physical vengeance, but you have trapped yourself at last." Kyrowin's voice rose in fierce exultation. All his cultured restraint had been swept away from him, leaving a primitive, elemental man, raging and gloating over a hated foe. "You sought the destruction of James Gordon and his wife, because she unwittingly escaped your snare. You—" Rollock shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "You are mad." "I have not seen the Gordons for weeks. Why blame me for their family troubles?" Kyrowin snarled. "Liar as always. What did you say just now when O'Donnell told you Gordon had been shot?" "When did she kill him? You were expecting to hear that the girl had killed her husband. Your psychic powers had told you that a climax was close at hand. You were nervously awaiting news of the success of your devilish scheme. But I did not need a slip of your tongue to recognize your handiwork. I knew as soon as I saw the ring on Evelyn Gordon's finger, the ring she could not remove, the ancient and accursed ring of Thoth Amon, handed down by foul cults of sorcerers since the days of forgotten Stygia. I knew that ring was yours, and I knew by what ghastly rights you came to possess it, and I knew its power. Once she put it on her finger. In her innocence and ignorance she was in your power. By your black magic you summoned the black elemental spirit, the haunter of the ring, out of the gulfs of night and the ages. Here in your accursed chamber you performed unspeakable rituals to drive Evelyn Gordon's soul from her body, and to cause that body to be possessed by that godless sprite from outside the human universe. She was too clean and wholesome, a love for her husband too strong, for the fiend to gain complete and permanent possession of her body. Only, for brief instants, could it drive her own spirit into the void and animate her form. But that was enough for your purpose. But you have brought ruin upon yourself by your vengeance. Only for brief instants could it drive her spirit into the void and animate her form. Kyrowin's voice rose to a feline screech. What was the price demanded by the fiend you drew from the pits? Ha, you blench! Joseph Rollock is not the only man to have learned forbidden secrets. After I left Hungary, a broken man, I took up again the study of the black arts. To trap you, you cringing serpent, I explored the ruins of Zimbabwe, the lost mountains of Inner Mongolia, and the forgotten jungle islands of the southern seas. I learned what sickened my soul so that I forswore occultism forever. But I learned of the black spirit that deals death by the hand of a beloved one, and is controlled by a master of magic. But, Joseph Rollock, you are not an adept. You have not the power to control the fiend you have invoked, and you have sold your soul. The Hungarian tore at his collar as if it were a strangling noose. His face had changed as if a mask had dropped away. He looked much older. "You lie," he panted. "I did not promise him my soul. I do not lie." Kyrowin's shriek was shocking in its wild exultation. I know the price a man must pay for calling forth the nameless shape that roams the gulfs of darkness. Look, there in the corner behind you, a nameless, sightless thing is laughing, is mocking you. It has fulfilled its bargain, and it has come for you. Joseph Rollock! No! Shrieked Rollock, tearing his limp collar away from his sweating throat. His composure had crumpled, and his demoralization was sickening to see. I tell you, it was not my soul. I promised it a soul, but not my soul. He must take the soul of the girl, or of James Gordon. Fool, roared Kairouan. Do you think he could take the souls of innocents, that he would not know they were beyond his reach? The girl and the youth he could kill. Their souls were not his to take or yours to give. But your black soul is not beyond his reach, and he will have his wage. Look, he is materializing behind you. He is growing out of thin air. Was it the hypnosis inspired by Kairouan's burning words that caused me to shudder and grow cold? To feel an icy chill that was not of earth pervade the room? Was it a trick of light and shadow that seemed to produce the effect of a black anthropomorphic shadow on the wall behind the Hungarian? No, by heaven, it grew, it swelled. Verrill had not turned. He stared at Kairouan with eyes starting from his head, hair standing stiffly on his scalp, sweat dripping from his livid face. Kairouan's cry started shudders down my spine. Look behind you, fool. I see him. He has come. He is here. His grisly mouth gapes in awful laughter. His misshapen paws reach for you. And then at last, Rollock wheeled with an awful shriek, throwing his arms above his head in a gesture of wild despair. And for one brain-shattering instant, he was blotted out by a great black shadow. Kairouan grasped my arm, and we fled from that accursed chamber, blind with horror. The same paper which bore a brief item telling of James Gordon having suffered a slight scalp wound by the accidental discharge of a pistol in his home headlined the sudden death of Joseph Rollock, wealthy and eccentric clubman, in his sumptuous apartments, apparently from heart failure. I read it at breakfast, while I drank cup after cup of black coffee, from a hand that was not too steady even after the lapse of a night. Across the table from me, Kairouan likewise seemed to lack appetite. He brooded as if he roamed again through bygone years. Gordon's fantastic theory of reincarnation was wild enough, I said at last. But the actual facts were still more incredible. Tell me, Kairouan, was that last scene the result of hypnosis? Was it the power of your words that made me seem to see a black horror grow out of the air and rip Joseph Rollock's soul from his living body? He shook his head. No human hypnotism would strike that black-hearted devil dead on the floor. No, there are beings outside the ken of common humanity, foul shapes of transcosmic evil. Such a one it was with which Rollock dealt. But how could it claim his soul? I persisted. If indeed such an awful bargain had been struck, it had not fulfilled its part. For James Gordon was not dead, but merely knocked senseless. Rollock did not know it, answered Kairouan. He thought that Gordon was dead, and I convinced him that he himself had been trapped and was doomed. In his demoralization, he fell easy prey to the thing he had called forth. It, of course, was always watching for a moment of weakness on his part. The powers of darkness never deal fairly with human beings. He who traffics with them is always cheated in the end. It's a mad nightmare, I muttered. But it seems to me, then, that you, as much as anything else, brought about Rollock's death. It is gratifying to think so, Kairouan answered. Evelyn Gordon is safe now, and it is a small repayment for what he did to another girl, years ago, and in a far country. End of The Haunter of the Ring by Robert E. Howard.
The Life Masters by Edmond Hamilton. Weird Tales, January 1930. The first intimation the world received of the Life Masters and of the doom that they were to loose upon it was contained in a news dispatch sent out by the great press syndicates from New York in the last week of May. That first article, a brief one, stated only that during the last day or so the beaches about the metropolis had been closed to bathers by reason of a thick scum of clear gray, jelly-like substance that had been left upon them by the retreating tides. This clear slime, which exhibited a few signs of rudimentary life and movement, had been deposited also by the tides upon the sea walls and dock piles about the city, and had been reported too from a score or more of places along the New Jersey and New England seaboard. These glistening deposits, the dispatch added, were considered to be in all probability the result of some sea migration of a great mass of minute jelly-like organisms. That first dispatch, the true sinister importance of which we can well understand now, was treated at the time as merely one of scores of other reports of mildly interesting incidents. The phenomenon was unusual, certainly, but hardly enough so to merit any special attention. This was evidenced by the small space given the matter by the New York newspapers on that same evening, most of them according it but a few inconspicuous lines, though one went so far as to publish a photograph of the curious onlookers who had gathered to watch the glistening scum of the stuff, slowly moving and flexing a little now and then, that had been deposited on the Battery seawall. Save for these casually curious ones, though, and the disgusted bathers who found themselves barred by it from their favorite beaches, it cannot be said that any portion of the public, even in such seaside cities as New York, gave the advent of the glistening gray stuff any consideration on that afternoon and evening. It was not until the newspapers of the following morning, the 26th, published their later dispatches on the phenomenon that the world, or the scientific world at least, began to awake to its extraordinary nature. Those dispatches converted the matter from a mere unusual incident into something like a minor sensation. For, according to them, the deposits of glistening gray slime had been left by the tides not only along the Atlantic coast but along the Pacific also, and not only along American shores but upon those of Europe and Asia and Africa, upon all the shores of all Earth's seas, in fact. Upon the jungle-bordered beaches of the Philippines, and the cold gray Norwegian shores, and the shelving sands of the Chilean coast, and the rocky cliffs of England, the retreating tides had left the same thick coatings of jelly-like living slime. The phenomenon, whatever its cause, was worldwide, as those morning dispatches showed, and because of that worldwide scope was accorded a greatly increased space by the majority of that morning's newspapers, seeming extraordinary enough to call for greater attention. And even more extraordinary was it made later in that day by the bar master's controversy concerning it, that acrid dispute of scientists about the phenomenon's causes that stirred even the public into a somewhat greater interest in it. The controversy was precipitated with surprising abruptness by the statement made by Dr. Almeric Barr early on the 26th. It was toward Dr. Barr, whose reputation among contemporary biologists was exceeded only by that of the brilliant Dr. Herbert Munson, of the Starford Foundation, that the puzzled newspapers had turned when the glistening deposits had first appeared at New York. They had brought him samples of the stuff asking his opinion of it, and his curiosity had been so stirred that he had undertaken an analysis of it. It had proved apparently an interesting enough analysis, for it was not until the next day that he had given to the waiting journals any summary of it. When that summary was published, though appearing in the noon editions of that day's papers, it proved a startling one. The glistening deposits, Dr. Barr stated, were nothing more nor less than protoplasm, that gray jelly-like stuff that is the primal life substance, the basis of all life upon Earth. Protoplasm itself, he explained, composed of an extremely complex mixture of organic compounds, had never been analyzed, or even partly analyzed, and no more could these clear deposits be analyzed. But his investigation had proved without doubt that they were living protoplasm, and not the minute organisms that had been supposed. The appearance of these deposits on all Earth's shores, he added, meant that great quantities of protoplasm had appeared in all Earth's seas, and that could be explained in only one way. Protoplasm, the primal life stuff, had appeared in Earth's seas, eons, before its complex compounds built by some force out of the elements of sea silt and seawater themselves. And if those protoplasmic masses had formed spontaneously out of the sea's elements eons before giving rise eventually to all Earth's life, it could only be supposed that similar great protoplasmic masses had now suddenly formed again in Earth's seas in the same way as in the remote past. That first report of Dr. Barr's, though puzzling enough to a newspaper-reading public but little interested in talk of organic and inorganic compounds, proved a sensation in the scientific and especially in the biological world. The New York biologist's classification of the clear, jelly-like deposits as protoplasm was, it was admitted, correct, since by that time scientists in laboratories at London and Stockholm and Sydney had confirmed independently the fact that the glistening gray stuff was indeed the basic life substance of Earth. What was not admitted, though, and what swiftly became the center of as fiery a scientific controversy as could be recalled, was his contention that the great masses of protoplasm, which had apparently appeared throughout the seas, had been formed spontaneously from the sea's inorganic elements, as in the remote past. That contention, within hours of the time his statement was published, became a veritable storm center of conflicting scientific opinion. The opinion of a great mass of biologists was curtly summed up late in that afternoon by Professor Theodore McMaster, biologist-in-chief of one of the great Massachusetts universities. While Dr. Barr is undoubtedly right in assuming that great quantities of protoplasm have in some way appeared in all Earth's seas, he stated, his theory that those masses have formed suddenly out of the sea's inorganic elements is, with all respect, a crazy one. It is true that, in the Earth's youth, such great protoplasmic masses did form thus from the elements of sea silt, but we know that their process of formation, their change from inorganic to organic living matter, required eons in itself to complete, so slow was it. This hypothesis, therefore, that the same great process has taken place on a worldwide scale within a day or so, is patently absurd. My own theory is that great masses of protoplasm have existed from the remote past on the sea's floor, and that some subterranean or submarine convulsion has thrown them up to be scattered by the tides upon all Earth's coasts. This new theory, it must be admitted, found much greater support in biological circles than the more radical one of Dr. Barr, but it was roundly criticized by the latter. The presence of protoplasm in great masses on the sea's floor, he pointed out, had never been detected by any of the great oceanographic expeditions of the past. And the stupid hypothesis of a submarine convulsion could hardly be held when there was no slightest seismographic evidence of such a convulsion having taken place within the last weeks. Dr. Barr was supported in these criticisms by a number of fellow biologists, and so accurate had become the exchange of opinions by the next day, the 27th, that one of the great scientific societies, the World Science Association, stepped in. It proposed to settle the question of the phenomenon's causes to the satisfaction of public and scientists alike by appointing a committee of research to investigate it, to be headed by Dr. Herbert Munson of the Starford Foundation, the most noted biologist of the day. This was a proposition acceptable to all, for the cold, massive Dr. Munson's competence and scientific impartiality were unquestioned. The World Science Association found, however, to its disappointment, that the brilliant biologist had been absent from the Starford Foundation for some months. He had established a laboratory at Cone Island, a little isle of rock and sand off the North Maine coast, it was stated, and was engaged in research there with a small group of scientists, which included Dr. Albert Labro, a famous biochemist, Harlan Kingsford, electrodynamics expert of the American Electric Company, Dr. Hermann Kroner, the noted German biophysicist, whose studies of the biological effects of radioactive vibrations had been the subject of much discussion, and Dr. Richard Mallet, a rising young cytologist, who was also of the Starford Foundation. He was from another of the younger scientists at the Foundation, Dr. Ernest Ralton, that the association had secured this statement of Dr. Munson's whereabouts. And Ralston had offered, moreover, to fly north in his plane to the island and lay the association's request before the famous biologist. This offer had been at once accepted, for it was not doubted that Dr. Munson's passion for experimentation would cause him to accept the chief place on the committee of research. Late on the afternoon of the 27th, therefore, announcement was made from the World Science Association's office that Ralston had left in his plane for the island, and that when he returned with Dr. Munson, the association's committee of research would be formed and would start its investigations. This announcement, though it caused the disputing biologist to await keenly Dr. Munson's return, proved unexciting to newspapers and public whose first half interest in the phenomenon had begun to wane. The newspapers, indeed, in publishing the association's announcement, humorously suggested that the whole controversy over the origin of some slime on the world's beaches was a battle between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. And the public, with a guffaw or a smile, assented. The whole thing merely went to show the craziness of scientists. Thus did common sense deliver itself that evening. Common sense was not to suspect certainly what strange craziness it was that lay behind the appearance of that glistening slime. Common sense was not to dream until it awoke to the thunder of crashing worlds. What terrible craziness it was that had loosed upon humanity with that glistening scum a titanic tide of dreadful death, which even at that moment was surging slowly upward to sweep across all the world. Just before midnight. On that same night, it was less than a dozen hours after the association's announcement that the horror broke upon the world. Had the thing come gradually upon us, place by place, and event after event? It would be possible to give some consecutive account of it now. But crashing down upon almost all the astounded world at the same moment as it did, the very scope of it makes futile any efforts to describe completely the terror of that world when it awoke to doom. It is enough indeed if we can give some impression of its action at such a city as New York, for there of all places its horror was the most intensified. The accounts of the things coming to New York are almost numberless, and it is from one of these, that of Edward Worley, that we find what is perhaps our most vivid picture of the thing. Worley's account, to which he has given the somewhat banal title of My Experiences in the Life Horror, not only gives us a description of the first coming of the horror at New York, but summarizes in fact the action of the thing over all the world. For as it was in New York that night, so it was in 1,000 seaside cities in that same hour, and what Worley saw in its streets was seen by millions of horror-stricken men in that same night. The magnitude of the thing was greater at New York, but the horror was the same. As Worley indeed points out, this Edward Worley figures unconsciously in his own narrative as a somewhat commonplace individual, a middle-aged person, the greater part of whose days had been spent in the adding and subtracting of figures in a Broad Street broker's office. To avoid crowded subways, as he tells us, Worley had taken rooms in one of the narrow lodging houses, jammed in here and there east of the financial section, at Manhattan's lower extremity. It was this fact that conspired with circumstances to project Worley into the very heart of the terror's first coming. For, a half hour before midnight on that fateful night of the 27th, he had decided that a short stroll through the warm spring air would be a pleasant one, and his steps had led him southward toward the Battery's little open park. It was an hour that just before midnight, when the southern end of that great island, mass of structures, that is New York, lies beneath a silence and a loneliness supernatural almost. So it seemed to Worley, at least, strolling southward in the warm spring night through the silent streets from one pool of corner lamplight to another between the towering vast buildings that loomed into the darkness on either side. Those buildings, the center of unparalleled activity in the hours of day, lay as silent beneath the white spring stars as though they were the still unbroken ruins of some mighty deserted city. Northward from the Midtown section, a glow of light against the sky told of the life that still surged through the crowded streets there. But Worley, strolling on, met none, save an occasional policeman who eyed him keenly beneath the corner lights. Then, within moments, more puffs of fresh salt air came to his nostrils, and he was passing out between the last of the great buildings, out beneath the looming tracks of the elevated, and into the silent little park. As Worley tells it, he had strolled halfway across the darkened park toward its southern seawall's rail before he sensed that anything unusual lay before him. The gleaming waters stretching out into the darkness, the gliding lights of small craft here and there upon them, the other far-flung blinking lights of Brooklyn and the Jersey cities away to left and to right, these were all that engrossed his attention in those first moments. Then, as he drew within yards of the southern rail, he stopped abruptly short. He had glimpsed suddenly a great glistening wet mass that lay at the seawall's edge ahead of him, and that seemed to be slowly moving. It was, he says, just as though someone had dumped a great mass of glistening gelatin at the park's edge, wet and gleaming there in the light of the few scattered bulbs about me. All along the park's edge, along its seawall, that glistening mass stretched, hanging down over the wall into the lapping sea waters. And as the stuff seemed slowly moving, I thought it for that moment to be pouring down into the sea beneath. Then, as I stood there gazing at that smooth, flowing movement of the gleaming stuff, I saw something that made me rub my eyes in amazement. The glistening masses were not flowing down into the sea at all, I saw, but instead were flowing up from it. For a moment of utter astonishment, Worley stood still, gazing toward the stuff. A gray, glistening mass it was, pouring slowly and smoothly up over the wall's edge. From the sea beneath, flowing steadily up onto the surface of the park and adding to the great gleaming mass of the stuff that lay already all around that park's sea edge. The thing was unprecedented. It was incredible. And for a moment that seemed unending to Worley. He stared toward those shining, gathering, jelly-like masses that were flowing and flexing and writhing a few feet before him. Then suddenly a great thick loop of the glistening jelly, a great arm, projected itself out from the gliding masses and darted straight toward him. It was that finally broke the spell of Worley's stupefaction, for as the great arm looped toward him, he staggered back, giving unconscious utterance to a high scream. At that same moment of utter horror, he says, by some strange trick of the mind there had flashed across his brain remembrance of the feebly moving clear slime that had been found on beach and seawall in the last days. But that fleeting thought dissolved for the moment in the stark horror that now filled him. Another great looping arm had shot out beside the first, lengthening smoothly and swiftly toward him, while the gliding, jelly-like masses from which both projected were flowing toward him. Across grass and paving, great glistening amorphous bulks, a full yard in height now, gathering greater bulk each moment by the masses that still were flowing up from the waters over the park's wall, to add to them. Worley, though, had seen this in but a single dazed glimpse, for as the second arm had shot toward him, he had stumbled backward again, crying out, and then was running weakly toward the park's north end. From beneath the overhung elevated tracks, as he ran toward them, there leapt to meet him two blue-coated figures, one with a pistol gleaming in his hand, and at sight of the policeman whom his cries had summoned, Worley became incoherent in his horror. Coming out of the water over the park, he could only tell them hoarsely, gesturing toward the southern end. Gray jelly stuff, protoplasm like it said in the newspapers, masses of it coming out. The two surveyed him doubtfully a moment, then, peering into the darkness at the park's lower end, began to walk slowly in that direction, their weapons outstretched. His heart pounding rapidly, Worley watched them vanishing into the darkness. There was a moment of silence, a silence in which the rattle of a train far to the north came preternaturally loudly to his ears. Then he heard a sudden sharp exclamation from the darkness southward, and the next moment the darkness was split by a spurt of flame and the deafening rattle of shots. Then, against the gleaming waters beyond, he glimpsed great arms flashing upward like dark, mighty tentacles, and as they flashed down again the shots ceased. There were sharp screams suddenly cut off and then silence again. Worley, trembling, gazed still down into the little park, and after a moment saw movement there, a slow movement approaching him. Finally it came within the radiance of the nearer lights, and he saw that it was the great, glistening gray masses flowing smoothly across the park toward him, flowing up as smoothly still from the waters around it, and that in the clear jelly-like bulk gliding toward him were held, like flies in amber, the dark, twisted bodies of two men. With that sight a daze of horror settled upon Worley's brain. He was dimly aware that he was racing unsteadily northward from the park, through the darkened, silent streets. That from somewhere else behind him were coming other screams. The high screams of a woman this time, and that from away across the waters to the east had come suddenly other faint, agonized cries. He heard as though from a great distance a sudden babble of shouts and screams that swept along the great city's edges like spreading flame. Heard bells jangling suddenly out to add to that uproar. By then he had staggered eastward into the district of his own lodgings, moved by unconscious habit. But as he stumbled down one of those narrow streets eastward, a sudden rising uproar a few blocks ahead of him brought him to a standstill. Then, the first swirling mists of horror lifting from his brain, he stared down along the narrow street. Along its darkened length, only circular patches of light at intersections were visible to him, but now he saw fleeing into those light areas toward him a growing mob of half-dressed people who were pouring from the bordering buildings into the street, running wildly with gesticulating hands and with hoarse cries of animal fear. Far down the street, almost to the waterfront eastward, Worley could see the growing mob pouring forth, fleeing toward him. And then he saw, too, what was behind them, and what they fled from so wildly. For at the narrow street's eastern end there was rolling smoothly toward him, and after those fleeing figures a great, glistening gray wave, waist-high. A gliding mass of gleaming jelly stuff that stretched across the street's width and flowed effortlessly after the fugitives, great looping arms forming from it and reaching forth to draw them back into its glistening masses that flowed smoothly onward, with those fugitives' bodies in their grip. Remembrance of half-read newspaper articles flashed again over Worley's brain in that moment. Protoplasm, he cried unconsciously again. Masses of it, and sweeping up over all the city. For in ever-increasing floods the gray, glistening masses of protoplasm were rolling forward, from the waters eastward, were surging through the narrow streets with that fear-crazed mob fleeing before them, were flowing swiftly and smoothly into buildings, from the interior of which came terrible shrieks, were shooting forth great tentacle arms of their own jelly-like substance to catch and draw back the weeping little figures that fled before it. A mighty, mindless, brainless, nerveless monster. A great wave of living protoplasm that was sweeping up and flowing through streets and buildings to lick them clean of all life. From southward and from westward were coming screams and cries as other great waves poured through the streets. As out over the doomed great city there poured from the waters about it that mighty tide of death. A great wave of living protoplasm swept through the streets, licking them clean of life. Worley leapt back suddenly as down the street from behind him there roared a long police car, the fleeing mob ahead splitting to both sides as it thundered through. It skidded to a stop but yards from that advancing glistening wave, and Worley saw blue-coated figures tumbling from it, staring in an amazement of horror at the great gleaming wave of protoplasm rolling toward them, then recovering themselves and lining swiftly across the street before it. Then there came the swift, sharp drumming of powerful riot guns, spraying tearing steel bullets into that advancing wave. At the same time came the dull detonation of grenades hurled into the glistening masses, and for a moment Worley stared down toward them in sudden leaping hope. But the flood of protoplasm rolled onward, unchecked, unheeding. The bullets that tore through its jelly-like masses left holes that closed instantly of themselves. The bombs that exploded in those masses splashed them violently to every side. But in the next moment the glistening fragments had flowed smoothly forward of themselves, had joined together again in a solid flood, were sweeping resistlessly forward. Before the men lined across the street could comprehend the fact that the thing before them could not be killed or even hurt. By human means, the wave had advanced upon them. A myriad tentacle arms had whipped out of it toward them. And then it had gripped and had rolled over them, was gliding still smoothly on with their dark bodies visible in its clear gray masses. Never afterward could Worley remember clearly the things that befell him in the next moments. He knew that with that sight a final mad frenzy of utter horror and despair had settled upon him. That with those other fleeing figures he was stumbling through the narrow streets toward the northward and the one chance of escape from the death trap that the island had become. But his impressions of those mad moments were always hazy dim. Striking, trampling, pushing, he and the panic-driven mobs about him fought their way through the choked streets, through the darkness of that dread night. While ever behind them from south and east and west there glided upon their track the mighty wave of protoplasm, calm, smooth, effortless, sweeping out over the island's tip and up through its narrow streets, absorbing into itself steadily the exhausted fugitives who fled before it, advancing northward and inward from the city's sides with its vast glistening masses, still steadily increased by the floods of protoplasm pouring up from the encircling waters. To Worley, then, it was as though he was pushing his way onward through the fear-choked nightmares of some terrifying dream. The hoarse shouts of the fleeing thousands who were pouring forth from all the city's buildings to flee northward about him. The frantic clanging of bells and screeching of whistles. The thunder of bombs and crack of rifles, as the city's defenders sought in vain to halt those gliding, irresistible masses. The agonized shrieks of those who fell before the great wave of death, of those trapped by it in buildings or in blind streets. The faint, far roar of panic that came from the other cities west and eastward. These merged in his mind into one mighty, unceasing bellow of utter terror. For how many hours Worley had fought his way northward through the horror-driven millions that surged through the night of the city's streets before he reached at last the island's northern heights, he could not guess. There, pausing and swaying in a doorway, while the roaring crowds surged ever by him toward the Harlem River bridges that were the sole gates of escape from the island of death, he peered southward through the darkness. The great city, a far-flung mass of blinking lights, stretched before him, its streets alive here and there with other moving lights, with the mobs that surged wildly northward to escape from it, and from whom arose a dull, far roar of fear. Farther southward, though, in the midtown and lower sections, no lights moved, and there arose no cries, for there, surging up about and across the island like a great tide of utter silence and death, there rolled the mighty protoplasmic masses, sweeping all before them as they poured still up from the bordering seas, gliding onward in a single gigantic glistening wave. As Worley turned and fought northward again, with the crazed mobs that filled the streets, it came to him dully to wonder whether on all earth was any place of refuge from those mighty, mindless masses that had rolled out so suddenly and strangely from the sea. Had Worley but known it, as he struggled northward through the last hours of that dread night, it was not at New York alone, but on all the shores and in all the seaside cities of earth, that humanity was fleeing at that moment, before the protoplasmic tides of death. Up from all earth's seas at the same hour, the same moment almost, had rolled the same mighty glistening waves, flowing upward and sweeping out over mighty cities, and through tiny villages and over lonely barren beaches. Gigantic glistening protoplasm masses gliding at the same hour through the streets of London and of Yokohama, of Copenhagen and of Miami. In 1,000 cities sweeping humanity in fear, mad mobs before them. Doom. It was the word that was flashing already from city and village by the sea to those inland, the word that was bursting across an astounded and horror-stricken world in those dread hours. The mighty waves of protoplasm, whatever their unthinkable origin, were unstopped, were unstoppable. Bullet and bomb and knife were harmless to them. High explosive shells had scattered the waves only to have them in another moment join again and military batteries hastily summoned had fired round upon round until they had been wiped out by those calmly advancing floods. Planes had swooped to bomb them with no greater effect than the shells. Gas had no effect upon these living floods. Onward, outward they rolled, mighty glistening masses flowing upward from the sea to sweep across all the earth. Doom. Man was facing it, and the reign and existence of man with every horror-filled message coming by clicking wire or unseen radio wave. England had become a death trap, the mighty waves of protoplasm rolling in from all its coasts. India and Malaya were infernos of superstitious fear and horror as their crowded populations fled before the tides of death. African and Australian coasts were overwhelmed with the advancing glistening masses. The Panama Isthmus had been covered by the protoplasm severing the two American continents. Great ships at sea and in port had been dragged down into the depths by the upreaching, towering masses. Doom forever. In those dread hours before the dawn, the calmly advancing waves were sweeping inland from every coast to cover all the world, and ever absorbing into their glistening masses. As a jellyfish might absorb infusoria thousands upon hundreds of thousands of fugitives, drawing them within its mindless living masses and rolling remorselessly on. Dawn of day found all the organizations of man crumbled before the doom closing upon them. All the world's millions in blind, horror-stricken flight before the protoplasmic tides of death. The thing was eating up humanity. 3. It had been late on the afternoon of the 27th, less than a half-score hours before the breaking of that great terror upon the world, that young Ernest Ralton had sped away to the northeast in his plane, toward the barren little island retreat of Dr. Munson and his associates. It was not primarily to see Munson, of whom he stood in some awe, that Ralton had offered to make the trip, but to visit young Dr. Richard Mallet, his particular friend whom he had not seen since the departure of the Munson party for the island some months before. The request of the association had given him a valid excuse for making the trip, however, and so, slanting up above Manhattan's massed and sky-flung towers, Ralton had circled once, and then headed away into the gray haze northward. Hour followed hour while the gray New England coast slid back like a great map beneath him, the sun sinking ever to the horizon westward as he roared on. Hardly conscious of more than the steady, even song of the motor and the rush of wind about him, Ralton checked his progress automatically by the natural features of the coast below him, and at last was flying northward over the tangle of deeply indented bays and islands that forms the main coast, veering outward from it over the gray waters to the east and peering intently for Cone Island. The sun had dipped to the horizon by then, but he knew from Mallet's account that the island should be clearly discernible by reason of the gigantic, squat cone of rock that rose from its level sands. Dusk was dropping upon the world, though, and Ralton had become slightly anxious before he glimpsed it at last. A huge, dark, squat cone, its broad summit flattened as though by some giant hand that seemed to rise directly out of the gray waters miles from the coast. It was with a feeling of some relief that he sent his plane circling down toward the place, and as it loomed larger beneath him in the failing light, he scanned it closely. The island itself, he saw, was roughly circular, perhaps a dozen miles across, a barren level stretch of sands from whose center the great squat cone of rock arose, a curious formation frequent on such islands and carved out by the wind-driven sands. The cone's steep sides of rock, almost vertical, could not be more than a few hundred feet in height, Ralton estimated, but its broad, flat summit was several times that in diameter. And now, as he wheeled down toward that summit, he saw that upon it were the laboratories of the men he sought. Long, low buildings of white concrete grouped in a rough circle about the summit. The circle enclosed by the buildings, though save for some great looming object at the center, which he could but vaguely make out, was clear and flat, and seemed to Ralton of sufficient extent to permit the landing of his little plane. Carefully wheeling again over the place, he spiraled slowly down toward it. Even through the dusk he could see that no human figures were visible beneath, though from one of the buildings came a white spark of light. Downward still he circled, therefore, until at last he was dipping gently into the open clearing at the summit's center, running along over its smooth rock surface for a few seconds and then coming to a stop just before one of the encircling buildings. A moment more, and Ralton had clambered forth and stood gazing into the dusk about him. It was apparent that his coming had not yet been noticed, since he had cut off the plane's motor high above, and no one had yet emerged from the buildings about him. He glanced around them uncertainly, then started across the open clearing toward one at the opposite side, from whose door and windows came the white light he had glimpsed from above. Halfway across the clearing, though he slowed, came to a stop. He had halted before the great object at its center, which he had but vaguely glimpsed from above, but which now looming a few feet before him was so extraordinary in appearance as to turn all his interest and attention upon it for the moment. It was a great globe, a giant sphere of burnished metal, fully 50 feet in diameter, resting upon a massive metal pedestal that had been sunk into the rock. From the top of the great globe, a thin, needle-like rod of metal, tapering to a point, projected perpendicularly upward, while from the pedestal base a network of connections ran to some 2 or 3 of the long, low buildings about the summit. From these buildings came the throbbing of unceasing mechanisms of some sort, but from the globe itself arose only a fine, incessant hum, hardly to be heard, though giving to Ralton in some way an impression of terrific power. At the point where the myriad black-covered connections ran into the globe's base, there rose beside it, on a tripod of metal standards, a box-like black gleaming object, upon whose face were set a dozen or more glass-fronted dials, their needles trembling with the power racing through them, a series of switches and automatic circuit breakers, and a single bulbous black knob which moved up and down a vertical slot in the switchboard, apparently. The sides of that slot, Ralton saw, were finely graduated, the knob lever resting almost at its bottom. Near the slot's top, small white letters, inset beside it, spelled ultra-Hertzian vibrations. An inch or so beneath, beside the slot in similar lettering, was Hertzian vibrations. Beneath that, in turn, like vibrations, heat radiation vibrations, radioactive gamma vibrations, then cosmic ray vibrations, at which the black switch knob rested, and lowest of all, a simple 0. Ralton stared at the thing in astonishment. It was the entire range of etheric vibrations that was lettered in order there before him. He knew, from highest to lowest, but for what reason? This great globe mechanism. What could biologists be doing? A cry from behind whirled him about, a cry of fierce rage from the door of the white-lit laboratory building beyond him. Framed in that doorway stood a massive, figured, gray-haired man, eyes burning and face contorted as he saw Ralton, while from the white-lit room behind him other figures were surging forward. Ralton took a quick step toward them. "Dr. Munson," he said eagerly, advancing toward that massive figure, then stopped. For Munson and the others, with inarticulate cries of rage, had leapt forward toward him. He shrank instinctively back, heard the massive leader of the group crying, "Get him back, back from that condenser." Then, before his dazed understanding could credit what was happening, the others were upon him, and flung him sidewise to the ground. Ralton, uncomprehending still but in an instinctive revulsion of antagonism, struck fiercely out at them, felt one or two give back before his blows, strove to struggle up to his feet. Then he heard another commanding shout from Munson in the background. Something hard crashed down upon his head and sent blinding light through his brain, and he knew no more. Consciousness, when it finally came back to him, informed him first of 2 things: that his head was aching violently, and that he was lying on some hard surface in a dark and quiet place. He stirred a little, opened his eyes. It was a corner of a bare and empty concrete-walled room that he lay in, a dim radiance of starlight coming in through 2 barred windows in its walls. Then, as he strove to sit erect, he glimpsed a dark figure gazing outward through one of those windows, a figure that turned at his sound of movement and came swiftly across the room toward him, crouching down beside him and supporting him. Even in the dimness of the room and through his dazed senses, Ralton recognized the other, and he gasped at sight of him. "Mallet!" he whispered. "Good God, Mallet, what has happened here?" The other's voice was high and strange. "Steady, Ralton," he told him. "You've come into the heart of a hell, here, and Munson and the rest, the fiends. But what are they doing? Munson and the others?" Ralton asked dazedly. "I came up here in my plane hours ago, it seems, to bring a message to Munson." And briefly he told Mallet of the phenomenon of the protoplasm deposits that had brought him north to the island. Mallet listened, silently, broodingly. "That protoplasmic slime," he said finally. "You knew of it. The world knew of it. But who knew what lay behind it, what was to come of it, what has already come of it?" The face of Ralton expressed his bewilderment, and the other lifted him suddenly to his feet, toward one of the metal-barred little windows at the room's corner. "Down there, Ralton," he said, pointing downward and outward into the starlit night. "That is what has come. What is coming out of the thing in these last hours that you've lain here unconscious. That is what is coming now over all the world." Ralton stared downward, uncomprehendingly. The building of which the room was a part was located at the very edge of the great cone's summit. And from that window he could look far across the level sands of the little island, lying pale beneath the dim starlight, away to the foam-fringed line of the shore. Up and out from the shore now, though he discerned what seemed a mighty glistening gray wave creeping in over the level sands, a thick, gleaming, jelly-like mass rolling in toward the central cone. He turned toward Mallet, deeper bewilderment on his countenance. "That great gray wave, Mallet," he exclaimed. "It can't be. Protoplasm," the other said. "Protoplasm like that found on the world's beaches. But it is, Ralton, a great wave of living protoplasm, rolling out of all Earth's seas in a great tide of death across the Earth. And Munson and the others outside are the ones who have loosed it on the world." Ralton felt his already dazed brain turning at the other's words. But before his stunned astonishment could find expression, Mallet had gripped his shoulder, was crouching again with him in the room's corner, speaking on. "You know, Ralton, how Dr. Munson and the other 4 of us came up here to Cone Island, hardly more than a half-dozen months ago. Surely a strangely variegated assortment of scientists we must have seemed for a biologist to take with him. Labro, the biochemist, Kingsford, the electrical expert, Crowner, the biophysicist, and I, the cytologist, the cell specialist. A strange enough quintet we were, but one whose combined knowledge one would think could solve any scientific problem. And it was for that purpose that Dr. Munson had assembled us. He wished to solve a problem, one that is indeed and always has been the greatest of all scientific problems. And that problem was the origin of life itself. How did life first originate upon this earth? That is a question to which biology, the science of life, can answer nothing. We know that once the earth was a fiery furnace in which no life could exist, and that somehow after its cooling there rose in its primeval seas the first life, protoplasm, the basic life stuff of which all Earth's living creatures are built, from which all have come on the road of evolution. Protoplasm arose, somehow from the elements of sea silt, its complex compounds formed by some strange force out of those elements. What force it was that had driven the process on, that had caused the formation of those first great masses of protoplasm in Earth's seas, no biologist has ever been able to say. But Munson believed that he could discover that force and prove his discovery, and when he outlined his plan to us, we leapt at the chance. He had fixed upon this island, Cone Island, as the place for our researches, both because of the seclusion we desired and for another reason he disclosed later. So gathering all the equipment and supplies we would need, we came here. It was in a tug chartered at Boston that we came, bringing with us workmen and supplies for the erection of these laboratory buildings. At Dr. Munson's direction, they were built here upon the Great Cone's summit. Though so steep are the rock sides, that only by means of metal ladders set in the rock could we ascend and descend from the sands below. The greater part of our time, however, we planned to spend up here, and so the buildings were run up here, and all of our great cases of equipment and supplies swung up. Then with the leaving of the tug, we put our equipment in order and began our work on the plan that Dr. Munson had outlined to us. It was Dr. Munson's belief that the change from the inorganic element of sea silt into the organic living compounds of protoplasm had been accomplished by the driving force of certain etheric vibrations. You know, of course, that the chemical combinations of elements are profoundly affected in myriad ways by such vibrations. The vibrations of radiant heat, for instance, will break many compounds down into their original elements or build up new ones. Those of light will affect others in the same way, and as Professor Bailey of Liverpool showed in his famous experiments, are responsible more or less for the change from inorganic to organic living matter in the case of plants. Electromagnetic, that is, Hertzian or radio vibrations, can affect the very atomic structure of certain metals. Radioactive or gamma vibrations have a profound power of disintegrating or breaking down the great majority of chemical compounds. All these we tested, but in none of them did we find the vibration whose force would cause the building up of protoplasm's organic compounds from the sea silt inorganic elements. It was only when we tried the last remaining etheric vibration known, the most recently discovered of all, the cosmic ray vibrations, that we succeeded at last. You know, Ralton, that the cosmic ray vibrations are the shortest in wavelength of all the etheric vibrations, ranking just below the radioactive wave. First comprehensively studied but a few years ago by Dr. Millikan, the cosmic rays have been found to permeate all space, shot forth from the white, hot furnaces of stars, just as heat vibrations and light vibrations are shot forth. And it was the cosmic ray vibrations we found that had in past ages built up the organic compounds of living protoplasm from inorganic elements of sea silt. To prove that we had devised a mechanism, or rather it had been devised, by Kingsford and Kuttner, which condensed and concentrated any etheric vibration. It was a small globe condenser, and when set to the correct wavelength, would attract and concentrate all vibrations of that wavelength for a great space around it. If we set it to the wavelength of Hertzian vibrations, for instance, it attracted and condensed them into a concentrated ray. The same with radioactive vibrations. The same with cosmic ray vibrations. And it was this we used to produce a concentrated shaft of the cosmic ray vibrations, turning it upon a container of sea silt and sea water from the island's beach. In the remote past, we reasoned, the cosmic ray at its natural intensity had during long ages formed protoplasm out of the sea's elements. Now, using a cosmic vibration millions of times concentrated by the condenser, the process should take but a proportionate time, should require but days instead of ages. We succeeded. Ralton. Almost at once, the sea silt in the container began to change beneath the concentrated vibrations, giving forth a thin, clear slime that gradually began to show signs of life, of movement. But a day or two it had taken that slime to form from the sea silt, and in another day or two it was no longer slime but living protoplasm, a mass of it there in the container. And when it had developed under the concentrated vibrations to a certain stage of life, of power, it began to flow from the container, moving blindly out of it in search of food, a mindless thing of protoplasm that we had created out of inorganic matter. By concentrating the cosmic ray vibrations, we had done within days what had required eons in the past. Upon that protoplasm mass we experimented for days. We found that just as the cosmic ray vibrations could build its complex compounds up from the sea's elements, so could the radioactive vibrations disintegrate it, break its compounds down again into those elements. When we turned with our condenser, a concentrated radioactive vibration upon the mass of protoplasm, It crumbled and shriveled away almost instantly into gray powder, its original elements lying before us in the form of that powder. The radioactive vibrations, indeed, when concentrated, could disintegrate the protoplasm in a moment, whereas it required days for the cosmic ray vibrations to build it up, and this greater power we held to be due to the greater wavelength of the radioactive impulses. We saw, too, that accounted for the fact that during the ages, no great masses of protoplasm had been built up by the cosmic rays, since the radioactive vibrations counteracted them enough to prevent the forming of such masses. We had succeeded, and I was eager to return to the world with our success. But Dr. Munson refused. The long, intense work of years that he had gone through, the superhuman eagerness with which he had sought this success, the killing strain of our toil for it, all these, I think, had unhinged his brain, had changed him into a monomaniac, and the other three with him. "We 5 are the masters of life," he told us. "We have done what only gods were ever thought to do, have created life from the non-living. We can, by building a greater condenser, concentrate the cosmic ray vibrations from a vast part of space on Earth, and cause protoplasm floods to form in all Earth's seas in giant masses. Protoplasm masses that will inevitably, when they reach a certain development of life and power, sweep out over Earth in blind movement and search of food, wiping out forever all the blotches of flesh that make up humanity. Then we can destroy all those protoplasm floods in a moment by switching the condenser to the radioactive vibrations, and can people the world with the forms of life that we think best, can people it with beings over whom we shall reign supreme, the life masters, the creators, the gods. The thing was madness. Madness the more terrible because we could actually do the thing, and I recoiled in horror. The other three, though driven on by the strange craziness of soul, the monomania that filled Munson like him, regarded themselves as gods, as life masters, and agreed to his mad plan. Before I could more than protest, before I could even attempt escape from the island, they had seized me, had prisoned me in this empty storeroom, guarding its windows with metal bars, and assuring me that I was only preserved until they might need me for further experimentation. They were mad, Munson and the others. Yet it was even to me an explicable madness, for I too had felt the same terrific pride as they at the thought that we had actually created life from the non-living. And that terrific pride it was that had driven them now on their evil plan, to become life masters of all the world. Swiftly then, they went about their work, building up a great condenser many times larger than our small one, but similar in design, a great globe condenser that stands in the center of the clearing there, and that took them weeks to complete. Through one of my windows here I watched it growing beneath their hands, while night and day 4 burning-eyed madmen they labored upon it, driven on by Munson's mad purpose of soul. At last, days ago, it was completed, and at once they put it into operation. The great knob switch on its switchboard regulated the wavelength of the etheric vibration. It attracted and condensed, I could see. While at the bottom, or at 0, it attracted no vibration, was not in operation, moved up to the wavelength of the cosmic ray vibrations. It attracted those vibrations, drawing them inward from a tremendous region of space to concentrate them in a great sheath of intensified vibrations upon all the earth, penetrating through all its seas. Already in those seas, I knew, the cosmic ray vibrations, millions of times intensified, would be beginning their work, would be forming great masses of protoplasm in inconceivable quantities out of the inorganic sea silt's elements. Days more would loose those gigantic tides of death upon the earth, I knew, when they had been developed by the rays to a certain stage, and I raged with despair in my prison while outside the 4 exultantly watched their work. Striving to escape from my prison, knowing that if I could but smash or turn off the great condenser I might yet prevent the loosing of those protoplasm floods, I worked desperately with the bars of one of my windows. They had been hastily set into the concrete wall with cement, And now, with odd bits of metal left to me, I chipped and scratched at that cement, endeavoring to loosen one of the bars. But I could do little with it. And one by one the days passed until I knew that today would see the protoplasm tides rolling out upon Earth. Knew that by then they would have reached a stage of development and life to enable them to do so. The four outside, Munson and the others, knew too, for I saw them exultant. And so hours ago I gave up in utter despair my work at the bar, lapsing into sleep from which I was aroused by an uproar in the clearing. I saw then that you had come to this island of hell unheeding, and that the four madmen outside had seen you at the condenser, had with mad fury at the thought of harm to their work, knocked you senseless, thrusting you in here with me. And now, in these hours that you have lain unconscious, I could see the work of Munson and the others coming at last to its completion, could see in the starlight as you have seen the first protoplasm floods rolling out from the sea onto the island's sands. They cannot reach the Great Cone's summit, of course, since Munson had our laboratories built upon the summit so that any work we desired could be carried out unhampered on the sands below. But they are not only pouring out over this island, they are pouring out over the shores of all Earth's seas, while we talk here, through the great cities, and over all the lands of Earth. They will roll on, new gigantic tides of protoplasm formed unceasingly by that great condenser outside and loosed upon Earth, until Munson and the others have swept man and all the races of men from Earth. Until the protoplasm tides themselves have been destroyed by them, and there is left a lifeless world over which the life masters shall rule supreme. For Ralton sat, unmoving, unspeaking. When the whisper of Mallet's voice had ceased, the other had risen, and he felt himself swaying to his feet, looking strangely about the little room, and then into his friend's tense eyes. No sound save the fine, half-heard hum of the great globe in the clearing broke the stillness of the great cone's summit, and as the two stood there, it seemed to Ralton that that stillness, that silence, had suddenly become thunderous in his ears. Protoplasm, he heard himself saying. The whole world. And then, as swift pictures rose in his whirling brain, the reality of it all came sharply and abruptly to him. "Mallet," he cried in a half-whisper, "if I had known when I stood at that condenser control." Mallet's eyes were suddenly eager. "But if there is still a chance," he was muttering. "Even now, if the two of us could get out of here." He turned swiftly toward the windows, Ralton beside him. Through the narrow, barred opening of one of them, gazing downward, they could see vast masses of the gray, glistening protoplasm, towering upward against the great cone's steep. Smooth sides of rock rolling upward and falling back, in vain endeavor to flow up over the sides and summit of the cone as they had done over the rest of the island, in their blind, mindless search for food. Mallet gestured swiftly toward those upward striving masses. "They can't flow up the cone's steep sides," he said. "Munson knew it when he loosed them on the world. But turning off the condenser now will not destroy those protoplasm masses, nor those over all the world." "But how?" Ralton began, to be interrupted by the other. "Our only chance is to switch the condenser's control," he told him swiftly. "To turn it from the cosmic ray vibration wavelength to the radioactive vibration wavelength. Then, instead of attracting and concentrating the cosmic ray vibrations on all Earth, it would do so with radioactive vibrations, and would disintegrate and destroy the protoplasm instantly." They had turned toward the other window, the one that gave upon the clearing, and gazing through it into the open space, they could see that no one moved in it. Could hear faintly the voices of Munson and the others, and the occasional tap of tools, from the white-lit laboratory building to the right, which was out of their line of vision. Open and unprotected lay the great condenser at the clearing's center, its vast globe gleaming dully, its glass-faced dials on the black switch box reflecting the starlight faintly. As they watched, one of those from the laboratory, a dark, intent figure that Ralton recognized as Kingsford, the electrical expert, approached the box. inspected the dials, and then, as though satisfied, turned back to the laboratory building from which he had come, and from which, in another moment, they could make out his voice again. Mallet turned swiftly toward his friend. "They're busy on something," he said excitedly, "and if ever we're to try, for a break now is the time." Swiftly. He produced from his pockets a few odd bits of metal that he had rudely sharpened upon the room's concrete sides, and with these the two began the slow digging and scratching at the cement at the base of one of the bars, which was their single chance for freedom. It seemed to Ralton that though they worked madly at the painful task, they were making no impression upon the hard cement in which Mallet had during the past days made some shallow cuts, but still they toiled on at it, hands bruised and bleeding, while the great condenser in the clearing hummed on, and the star groups above wheeled slowly down toward the west, with the near approach of dawn. In the time that followed, a time that seemed unending to Ralton's dulled senses, they were mocked by the unyieldingness of the cement upon which they worked, and only by continued toil could they make even shallow scratches upon the rough cement. Around the bar's base, silently and unceasingly though they worked, hands bloody now, while there came still the occasional murmur of voices from the laboratory building to the right, which they could not see. In the clearing, the great condenser lay unprotected as ever, but as they worked on it seemed that they were no nearer freedom, and now a gray tinge of light in the dark skies above was bespeaking the coming of dawn. Once, from the window, Ralton glimpsed the gleaming masses at the great cone's base still surging upward, and saw that they had managed to gain a hold halfway up its steep sides, and were vainly and blindly striving to pour still farther upward. It was not those glistening floods on the barren island below, however, that were central in the thoughts of Mallet and Ralton as they worked on at the bar, bloody and blind with sweat, all but exhausted. It was those other gigantic floods that both knew were even then sweeping over coasts and islands, engulfing the peoples of earth as they rolled on. Neither spoke of that. Neither spoke at all as they labored on with all their waning force at the stubborn bar. But the thought was as though visible between them, spurring all their strength into their efforts. And at last, when the dawn light was strengthening swiftly eastward, they had scratched away the cement from one side of the bar's base and straightened up, all but exhausted. "It's all we can do," panted Mallet. "Our only chance is to get the bar out now. If we wait longer, it'll be broad day." The two paused a moment, then gripped the bar, braced themselves against the concrete wall, and put all the strength of their muscles into a great pull inward. Ralton heard the muscles of himself and his friend cracking beneath the strain, and closing his eyes with the agony of that effort, felt the bar stir a little in their grip. But when they straightened, inspected it quickly, they found that hardly had they loosened it. Again they gripped it, again threw all their strength into a mighty pull, and this time felt it give perceptibly in its socket. Neither could speak for the moment, and Ralton saw his friend breathing in great gasps, as he was also. But only for a moment they paused, then gripped the bar again. Another tremendous effort, a giving of the bar, and then with a harsh, shrill squealing of the iron against the cement, it had come out completely from its socket. For the moment, the two leaned motionless against the wall, breathless and exhausted, but listening with pounding hearts to ascertain whether that last shrill squeal of the bar had given the alarm to Munson and the others. The faint voices from the laboratory, they noted, had apparently ceased, but there was no sound of alarm, and no one appeared in the clearing or within sight of their prison room. Then, after that moment's pause, Mallet had pulled himself upward, was squeezing through the window between bar and wall, and in a moment Ralton had followed him. Crouched on the ground beneath the window, the gray light of dawn growing over the cone's summit, Mallet pointed across the open clearing to where stood the mighty globe condenser and its unprotected switch control. "The control," Mallet was whispering thickly, "if we can get to it." They stepped forward stealthily, silently. No sound came from any part of the cone's summit save for the great condenser's half-heard hum. Another step. Another. Slowly, carefully, they crept on, out from the shelter of their prison and the long building beside it, into the great circular clearing. Ralton's blood was pounding through his veins, for now the gleaming condenser lay but a few 100 feet ahead, at the clearing's center. Should he make a rush for it and trust to chance to get him to the condenser's control in time, he discarded the idea even as Mallet and he crept forward, for within moments more their stealthy, silent progress would bring them to their goal. Within moments more, your strategy, Mallet, is somewhat infantile, I fear. Munson's voice, cool and mocking, it cut like a sword through their whirling thoughts, and the two spun about, then recoiled. Out from the open door of one of the buildings behind them had stepped the massive, coldly smiling scientist, a heavy automatic in his grasp turned upon them. From between the other buildings, to right and to left of the clearing, had stepped the other three, Lebrow, Kingsford, Connor, their own pistols trained upon the two. Still hundreds of feet from the condenser, Ralton knew, with finality, in that moment, that never could they make it, never could they reach it, with the steel-nosed bullets of 4 guns tearing through their bodies. That noise the bar had made had roused the 4, had brought them pistols in hand to watch mockingly the two before them. The gray-haired, mocking-eyed Munson, the dark face of Lebrow contorted with insane rage, the gloating Kingsford, his strong, intellectual face twisted now as though by some devil's hand. The coldly indifferent countenance of the blond-haired Connor, whose eyes yet burned madly behind his gleaming glasses. All these faces appeared to be slowly turning about. Ralton in that seemingly eternal moment. Munson's voice came to his ears again. "It has been something of a comedy to watch your clumsy progress," he mocked them. "Though unfortunately we cannot allow you, of course, to proceed any farther." His voice rose suddenly, the cords of his neck swelling with fury as all amusement left him. "You fools! You try to wreck the greatest scientific experiment ever conducted on this earth. Try to save a humanity, a race as trivial as yourselves, from the doom which we, the masters of life, have decreed for them. Try to make impossible the new races which we life masters shall give Earth when the protoplasm floods have swept all other life away." Then, as abruptly as that burst of insane fury had blazed up, it calmed and the mocking gleam returned to his eyes. "Humanity is passing even now," he told them. "And as for you two, I think it best that you pass with it." Ralton saw his pistol raised a little to bear full upon them. Saw in that infinitesimal instant the guns of the others upon them as their hands tensed about their grips, their fingers about the triggers. In that flashing instant, it seemed to him that those black muzzles had become somehow mighty round dark doorways down which he and all the world were thundering to their doom. It was the end. For him as for the world, the whole scene seemed withdrawn suddenly to a great distance, made suddenly remote. In that instant before death leapt upon them. There was a sudden wild scream from Munson, wild shrieks from the others, and Ralton came back to complete reality, to see that the madmen were rushing wildly toward great, gray, glistening masses of jelly-like stuff that had flowed suddenly up over those edges and were gliding swiftly over it. The protoplasm masses below were pouring up onto the summit. Ralton and Mallet swayed there, stunned, transfixed, saw Munson and the others fling themselves insanely upon the forward gliding masses. Saw those masses tower up suddenly beneath that mad, fierce attack and then crash down upon the struggling men, burying them in their glistening folds. Saw the insane struggle of the 4 ceasing abruptly in swift suffocation. Saw those masses leaping glidingly forward toward themselves, great glistening arms forming and looping out toward them. It was that which broke the spell for the two, and they flung themselves toward the great condenser, still yards away, hurled themselves toward the control, the great arms looping toward the staggering two. Ralton heard a cry from Mallet, felt him jerked back from his side by one of those arms, but did not look back even in that instant, flinging himself madly on toward the control. He was within a dozen feet of it, a half dozen, was almost within reach of it, and then another great glistening arm had looped lightning-like from the masses behind and had caught and held him in its cold grip. While upon him and upon Mallet swept the gleaming floods from which those arms had shot out, Ralton felt that cold, terrific grip about him, pulling him backward. The shining masses behind gliding swiftly upon him, and as they did so he put his last strength into one supreme effort, straining with a final mad burst of strength toward the control knob just before him. Beneath that superhuman effort, the relentless grip that held him relaxed a little for an instant, and in that instant Ralton's forward straining fingers had just touched the control knob, had flicked it sharply upward from the white letters at which it stood to those just above, from the cosmic ray vibrations to those of the radioactive vibrations. The next instant it seemed to him that over all the world there lay a sudden tremendous stillness, a complete and utter cessation of all movement and sound, as the grip that held him, the gray masses that had been rushing forward upon him and upon Mallet, paused, halted, hesitated. Then, as he swayed there, he felt the grip relax and disappear, saw dazedly that the translucent arm about him had changed oddly, had shriveled suddenly, crumbled into a smear of gray powder that fell to the ground. And the mighty masses behind him, the great tides of protoplasm on the cone's summit and sides, and those he could see out over the island's level sands far below, all had crumbled too, disintegrated in that same moment, and where they had been was but a thick coating of fine gray powder. Gray powder in the coating of which behind them lay the dark twisted bodies of Munson and the others. Gray powder that lay, he knew, over all Earth where the protoplasm masses had been but a moment before, that lay in city and on land, the sole remaining. Evidence of the gigantic masses which the great condenser with its concentrated cosmic rays had built up over all Earth, and which, with its concentrated radioactive rays, it had in the same way destroyed. Gray powder. That alone remained of the greatest and most terrible menace ever to challenge the existence of man and the world of man. Ralton staggered to Mallet's side, half led and half dragged, his friend, still dazed, toward his plane that stood still untouched at the clearing's other side. Into its front cockpit he helped him, turned a switch and whirled the propeller. Another moment, and with motor roaring, the little plane was speeding across the clearing, lifting sharply upward into the growing light of dawn, speeding away from the giant cone and island over the gray waters toward the south. 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 Ralton. With hands on the controls, and with head thrown weakly back, let the plane find its own track through the upper air as it roared on. Swaying drunkenly, it flashed southward, high above the clean gray sea, with the clean salt air rushing cold against his face and that of Mallet before him. And still toward the south he raced, with the gray light of dawn to his left changing to gold as the rising sun lifted above the horizon. South. South. The world ahead of him, which had been saved from doom at the last, not by Mallet and him, but by fate, was not in Ralton's thoughts as he thundered on. Nor were the explanations of that doom and that escape which only they could give to rejoicing humanity. He wanted only in that moment to race farther and farther from the island of hell that was dwindling in the waters far behind them, wanted only to speed farther and farther from the dark, gigantic cone upon the gray-strewn summit, of which there lay the twisted bodies of the men who had planned to be the life masters of the world, and whose plans had reaped but death. End of the Life, Masters by Edmond Hamilton.
The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft, a posthumous story of immense power, written by a master of weird fiction, a tale of a revolting horror in the cellar of an old house in New England. From even the greatest of horrors, irony is seldom absent. Sometimes it enters directly into the composition of the events, while sometimes it relates only to their fortuitous position among persons and places. The latter sort is splendidly exemplified by a case in the ancient city of Providence, where, in the late 40s, Edgar Allan Poe used to sojourn often during his unsuccessful wooing of the gifted poetess, Mrs. Whitman. Poe generally stopped at the Mansion House in Benefit Street, the renamed Golden Ball Inn whose roof has sheltered Washington, Jefferson, and Lafayette. And his favorite walk led northward along the same street to Mrs. Whitman's home and the neighboring hillside churchyard of St. John's, whose hidden expanse of 18th-century gravestones had for him a peculiar fascination. Now, the irony is this. In this walk, so many times repeated, the world's greatest master of the terrible and the bizarre was obliged to pass a particular house on the eastern side of the street. A dingy, antiquated structure, perched on the abruptly rising side hill, with a great unkempt yard dating from a time when the region was partly open country. It does not appear that he ever wrote or spoke of it, nor is there any evidence that he even noticed it. And yet, that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly, and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is unutterably hideous. The house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a farm or semi-farm building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century. The prosperous peaked roof sort, with 2 stories and dormerless attic, and with the Georgian doorway and interior paneling dictated by the progress of taste at that time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity. For Benefit Street, at first called Back Street, was laid out as a lane, winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only when the removal of the bodies to the north burial ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundations so that a brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage with door and one window above ground close to the new line of public travel. When the sidewalk was laid out a century ago, the last of the intervening space was removed, and Poe in his walks must have seen only a sheer ascent of dull grey brick flush with the sidewalk, and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingled bulk of the house proper. The farm-like ground extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to Wheaton Street. The space south of the house, abutting on Benefit Street, was of course greatly above the existing sidewalk level, forming a terrace bounded by a high bank wall of damp, mossy stone, pierced by a steep flight of narrow steps, which led inward between canyon-like surfaces to the upper region of mangy lawn. Roomy brick walks and neglected gardens whose dismantled cement urns, rusted kettles fallen from tripods of knotty sticks and similar paraphernalia set off the weather-beaten front door with its broken fanlight, rotting Ionic pilasters, and wormy triangular pediment. What I heard in my youth about the Shunned house was merely that people died there in alarmingly great numbers. That, I was told, was why the original owners had moved out some 20 years after building the place. It was plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness and fungus growths in the cellar, the general sickish smell, the draughts of the hallways, or the quality of the well and pump water. These things were bad enough, and these were all that gained belief among the persons whom I knew. Only the notebooks of my antiquarian uncle, Dr. Elihu Whipple, revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmises which formed an undercurrent of folklore among old-time servants and humble folk, surmises which never travelled far and which were largely forgotten when Providence grew to be a metropolis with a shifting modern population. The general fact is that the house was never regarded by the solid part of the community as in any real sense, haunted. There were no widespread tales of rattling chains, cold currents of air, extinguished lights, or faces at the window. Extremists sometimes said the house was unlucky, but that is as far as even they went. What was really beyond dispute is that a frightful proportion of persons died there. Or more accurately, had died there. Since, after some peculiar happenings over 60 years ago, the building had become deserted through the sheer impossibility of renting it. These persons were not all cut off suddenly by any one cause. Rather did it seem that their vitality was insidiously sapped, so that each one died the sooner from whatever tendency to weakness he may have naturally had. And those who did not die displayed in varying degree a type of anemia or consumption, and sometimes a decline of the mental faculties, which spoke ill for the salubriousness of the building. Neighboring houses, it must be added, seemed entirely free from the noxious quality. This much I knew before my insistent questioning led my uncle to show me the notes which finally embarked us both on our hideous investigation. In my childhood, the Shunned house was vacant, with barren, gnarled, and terrible old trees, long, queerly pale grass, and nightmarishly misshapen weeds in the high terraced yard where birds never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place, and I can still recall my youthful terror not only at the morbid strangeness of this sinister vegetation, but at the eldritch atmosphere and odor of the dilapidated house whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shudders. The small paned windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung round the precarious paneling. Shaky interior shutters, peeling wall paper, falling plaster, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as still remained. The dust and cobwebs added their touch of the fearful, and brave indeed was the boy who would voluntarily ascend the ladder to the attic, a vast raftered length, lighted only by small blinking windows in the gable ends, and filled with a massed wreckage of chests, chairs, and spinning wheels, which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and festooned into monstrous and hellish shapes. But after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was the dank, humid cellar which somehow exerted the strongest repulsion on us. Even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window-pierced brick wall to separate it from the busy sidewalk, we scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odor of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growths which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, grotesquely like the vegetation in the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines. Detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation. They rotted quickly, and at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that nocturnal passers-by sometimes spoke of witch fires glowing behind the broken panes of the fetor-spreading windows. We never, even in our wildest Halloween moods, visited this cellar by night, but in some of our daytime visits could detect the phosphorescence, especially when the day was dark and wet. There was also a subtler thing we often thought we detected, a very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I refer to a sort of cloudy, whitish pattern on the dirt floor, a vague shifting deposit of mold or nitre, which we sometimes thought we could trace amidst the sparse, fungus growths near the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon, when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern toward the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at this odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later, I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild, ancient tales of the common folk. a notion likewise alluding to ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer contours assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. Not till my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the Shunned house. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school, and, for all his interest in the place, was not eager to encourage young thoughts toward the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with abnormality. But he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would, in a boy's fanciful mind, take on all manner of gruesome imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, a white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note, who had often broken a lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell. He lived with one man-servant in a Georgian homestead, with knocker and iron-railed steps balanced eerily on the steep ascent of North Court Street beside the ancient brick court and colony house where his grandfather, a cousin of that celebrated privateersman, Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspee in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him in the damp, low-ceiled library, with the musty white paneling, heavy carved overmantel, and small-paned, vine-shaded windows, were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shunned house in Benefit Street. That pest spot lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse along the precipitous hill up which the first settlement climbed. When, in the end, my insistent pestering and maturing years evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, there lay before me a strange enough chronicle. Long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was, there ran through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it had impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held minds of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and inchoate. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. For at the last, my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house, he did not come away with me. I am lonely without that gentle soul whose long years were filled only with honor, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's churchyard, the place that Poe loved, the hidden grove of giant willows on the hill where tombs and headstones huddle quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls of Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister either about its construction or about the prosperous and honorable family who built it. Yet from the first a taint of calamity soon increased to boding significance was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began with the building of the structure in 1763 and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The Shunned house, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife Roby Dexter, with their children, Elkanah, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Prudence, Providence built, of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen, a recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child which the family expected. That child, a boy, came in December, but was still born, nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April, sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Job Ives diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fever, though others declared it was more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed in any event to be contagious, for Hannah Bowen, one of the two servants, died of it in the following June. Eli Liddyson, the other servant, constantly complained of weakness and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth but for a sudden attachment for Mehitabel Pierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Roby Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn Elkanah 2 years later was the final blow to her reason. In 1768, she fell victim to a mild form of insanity, and was thereafter confined to the upper part of the house, her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister, and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew William, who from a sturdy infant had become a sickly, spindling lad. In this year the servant Mehitabel died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint that he disliked the smell of the place. For a time Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths, and case of madness all occurring within 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion the body of fireside rumor, which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town. Anne White, a morose woman from that part of North Kingstown, now set off as the township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definite shape to the sinister idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from the Nooseneck Hill country, for that remote bit of backwoods was then, as now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months Mercy discharged her, filling her place with a faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport. Maria Robbins. Meanwhile, poor Roby Harris in her madness gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Peleg Harris, in Presbyterian Lane, near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Peleg. Just what Mrs. Harris tried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather, present such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shocking delight, utterly foreign to her. The next year she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband, upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775. William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in the Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Angell, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, it is true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure, with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor, qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria Bossa. In the autumn of 1782, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angell Street. In the newer East Side residence district, where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French-roofed mansion in 1876, William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Duty was brought up by his cousin Rathbone, Harris Peleg's son. Rathbone was a practical man and rented the Benefit Street house, despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property, nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants or the steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he felt only vexation when in 1804 the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulphur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much-discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Duty himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Cahone in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of September 23, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town, and floated a tall sloop well up Westminster Street, so that its masts almost tapped the Harris windows in symbolic affirmation that the new boy, Welcome, was a seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the Shunned house as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sickly odor of unkempt old age. Indeed, it never was rented after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror has gone. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature, as I had known it, an evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systematic array of miscellaneous data, legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the Shunned house. but I may refer to several dominant points which earn notice by their recurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy in evil influence. There had been servants, Anne White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer, quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt that most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her Exeter superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, the grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriate way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant Preserve Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night, the death certificates of the fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood, and the obscure passages of poor Roby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the Shunned house. One from the Providence Gazette and Country Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seems that in both instances the dying person, in 1815 a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845 a schoolteacher of middle age named Eleazar Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzling, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house. A series of anemia deaths, preceded by progressive madnesses wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 and 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people for the ill-smelling and widely shunned house could now be rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Roby Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house after listening some time subsequent to his return from the war to the first-hand account of Doctors Chase and Whitmarsh. Indeed, I could see that my uncle had thought deeply on the subject, and that he was glad of my own interest, an open-minded and sympathetic interest, which enabled him to discuss with me matters at which others would merely have laughed. His fancy had not gone so far as mine, but he felt that the place was rare in its imaginative potentialities, and worthy of note as an inspiration in the field of the grotesque and macabre. For my part, I was disposed to take the whole subject with profound seriousness, and began at once not only to review the evidence, but to accumulate as much more as I could. I talked with the elderly Archer Harris, then owner of the house, many times before his death in 1916, and obtained from him and his still surviving maiden sister Alice an authentic corroboration of all the family data my uncle had collected. When, however, I asked them what connection with France or its language the house could have, they confessed themselves as frankly baffled and ignorant as I, Archer, knew nothing. And all that Miss Harris could say was that an old illusion her grandfather Duty Harris had heard of might have shed a little light. The old seaman who had survived his son Welcome's death in battle by 2 years had not himself known the legend, but recalled that his earliest nurse, the ancient Maria Robbins, seemed darkly aware of something that might have lent a weird significance to the French raving of Roby Harris, which she had so often heard during the last days of that hapless woman. Maria had been at the Shunned house from 1769 till the removal of the family in 1783, and had seen Mercy Dexter die. Once she hinted to the child duty of a somewhat peculiar circumstance in Mercy's last moments, but he had soon forgotten all about it, save that it was something peculiar. The granddaughter, moreover, recalled even this much with difficulty. She and her brother were not so much interested in the house as was Archer's son Carrington, the present owner, with whom I talked after my experience. Having exhausted the Harris family of all the information it could furnish, I turned my attention to early town records and deeds with a zeal more penetrating than that which my uncle had occasionally shown in the same work. What I wished was a comprehensive history of the site from its very settlement in 1636, or even before, if any Narragansett Indian legend could be unearthed to supply the data. I found at the start that the land had been part of the long strip of home lot granted originally to John Throckmorton, one of many similar strips beginning at the town street beside the river and extending up over the hill to a line roughly corresponding with the modern Hope Street. The Throckmorton lot had later, of course, been much subdivided, and I became very assiduous in tracing that section through which Back or Benefit Street was later run. It had, as rumour indeed said, been the Throckmorton graveyard, but as I examined the records more carefully, I found that the graves had all been transferred at an early date to the North Burial Ground on the Pawtucket West Road. Then suddenly I came, by a rare piece of chance, since it was not in the main body of records and might easily have been missed, upon something which aroused my keenest eagerness, fitting in, as it did, with several of the queerest phases of the affair. It was the record of a lease in 1697 of a small tract of ground to an Etienne Roulet and wife. At last the French element had appeared, that and another deeper element of horror, which the name conjured up from the darkest recesses of my weird and heterogeneous reading. And I feverishly studied the platting of the locality as it had been before the cutting through and partial straightening of Back Street between 1747 and 1758. I found what I had half expected, that where the Shunned house now stood, the Roulets had laid out their graveyard behind a one-story and attic cottage, and that no record of any transfer of graves existed. The document, indeed, ended in much confusion, and I was forced to ransack both the Rhode Island Historical Society and Shepley Library before I could find a local door which the name of Etienne Roulet would unlock. In the end I did find something of such vague but monstrous import that I set about at once to examine the cellar of the Shunned house itself with a new and excited minuteness. The Roulets, it seemed, had come in 1696 from East Greenwich down the west shore of Narragansett Bay. They were Huguenots from Caude, and had encountered much opposition before the Providence selectmen allowed them to settle in the town. Unpopularity had dogged them in East Greenwich, whither they had come in 1686, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and rumour said that the cause of dislike extended beyond mere racial and national prejudice. All the land disputes which involved other French settlers with the English in rivalries which not even Governor Andros could quell. But their ardent Protestantism, too ardent, some whispered, and their evident distress when virtually driven from the village down the bay had moved the sympathy of the town fathers. Here the strangers had been granted a haven, and the swarthy Etienne Roulet, less apt at agriculture than at reading queer books and drawing queer diagrams, was given a clerical post in the warehouse at Pardon Tillincast's wharf, far south in Town Street. There had, however, been a riot of some sort later on, perhaps 40 years later, after old Roulet's death, and no one seemed to hear of the family after that. For a century and more, it appeared, the Roulet had been well remembered and frequently discussed as vivid incidents in the quiet life of a New England seaport. Etienne's son, Paul, a surly fellow whose erratic conduct had probably provoked the riot which wiped out the family, was particularly a source of speculation. And though Providence never shared the witchcraft panics of her Puritan neighbors, it was freely intimated by old wives that his prayers were neither uttered at the proper time nor directed toward the proper object. All this had undoubtedly formed the basis of the legend known by old Maria Robbins. What relation it had to the French ravings of Roby Harris and other inhabitants of the Shunned house, imagination, or future discovery alone could determine. I wondered how many of those who had known the legends realized that additional link with the terrible which my wider reading had given me, that ominous item in the annals of morbid horror which tells of the creature Jacques Roulet, of Cord, who in 1598 was condemned to death as a demoniac, but afterwards saved from the stake by the Paris Parliament and shut in a madhouse. He had been found covered with blood and shreds of flesh in a wood shortly after the killing and rending of a boy by a pair of wolves. One wolf was seen to lope away unhurt, surely a pretty hearthside tale with a queer significance as to name and place, but I decided that the Providence gossips could not have generally known of it. Had they known, a coincidence of names would have brought some drastic and frightened action. Indeed, might not its limited whispering have precipitated the final riot which erased the Roulet from the town? I now visited the accursed place with increased frequency, studying the unwholesome vegetation of the garden, examining all the walls of the building, and poring over every inch of the earthen cellar floor. Finally, with Carrington Harris's permission, I fitted a key to the disused door opening from the cellar directly upon Benefit Street, preferring to have a more immediate access to the outside world than the dark stairs, ground floor, hall, and front door could give. There where morbidity lurked most thickly, I searched and poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-ground windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same depressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancy that many pedestrians must have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon a suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the mouldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening, and I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitish deposits, a particularly sharp definition of the huddled form I had suspected from boyhood. Its clearness was astonishing and unprecedented, and as I watched, I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace, it rose, a subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor which, as it hung trembling in the dampness, seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with a fetor in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot, refusing to flee. I watched it fade, and as I watched I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection, arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relation to it, he insisted that we both test, and if possible destroy, the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. On Wednesday, June 25, 1919, after a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the Shunned house 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. These we placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly and at great cost, as many days as our vigils might be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and then watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches, myself first, and then my companion, the inactive member resting on the cot. The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory and instinctively assumed direction of our venture was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elihu Whipple had lived according to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and, but for what happened later, would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspected what did happen: Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then, too, we had spoken to him in advance of our quest, and I felt, after my uncle's going, that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but agreed to help me, and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration both gross and ridiculous. We were not, as I have said, in any sense childishly superstitious, but scientific study and reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power and, so far as the human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in 3-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that an incontrovertible array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the Shunned house, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion, that the family of Roulet had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres which for normal folk hold only repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not then the riots of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulet, which obscurely survived the bodies, murdered and buried by the mob, and continued to function in some multiple-dimension space along the original lines of force, determined by a frantic hatred of the encroaching community. Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility in the light of a newer science which includes the theories of relativity and intra-atomic action. One might easily imagine an alien nucleus of substance or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissue and fluids of other and more palpably living things, into which it penetrates and with whose fabric it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any case, such a monster must of necessity be, in our scheme of things, an anomaly and an intruder, whose extirpation forms a primary duty with every man, not an enemy to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had ever seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and equivocal mass of plasticity, capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenuously unparticled states. The anthropomorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellowish vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape. But how representative or permanent that similarity might be, none could say with any kind of certainty. We had devised two weapons to fight it, a large and specially fitted Crookes tube, operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors. In case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations and a pair of military flamethrowers, of the sort used in the World War, in case it proved partly material and susceptible of mechanical destruction, for like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out, if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to the cots and chairs and to the spot before the fireplace where the mold had taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed our furniture and instruments, and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment I half doubted that I had ever seen it in the more definitely limned form, but then I thought of the legends. Our cellar vigil began at 10 p.m., daylight saving time, and as it continued we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within showed the dripping stone of the walls from which all traces of whitewash had vanished. The dank, fetid and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotting remains of what had been stools, chairs and tables, and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams of the ground floor overhead, the decrepit plank door leading to bins and chambers beneath other parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with ruined wooden handrail, and the crude and cavernous fireplace of blackened brick where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hooks, andirons, spit, crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things and our austere cot and camp chairs and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought, we had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that our continued nocturnal presence would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that, being prepared, we could dispose of the thing with one or the other of our provided means as soon as we had recognized and observed it sufficiently. How long it might require to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our venture was far from safe, for in what strength the thing might appear, no one could tell. But we deemed the game worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of outside aid would only expose us to ridicule and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked far into the night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2-hour sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by as sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside, and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within, for the house was repulsively damp even in dry weather, and in this storm positively swamp-like. I studied the loose, antique masonry of the walls in the fungus light, and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened window. And once, when the noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights and my nostrils on wholesome air. Still nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of the first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking moan. I turned my electric flashlight on him and found his face averted. So, rising and crossing to the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality. It must have been merely the association of any odd circumstance with the sinister nature of our location and mission, for surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed, no doubt, by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation and seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of emotions seemed struggling within him. I think on the whole that it was this variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and with eyes that had now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienage from himself. All at once he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were at first indistinguishable, and then, with a tremendous start, I recognized something about them which filled me with icy fear, till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes. For the venerable Elihu Whipple was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly, a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leaped abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to a cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and with a subsidence of facial expression to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet not of it, a shadowy geometrical confusion in which could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures, superimposed one upon another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time as well as of space seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. In this kaleidoscopic vortex of phantasmal images were occasional snapshots, if one might use the term, of singular clearness but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug-open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house apparently, but the details and inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even of the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the presumably more mobile objects. It was queer, damnably queer, and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that of the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family, and all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning in conflict with unknown forces, of which the youngest and strongest system might well be afraid. But in another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be at most no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation, also, soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt, in my visions, a cosmic and abysmal loneness, with hostilities surging from all sides upon some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged, and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant association than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a sharp and startled awakeness in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in this sudden flash of awakening I saw only the door to the street, the window and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even a fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by. But it cast a shadow of myself and the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish, penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of that shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leaped up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the mouldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet, after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There are horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse, light yellow and diseased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height, in vague outlines half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose, insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist which curled putridly about and finally vanished up the chimney. I say that I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent plasticity the one object on which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who, with blackening and decaying features, leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of the Crookes tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immortal blasphemousness the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spaces and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw the dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatever. Then, in the midst of that demoniac spectacle, I saw a fresh horror which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward that unlocked door to the quiet street. Careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed upon the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a charnel house and a pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, the gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects. Grinning, as it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow in the caricatured likeness of legions, strange and yet not strange. I saw the features of the Harris line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second, there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor mad Roby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum, and another time I thought I caught the raw-boned image of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception. Toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor, where a pool of greenish grease was spreading. It seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours, like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seems to me I hiccuped a farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street, a thin stream of grease following me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and the Athenaeum, down Hopkins Street, and over the bridge to the business section, where tall buildings seemed to guard me, as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then grey dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples, and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end I went, wet, hatless and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street which I had left ajar, and which still swung cryptically in full sight of the early householders to whom I dared not speak. The grease was gone, for the mouldy floor was porous, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form traced in nitre. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellowed straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture, as nearly as sanity would let me, just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What then but some exotic emanation, some vampirish vapor, such as Exeter rustics tell of as lurking over certain churchyards? This I felt was the clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace where the mould and nitre had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes my mind was made up, and taking my hat I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulfuric acid, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the Shunned house in Benefit Street. After that, I tried to sleep, and failing, passed the hours in reading and in the composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later, I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which disposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade causing a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed, I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but still I delved. After a while, standing in the large hole I had made, with the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my imminent contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. At length, I climbed out of the hole and dispersed the heaped-up dirt. Then, arranging the great carboys of acid around and near 2 sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that, I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved at my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of a pit. Suddenly, my spade struck something softer than earth. I shuddered and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. Then courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I had provided. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further and saw that it had form. There was a rift where a part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical, like a mammoth soft blue-white stovepipe doubled in 2, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leaped out of the hole and away from the filthy thing, frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys, and precipitating their corrosive contents one after another, down that charnel gulf and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose titan elbow I had seen. The blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor which surged tempestuously up from that hole as the floods of acid descended will never leave my memory. All along the hill people tell of the yellow day, when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factory waste dumped in the Providence River. But I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar which at the same time came from some disordered water pipe or gas main underground, but again I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I do not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask, but when I recovered, I saw that the hole was emitting no fresh vapors. The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of the place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless greyish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be a hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. And as I patted down the last spadeful of mould, I shed the first of the many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shunned house's terraced garden, and shortly afterward Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it is torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small sweet apples, and last year the birds nested in their gnarled boughs. End of The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft.